Hello, simracers, and welcome. The first marathon live stream is go. So, first of all, thank you everybody. Really thank you everybody. Your support has been amazing during the whole year, and that's why I decided to do something extra to close the year and try to make everybody, and especially you, whoever you may be, a better sim racer for 2022. So what is this all about? Now, this is the first marathon. It will work a little bit more like a test for tomorrow, which is going to be an even bigger marathon, I guess. And what we're going to do. Now, today we are going to pick randomly from the old founders of the community. The boosters of the server, of the Discord server, of the people that they are spamming, and most importantly helping everybody else in the Discord community. We are going to pick from them randomly, but I guess we have the time to go through pretty much all of them, I believe, but we will see. And what is going to happen? Each one that I am going to pick, he will have a complete freedom to ask me anything about setups, physics, racing, driving, real racing, I don't know, whatever. We can discuss it with him, or we can try to make him faster into a specific combo of car track, or we can try to make him better in racing, or whatever, I don't know. So some rules, things that I cannot reply, I would just say I cannot reply that, and maybe we can move on to a different subject. And I guess that won't be the case, but if you are disrespectful or you're here to troll, you're simply going to be, thrown away from the live stream, banned from the Discord channel, and that's it. I don't believe something like that will happen, but I put it as a rule, of course. If you ask about a different sim, as I see someone saying on the chat, it's fine, but I don't think I can be much use of. I don't have that much experience about it. If I can help you with general driving that obviously might apply to other sims, then it's fine. I will try to do that. So this is pretty much the rules. If someone get picked up and is not present or didn't make it on time or whatever, we're going to pick a second guy, and then after it we can go back and see if the guy has, he is now available. So we will try to make our best. Obviously, I'm gonna take some breaks here and there during the live stream. A little bit of water, a little bit of coffee, a little bit of alcohol, whatever. So yeah, this is what we're going to do. So today is going to, as I said, function more as a test for tomorrow. We have less people here today to pick from. If we end up with everybody soon enough, we might start picking some people from the second marathon, if those people are available. We will see. Okay, so that's it for the rules, as they say. So first of all, how are you guys doing? Let me see on the chat. I can see already many people joining, and this is really good. Also, as well, any language that I can speak is valid. So if you want to ask something in Italian or in Greek, you are free to do so. I ask you to also be patient, as I will try to translate the most important stuff in English as well, so that everybody can, can understand and gain some extra knowledge if I have any to spare. All right, so. Very good. Okay, very nice. So how we're going to do it now? The best possible way, obviously, is to be in the Discord channel, and even better if you are able to have a microphone so that we can discuss, because obviously if you're going to ask me how to improve in a circuit and in a specific car, we should go into a server that we will put online specifically for you, and we should be able to talk to each other so that I can guide you, and possibly you can tell me where and how and what you would like to improve on. So that will help. If that's not possible, we will try our best via chat. But yeah, it would be better if you have a microphone that works. All right, so our let's try to see if our first speak is online. So our first speak is David Sarezki. I butchered his nickname. He will be over a meme for for me now. So let me see if I can put him as co-driver and get him into the Lucky Ones channel here. So let me see. Let's see if he's here, because I know that he wasn't here today, so he might be online later. Are you here? Are you here? Probably not. I can see he's offline right now. David! Hey, Bunatix! Merry holidays, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Ciao Fabio, ciao Fabio. Sleep angle driving. What is sleep angle driving? Alright, so David is not here yet. He'll be back home shortly. Andy is telling me, so all blame Andy because that's his fault for whatever reason. Alright. But yeah, he will be back shortly. I would move on to a different guy for now, and as soon as David is back, we can keep up with him. All right? Maybe we should do this. Okay, so let's because obviously we ended up having an issue, a last moment issue with the bot picking people. What we ended up doing, because of course it doesn't work as we wanted, we got the whole list of the participants that did a reaction, and we put everything into this nice website. So let me show you. Where is it? Here, I think. Yes, okay. So here we are. And so we are going to pick another one. We are going to pick another one. Okay, so I'm hitting rerun, and Big Bark. Is Big Bark online? Let's have a look if Big Bark is online. So Big Bark is our next. I think he's online. So let's go here. Big Bark. Are you online? Yeah, let's see. I think here it is, but I see that he's away. We're going to have issues to find a guy. We're going to have issues to find a guy. So let's profile and put him into, no, where is it? Not profile. How was it? Yeah, put him into the lucky ones, into the co-drivers. Okay, is he online? Can't see him. we won't be able to find a guy available. That's amazing for today. Okay, great start. Great start. Hey P-Dub, happy Christmas, mate. Okay, let's wait for a moment and see. So no answers for now. You're gonna try a second one. So for tomorrow, guys, make sure to be online. I mean, or at least be, you know, get online in a proper way. Nope, Big Bark is not online. He just went offline. No, he's here. He's still away, idle, even worse. Okay, let's pick another one. Let's pick another one. All right, so rerun. Back to rerun. Gop! Gop should be here. Gop should be here. Yes, Gop is here. He's already playing Assetto Corsa. It's Gop time! Gop. All right, so where is Gop? Here we are. Add him to the co-drivers. Yes, he is. He has already replied. So he's into the lucky guy one. So let's go. Gop is online. Yay! All right. So I'm gonna ask him to join the races channel here. He should be able to join now that he's into the co-drivers. Let's see if he can join. Come on, mate. Come on, Gop. Come on. Where is he? He's playing Assetto Corsa Competizione. He won't be here. We don't have people. We have 200 people. More than 200 people. Here he is. I don't know. Maybe he cannot talk. Let me check. Let me double check the permissions here. Should be able to. Yeah, yes. We have Gop. Hello. Hello. Gop.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. How are you doing, mate?
Stressed.
Stressed. Why are you stressed?
I don't know.
He doesn't know.
I just feel blessed now.
Well, Bono, we don't have any tires here, so I don't know what you're gonna do.
Well, but we have Ryan, so.
We have Ryan, right. Hey, Stacy, thank you so much, mate. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, Gop. So, I think it's fitting that you are the first guy here, as you've been also supporting the channel every single time. So I think it's good that, you know, we can start with you. What would you like to do? How can I help you improve into something?
I think many people already gave you an idea in the chat.
In the chat, which one?
Yeah, for me to stop going for the gap.
You're going for the gap. You want to learn how to go for the gap, right?
Without killing people.
Without killing people, possibly. All right. We can do that, I guess. Well, let's make a. Do you have a specific car and track combination that you would like to try into this?
Lamborghini at Bathurst.
Lamborghini at Bathurst. All right. Lamborghini at Bathurst. All right. Let's put up a server. So give me a second.
No problem.
Go
Take
to
as much
the
time as you need.
Sim Racing GP. So you want to go into a gap without dying. Well, that's both technique, practice, and mentality.
Yeah, I have a problem with the second bit.
The technique one.
No, the mentality.
The mentality one.
My brain.
The mentality one. Okay, let's do a new event here. Competizione at Bathurst, you said. Bathurst 2020, yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Give me a second to prepare everything possible. So let's go to, I don't know, something like 2 hours of practice. It's practice session, so who cares? Okay. And where do I choose practice server? Yes, this is a practice server.
And also, in the meantime, I would like to also ask.
Yeah.
I know you've made a video like 2 years ago about doing like race weekend, working on your setup and all. So, just a little reminder, like what to start with when working on your own setup. I know actually just start with correct pressures and all, doing a couple of laps, and then try to satisfy my need by doing what first, what changes.
Okay. So what you want to understand is how to improve your setup once you have started with the pressures.
Yeah, just what comes after the pressures,
Right. Okay. Okay.
like step by step.
Okay. Cool.
Because sometimes it's not the tires that are limiting me, it might be the aero balance or something else.
Right. Okay. So. Okay. I think we have the rules. You know the rules? um.
Never gonna give you up.
Right. Okay. So cloud level 0 and rain 0. Descent temperature. The cars are here. All right. So let's drive. I don't know what I'm doing, but possibly I'm doing it very nicely. So let's see. 3 people or 4 people will be enough. Okay. And save. Okay, go to simracer.GT and should be able to select your car.
Yeah. Gonna go for it.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, done.
Okay. And server should be up and running in a minute or so.
It also says 2 more drivers are needed to launch this event.
2 more drive. Oh, that's bad.
Invite your friends.
That's bad. I have no friends. So
You have fanboys.
that's a problem that we didn't know.
Anyone who's available right now can actually join.
Yeah, I guess
to
yes.
take the space.
Yes, I
To
guess
take the
so.
space.
I guess so. I have put 4 people, so let's try this. Guys, if you can see the server, just register as participant on simracer.GT, and yeah, let's see what we can do. In the meantime, I will start the game. Tortellini is in, I think.
Yeah, it's all taken.
Okay, so I guess
I really like the password.
you like the puzzle, right?
Yes.
It was an instant idea.
Kind of a meme now.
Yes, of course. Give me just a second, guys, so that we can have the server starting. All right. In a minute, the server should be up. Okay, so if you guys can give me just a second, I'll be right back so I can at least say hi to my wife that just got back from work. And I'll be back in less than a couple of minutes. Be right back. And I'm back. Hello, guys. So, are you already in the server?
Yeah, it just launched now.
All right, cool. I'm waiting for my lobby to get back online. Okay, so you were asking what to do in terms of how to improve your setup once you have your pressures corrected and everything.
Yes.
And what I usually tend to do is, okay, pressures all good. The first thing I'm trying to do is, can I drive with the setup? So can I push the car to the limit with the setup that I have, being this the safe or the aggressive, doesn't matter, or a different setup, doesn't matter. So this is the first thing I do. If I can drive the setup, then I will already start, trying to find out something to improve. But if I cannot drive the setup, then I will try to make the setup more safe for me, in a way that I can push the car into the corner. So the main thing for me personally is, okay, start working with the setup to be able to push into the corners. Usually that means that the car is a little bit too oversteery, so I need an extra click of rear wing, or I might need an extra click of lower right head. So mainly I am working with the aero. If the setup, no matter what I'm doing with the aero, doesn't work for me, then probably I have some issues that the suspension is very soft, and that means that whatever I do with the aero, the body of the car still keeps on rocking around, going into pitch, going into roll, and that doesn't help me to find a proper aero balance. So I will go and stiffen up the suspension in order to have a more stable aero platform. Once I have done that, I will go back again and readjust the aero, right heads and wing. Okay. And so let's suppose that you have all the suspension and the aero, and everything works properly for your car, and you are happy with it, and you can do your lap times. So when I can do something like that, the next thing I will do is try to do at least a half an hour race, or at least lapping by myself, but constantly, not going back and forth into the setup screen, into the garage, changing tires. So putting in enough fuel and go out and lapping for 30 minutes.
So half a stint.
Yeah, half a stint. Even more if I'm able to do, or if I find a good race to participate as training. Once I have done that, I will usually let it go and come back again next day. Next day, it means you got some sleep, maybe, possibly, and give me a second because people are saying that the audio from the game is a bit too high, so that should be good now. And all that muscle memory that you have created the day before, it will help you become faster, and it will help you also become more consistent. Once you have consistency and you know that, okay, I can do this kind of lap time every time I get out for whatever kind of stint, okay? So you just get out, fresh tires, good fuel load, and to 5-10 laps, you can instantly go to your lap times, okay? That means that the results that you are getting are reproducible, so you can do them again and again. When I can do this, then I will try to see if something works better in terms of aero for this kind of car and truck combination, which means I will go into the setup and I will raise the rear wing by 4 clicks maybe, okay? 4 clicks, adjust the right height properly so that I get the same balance more or less. You can find out that on the aero BS, it can help you a little bit. Get out, do some laps and see if you can push more or less, if you're faster or slower. The only judge of what you're doing is always the lap time. So if the lap time is better, good, keep on pushing in this direction. If the lap times are worse, get back, get into your previous setup and maybe go to the other direction, so a little bit less wing, and see what happens. This is generally what I do. So I'm trying to make the aero platform in a way that I can work with the car, so that I can push the car into the turns, I can push the car into the turn-in, which is the most important part, and I can have a good exit, and I can do so with confidence. If whatever I do in the aero platform doesn't work, I would stiffen up the car more. And once I am capable of doing consistent lap times, then I will start playing and experimenting with more or less downforce. So this is probably what I would do. Once you have done even that, then you can start with fine-tuning. Fine-tuning means changing the tire pressures a little bit more asymmetrically to accommodate specific turns of the circuit. So maybe you have a problem into one specific turn, you can fix it by changing just a little bit the tire pressures when you are on that turn. So watch out what pressures you're running when you are on that turn. Or I will change a little bit the dampers, maybe trying to find a better compromise or whatever. Usually I leave the dampers for last. Or I will change a little bit. I will play a little bit with the anti-roll bars from the rear, and I will try to do a single click at a time with bump stops at the front, either lower or higher rate, something like that. So this is what I'm doing.
Okay.
Okay. Is that good enough for you? Maybe we can do a practice with that.
Yeah.
Right, cool. So
I might just do like that, just load aggressive preset, do a couple of laps so I can warm up the tires, and then set the right pressures if they're too low or too high, and then go again.
yeah. Okay, so what are we going to do now? Do you want to understand the gap situation?
In the meantime, yeah, why not?
I don't know. Do you prefer to do the setup stuff, or do you prefer to do the gap? Whatever you want.
Actually, I'm more interested in the setup thing.
Okay, let's do the setup then. So,
Yeah.
do you have a setup here? Do you want to try with your setup already, or do you want to start from scratch?
I would just like to start from scratch.
Okay, cool. So,
I can see that Tortellini is already waiting for me at
of
the end
course.
of the pit lane.
So if you're going to, I don't know, if you feel good enough with the aggressive, put in the aggressive and start driving, and I will be watching how you drive.
Yeah, sure. Oh wait, first obstacle. Thank you.
What's that?
It's just magic. Doing magic things.
Okay. Hey, CC driver mate, why are you not in the selection, mate? Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Firewood. Nice. Good stuff. Are coming up, I guess. Might need 2 laps.
Yeah.
Hey, CC. Take care, mate. How are your pressures now?
The rears are kind of low,
Okay.
and the fronts are fine.
Okay,
But
cool.
still, I think it's not enough.
Hey, F1 heads. Nice Christmas to you too. Mr. Fly. Adam, thanks for the follow, mate. Tortellini, of course. What's your pressures now?
The front right is a bit high, it's on 28.
Okay. And the rear?
Left rear is 26.8.
Okay. Hey, check beta, doing good. Angry Bull, I think it's a little bit different. I don't remember exactly. I will have to check. Hey David, welcome back. As soon as we finish with Gap, with Cop, we get back to you, David. All right? Right. Do you want maybe to check your pressures now?
Yeah.
Go into the pits. So what is your pressures now?
27.7, 28 dead, 27 dead, and 27.4.
Right, okay. So having 27 on the left rear and 27.4 on the right, it's going to rotate a little bit your car into the...
What is he doing?
Yeah, I
Just
mean...
kick his ass.
It's just, I mean... it's the usual tortellini. What do you gonna do about it? Making spectacle for everybody. It's going. So I was saying, having a little bit of extra pressure, although it's not that much, it might make your car rotate a little bit more. But for now, because you are so low in pressures, I would just make them go up to 27.7, 27.6 all around, something like that. So do what you have to do with the pressures.
Yeah.
I was thinking about okay, let's do the pressures and then we'll see.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hey, thanks Bavaria Felix. How did you guys do that?
And now I've got damage because of it.
Of course. Hey, thanks, Colin. Sì Fausto, oggi aiutiamo gli altri.
I see a gap.
Yeah, this guy doesn't help a lot right now.
I'll take you on Skyline.
So, you know what it can help you in terms of, you know, racing and finding gaps and so on. You can have some turns where in your mind they should be off limits, so that you can say, okay, on those turns I won't even try. I will never think of, you know, going for it. Okay, and so you delimit some places in the circuit where even if you could, or you start looking for, you know, for a possibility, you won't do it. Okay, and that will help you, keeping in mind that, all right, this is the risky part of the circuit, and I shouldn't even, you know, try. That helps you having a mental map of, okay, I shouldn't do that, which means that you get some other turns that they are open for judgment and open for opportunities, and that already starts giving you an idea that, you know what, I should use the turns that I shouldn't overtake as possibilities to prepare the overtake for the other turns. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So for example, now that you go up, okay, this whole section for me personally is, okay, never even think of it. So just try to stay in a decent distance, not even going very close to the other car, because going very close for me means that I'm, you know, wasting downforce, and I shouldn't, and because I'm doing wrong things to my tires. And the guy in front of me, because it is a risky sector, might even have an accident, and I won't have the possibility to react if I'm very close. But once this sector ends, I want to be as close as possible to the guy. So for now, I will start trying to get closer to him, you know, so I can get now a better exit here. You see? That's it. Get the slipstream and overtake, because the next braking zone is an overtaking zone. So this is how I do it. I just say to myself, okay, this is a sector I shouldn't even try to do it, okay? This is the sector I can try, so I will get advantage of that. That also keeps me from taking extra risks, which I shouldn't. And minimizing risks is really helping you out, you know, especially on the start of the races, or in conditions when you have many cars around you that they want to overtake, for example. On those conditions, you know, you can also make you can also think about and say, okay, 3 wide is something where I don't want to be, for example. So whenever you see the opportunity, you have that mental scheme that, okay, yes, I have the opportunity, but it is a 3 wide if I go in for it, and I don't want to be into that, because it's bad news for me, you know. And so you just avoid it. That's the main thing, actually. The main thing is it's difficult for us to understand when to do something and when not, because when you see the opportunity, you already go for it, right?
Yeah.
So how do you when you are already racing and your brain is full of information, how do you find time for your brain to think this is too risky, this is not too risky? It's not really possible. It's very difficult to do that. So what you want to do is already before the race, while you are training, get some limits on your brain and say, this turn, this sector, I will not overtake. Even if I see the opportunity, I will try to not take it because it is risky. Okay? So that helps you, because when you will find yourself having this opportunity into a risky session, you won't have to think about it and say, you know what, I see opportunity, I go for it, because the brain of a racer is always opportunity, go for it. It's always like that. But if you have already during the practice set some limits, say, oh, opportunity, no, this is a risky section, I will avoid it. I won't take the opportunity here. Now, obviously, I know that some of you would start thinking about, yes, but Ayrton Senna said that if you don't go for the gap, you're not a racer, and Hamilton and Verstappen always go for it. Well, I have bad news for you guys. You are not Ayrton Senna, you are not Verstappen, and even the best aliens still are not Senna and Verstappen and Hamilton and whatever is your favorite professional driver.
Kelvin van der Linde.
Yeah, exactly. You are not Kevin van der Linde, and even he, does mistakes sometimes. So that means that if you want to enjoy the races and you're not racing for, I don't know, 1 million prize winning race, it can happen, but usually 90% of the races we do, or 99% of the races we do, is for fun, for illegal, for whatever, but it's still not that important, to be honest, okay, in the grand scheme of things. So if you want to enjoy your races and make other around you enjoy the races as well, then put some limits on yourself and say, okay, this is a dangerous turn, I see the opportunity, but I have already said that this turn is out of limits, so I won't take the opportunity. I'm not saying that you will never take the opportunity, okay? You will eventually, or you will take some risks eventually. But having a mental scheme and, sticking to it and thinking that, you know what, I shouldn't do that, it helps you out. It helps you out. So this is one of the things that I do to help me. And I'm one of the guys that also do errors. For example, I don't remember if you were fighting at the first Bathurst race on the initial laps, yes? And
For the GTR.
Exactly. So up there on that turn on the mountain, on the hill of the mountain, I saw the GTR going, losing control, and I was like, oh, there's an opportunity. And in my mind, I was like, no, don't take it. It's risky. You're already in a great position. Don't take it. But I did a terrible mistake, because in my mind, on that situation, the error was on you guys taking extra risks, and I was fine. But in reality, I took the risk, and what happened? I just ruined my race, because I wasn't able to keep the car on the outside of the turn where you are going right now. I went on the outside, which is very slippery, and I just sent my Porsche to the wall. And that's an indication of, yeah, it goes too risky of a situation. So sometimes you're gonna always make the mistake, but it helps setting some limits to yourself before the race. Okay, so how are your temperatures now?
They're all fine. Even after the mountain, there are 27.6 on the right front, which is usually getting the highest.
Good.
And they're all good. 27.5 all around.
Very good. So, how do you feel the car? let's... Andy, can you kick that guy off? Because obviously he's giving us some...
Nice, good. Well, I've seen it coming because I'm using my mirrors.
Yeah, but... we are in here for another thing, so...
Yeah, about that, you crashing the Porky.
Yeah.
You just took off your mind out of the driving for a split second. That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
cost you everything.
So,
I guess.
how do you feel the car now?
Understeers a lot.
Understeers a lot, but now you need to analyze. Does it understeer a turn in the apex of the turn, in the exit of the turn, everywhere, uphill, downhill? So I need you in your mind to analyze, starting with the turns that you have the most problems. So which is the turn right now that gives you the most problems, either in terms of controlling the car or being fast with the car? Which one is it?
Kinda being fast with the car.
Okay.
Basically from turn 2 and on the entry of the corner starts understeering.
Okay, so the entry of the corner at turn 2 gives you understeer, and
Yes.
do you feel the same understeer in turning on other turns as well?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Approaching that T3 is kind of low, but still I have to do a lift off to make it, clear out the walls.
Okay, cool. So,
And the right-hand little curl, I can't do it flat.
okay, so that is an indication that since you are feeling understeer in turning everywhere, that's good news for you, because it means that we can generate even more downforce and also move the downforce to the front and still be able to control the car, and that will make you even faster. Because
Nice.
practically right now you don't feel losing the control of the car anywhere, you just feel understeer everywhere. That is usually very good news for a driver, because if the car is stable and you can control it everywhere, you can be more aggressive with the car and the setup of the car, and you won't have instantly problems to control, and that will make you faster, hopefully. Okay, so because you feel understeer everywhere at turn in, it's pretty easy for us to say, okay, let's move the aero balance a little bit more forward. So just, go to your setup and raise the rear right head.
If you want, I can share the screen for you on the voice chat.
Sure, let's have a look. So where are we? Voice chat. Sure, go on, and I can switch to the desktop sharing so that people can see. Alright, I'll be there in a minute. Watch the stream.
Oh, you're watching
Okay,
my stream?
let me change to desktop, something like that. Okay, so now people should be able to also watch your setup.
I think you're cutting out, or I'm losing you
Should be able in a minute. Okay.
Oh, I hear you well now.
Yeah. So this is how your setup is right now, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well, just go to 62. We could even try 64, but let's do 63.
Compromise.
Yeah, let's do a compromise. Let's do 63. Usually, I would say go 2 clicks at a time at the rear. Don't overdo it, but 63 should be fine. And let's try it. Is the tar green already? Yeah. Track is green. So you're doing very nicely
that's
already.
why it's kind of understeering.
Well, here's an indication. When the track has less grip, okay, once you have set up your car properly, when the track will be optimal, which means it will have even more grip, usually you get more understeer, because more grip means more traction and more support, lateral support to the tires. So it's difficult that you get from a slippery track to a good grip track and you are going to get oversteer. That usually doesn't happen. Usually you get more traction, and more traction leads to more understeer, which is again good news.
Okay.
Hey, Rob C. Thanks, mate. Hey, Rocky Maze. Thanks a lot, guys. As, welcome to the channel, mate.
You can even actually read my pressures now, so...
Ah, yeah, that's true, but I'm not watching on your video stream because otherwise I think it's going to be a little bit choppy with everything going on here. But I will switch at a certain time to have a quick look after the second lap. You should be able to feel the car already able to rotate better. Hey Michele, thanks mate. Hey, cheers buddy, thanks Ash. Very nice of you. Pressure seems to be good already. So what do you think of the car now?
Yeah, it turns a lot more now.
Turns a lot more.
I'm feeling more confident with the car.
Okay. So I'm gonna try a couple of things maybe. Zoran, welcome to the channel. And Mustafa, welcome guys. Okay, stay in third gear now, don't go down to second. How did you feel the car in third gear?
I usually take it in third gear. I don't know why I've just gone down to second.
Okay, cool.
Blame Ryan.
Blame Ryan, always. Stay in second gear on the deeper. Okay, also stay there in second gear. Do another lap and practically stay 1 gear up into those turns. And let's see how you feel the car. You might feel a little bit of understeer.
Okie doke. Roger that.
Yeah, it's a game, it's live. I'll go second here, but that's okay.
Yeah, I forgot.
No worries.
I didn't know how many gears I've dropped down, but
No worries, no worries.
as long as I've had those high revs, I'll just hope she will.
Hey Nelsinho, Belgium, hi there. Miguel, welcome to the channel. Okay, now do 3 clicks. We have already best lap time. No, go, 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 go. Don't stop. Do 3 clicks, brake bias to the rear. You've done already?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, 1 gear up now.
Comprende?
Hey Sotiri, καλησπέρα, χρόνια πολλά. Much? Was it too much for you or a driving error?
Probably driving.
Okay. So what we're doing here is, you know, when you are shifting down a gear, okay, obviously the lower the gear, the more engine braking you have. All right?
Yeah.
Engine braking helps you rotate the car, which is great, fantastic. But it also slows down the car. So at the moment you release the brakes to the moment you go to the acceleration again, the car slows down. So the more costing you do, the more the engine brake slows down the car, obviously. The lower the gear you're using, the more it slows down. So what we try to do here, and it might work, okay, is not trying to exaggerate the gear going down to first gear. What's going on? Oh my god, so many chat messages.
At first I thought it was me.
Yeah, me too. I was like, oh, he disconnected. Okay, I think we might be online back again. Yes, we are online. Yay! We made it! We made it! Yay! Oh my god. So guys, we have a complete power down of the router and the fiber in the house. And everybody in the house were like, oh, we have no internet. So, but now this is resolved because, you know, switch it off and switch it on again. But it takes some time. So we are back online. All right. So let's see if we can find the server again. Should be there. Yes. And connect into the server. Hello everybody, we are back online. I believe these things are going to happen into a 10-12 hours live stream, right? But we started already with a with a bang, so here we are again. Okay, so where were we? What we were saying about Gop. So did you kept on lapping or did you stop?
I stopped as long as you just, you know, cut it off.
All right.
Because you said one word, it was like a massive gap, and I
oh my god, sorry.
You are.
Sorry about that. So I was saying that. Let me also lower a little bit here the audio once more. It's a bit too low, too high. So when thanks mate, come on. Thank you so much. I mean,
hopefully it's gonna be enough.
yes, it will be, I guess. Thank you so much. So what I was saying is that when you are downshifting, okay,
yeah,
you're using practically engine brake, and this is a concept that pretty much everybody knows. And using drive engine brake helps you rotate the car, which is fine, and it helps and everything. But the longer the turn and the higher the engine brake, so maybe you, as you were doing on some turns, you were going down to first gear, right?
Yeah.
It means that you end up in first gear with very high revs, which means you have a lot of engine brake. That is fine, it will rotate your car great. But from the moment you release the brakes to the moment you go back to the accelerator again, that high amount of engine brake is going to lower your car until the apex when you are going back to the accelerator again. This thing might be, 1 or 2 kilometers per hour, but it is slower. It's going to lower the speed of the car while you are coasting. So sometimes it pays to experiment and see, can I keep a longer, a higher gear, so in that case second gear or third gear, okay, and still be able to rotate the car with a little bit of rearwards brake bias. Because if you can do that, okay, and you still have the engine in a good torque revs so that you can accelerate out. I'm not saying that you should go into a third gear turn with the fourth gear or the fifth gear. Obviously that won't work because you won't have enough power to get out of the turn. But if you are going into the turn and you are downshifting one extra gear as you were doing to rotate the car, and then instantly when you go on the accelerator you are upshifting again because you are already on the limiter, okay, then it might pay dividends to go into the turn to the gear that you need to exit the turn without upshifting, okay, and rotate the car a little bit more on the brakes, so using a tiny little bit more rearwards brake bias. So this is what we were trying. I don't know if you managed to do some laps. You told me no. Maybe you want to give it another go.
As long as no one ends up in front of me, slowing me down.
Ah, yeah, right. Giampiero, Verona. Ciao, Giampiero. All right, so let's go back to the screen. Should be in game like that, or maybe I need to reconnect. Yeah, go like that. Yes. Okay, everything seems to be reconnected again, so hopefully we can make it. So now you are again as you were before, right?
Yes.
Have you already went a couple of clicks backwards with the brake bias?
Yes.
Okay. Because you see, at the apex of this turn, you had already 7,000 RPM, so it's not low in second gear.
Oh yeah.
When you were in first gear, you were somewhere around 8,000 plus RPM, which means that you exit the turn and you instantly have to upshift. This is wasting time. Francesco, ciao Napoli! Grandi. Alright, so let's try now.
I like the fact about the dash in the Lambo that it shows you the actual tire temperatures.
Yeah.
Not just the pressures.
Yeah,
itself.
it's good. You get some understeer there, right? But I don't know how your tires pressures are right now. Rob, thank you so much for your support, mate. Really thank you for your support. I cannot say much about the console version, the next gen. I know that they're working really hard and it looks really nice. I tried it. Physics were really good. It's on the 1.7 version, I think, right now. And I believe it will exit like that so that we are sure that there are no bugs, because as you see, we are still eliminating bugs on the PC version. And then afterwards it will be updated. But they should be on track with everything, and it's a really good product, I believe.
Wait, does this game have bugs?
Yes, it's broken and dead.
Confirmed.
So how do you feel the car now?
Oh, it's better. Oh, it's just my mind is adapting to it.
Oh, it could be both. That's why we said that you always have, you know, to keep on working.
The pressures are all fine now, so
Nice.
it should be good.
Good. Looking good. Oh, again. Oh, come on, seriously? Oh, I've lost connection for a moment.
I'm still here.
Yeah, good.
Are you still here?
I think you have some issues with the brake balance now.
It seems like it.
Yeah.
sorry that it's taking so long.
No worries. I remind you that I also stopped for a moment. Dominicas, no, unfortunately, console PC, different versions you have to buy. That was a special treatment going from the old generation to the new generation of consoles.
Can I get a free update if I update my GPU?
Right.
If.
How do new ACC versions affect the old replays? If you're lucky, they do not affect them. Sometimes it might not load, but I don't remember from what version to another. Yeah. Ooh, all right. Okay, so it seems that going back with the brake balance didn't really help you out. Okay. Which is also an indicator that you are now probably close a little bit to the balance of the car that you can deal with, okay? Because you are starting having issues controlling the car and the rear end of the car, okay? So how we can deal with that? Now, a good indicator is that obviously you are having issues when you are trying to brake and turn in, or when you are releasing. So all the moments that you are coasting or braking or turning in, okay, which means that the rear end goes up and shifts the balance of the car and goes into oversteer, okay? So how are your yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to check. So maybe we can make the rear end a little bit stiffer. Now, this is a little bit of controversial choice, because usually if you are losing, grip on the rear, you usually make the rear softer to be able to control it and have more traction. But we are talking about heavily aerodynamic affected cars. And if you are having issues controlling the rear end in turn-in, it means that probably you're having the rear end going up while you're braking, which means that either your front end is too soft or your rear end is too soft, and that moves the suspension up and down a lot. So it might help you if you go on the wheel rate of the rear like that. That also show people what we're doing. So where is the test webcam? Like that. So now you can see the setup of GOP. And now just stay on the 173.
Yeah, just wanted to show I've done a click.
Okay, cool. Now let's also try to raise the anti-roll bar by 1 or 2 clicks.
Rear,
yes. Now why we're doing that? Again, because the anti-roll controls the roll of the rear end. And if you're rolling too much, then you're also moving around the aero forces from the diffuser, and that means that your aero balance goes back and forth. Now, GOP is going to, with this setup, is going to lose a little bit of traction. It's going to lose a little bit of mechanical grip because everything is stiffer at the rear end. But it might help him in the turn-in because it will control the pitch and the roll of the car better. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is more aerodynamic stability, even at the expense of some of the mechanical grip. If we get more aerodynamic stability, that might help us out, and if we get a little bit less mechanical grip, it might even be a good thing for GOP, as he's having issues with understeer at the exit of the turn. So losing a little bit of traction might cure that understeer at the exit of the turn. Let's try it out and see what we will find. Nunes, I'm sorry mate, I'm not so good on making the ACC server. I don't know what to tell you about that. Alpha spotted that you had a different
Are you still there?
yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I was watching something. So Alpha spotted that you had a asymmetric value left and right on the bump stop rate. Maybe we should have a look at that.
Oh, is it?
Might be. I didn't spot it, so it might be there.
This feels weird.
The car feels weird.
I mean, in a satisfying way.
Ah, nice. In theory, always in theory, because again, we are experimenting, and I always tell you guys, experiment with your setup. It's not about everybody loves some experimentation, right? But also remember to get back to whatever you know that works well if you lose the way, because those cars work into windows. If you go out of the window of operation, then everything's going to be bad and you won't understand what your clicks are doing. So if you lose your way, go back again and try. That's why we do very small changes at a time.
I can feel my braking is being a bit better.
This is exactly what we were trying to do, to stabilize the rear end so that the rear end doesn't raise so much under braking, and that means that your aero stability is more stable. Seem to be already very good on the lap time, very similar as before.
Yeah, I can actually feel the car braking straight, not like it's not wiggly.
Okay, cool. Yes, check beta, especially when we're talking about turns that are still aerodynamic. You need aerodynamic stability.
Oh, why him again? The spotlight now. Wait, your turn.
Oh, it's cylinder.
can actually feel the car on the steering wheel.
Okay, to Mimi, there is already roll sensitivity. That's why putting stiffer arms works better. GT virus, not really. Everything is connected. That is why it's so difficult. How low? It depends on the car. Some cars never stall, some cars stall a little bit. Usually with the front splitter, when you go under 40 millimeters, 30 millimeters, they start to lose efficiency. Usually. Hey Rob, thank you so much, mate. Thanks for the support. You don't have to pay me every time you need to ask something. Some tracks, the Ember V8 is stable and some circuits very unstable at the rear. Oh, well, it might be because there are bumps on the turns. It depends. It's very difficult to answer you like that if you don't give me a specific example. Yeah, it's hard. Also keep in mind that the BOP of the cars changes from track to track, all right? And obviously you might ask me, well, so what? The car is still the same. It is the same, but if you have different weights, different ballast, and you have a different power, torque, and power band, then obviously this will also affect the handle of the car. So at some circuits the Aston might have a not so powerful engine, and so that means you can step on it and still have traction, okay? But at some other circuits you might have, you know, lots of power because of the BOP, and you can step on it and then the rear tire starts to slip and you have less traction, and that make it oversteering. So yeah, all those things happen. Αναστάση βέβαια, Έλληνας. Right, so go. How are you going?
Feels kind of better, but now it kind of understeers.
It understeers. All right. Well, that makes sense. Now is the moment where, you know, you have to check on the lap times and see how you can experiment. So, for example, you can start raising the rear end one click at a time. You can even add more rear wing and raise the rear right height even more and see if you're gaining. But to do so, you need to be consistent, okay? So I would advise you, now that you know a couple of things, again, very important, analyze your lap so that you know, okay, you say, I'm having understeer. Where exactly? Entry, apex, exit, some turns of the circuit, all the turns of the circuit. So you need to really be very methodical on what you're feeling. So after you have done, I don't know, let's say 5 or 10 laps, go to the pits, and use the map of the track and start pointing out, separating each turn into 3 sectors: turn in, apex, turn out, and then find in your mind how you feel the car on every single of those turns. If you get the same feeling in many turns in the same way of the whole circuit, that's a good indication and a pattern that you need to core this and fix it. If you get one kind of behavior on one turn, a different kind of behavior on another turn, and so on and so on for all the turns of the circuit, this is a very good indication that you are either not very consistent, or that the setup is too aggressive and doesn't let you be consistent. Okay?
Yeah.
You see that you are gaining and losing time depending on the turn. That also might be an indication that you are still not consistent enough to be able to attack the track everywhere. Now, I know that we have raced for 2 days into this track, and you should be already trained, but every time you get back, you need some time to, work with it and find out what is going on. Γεια σου Τρίφωνα! All right. Okay, cool.
So I would say from T2 again, up to the top of the hill, kind of feels.
But how do you feel it when you go, downhill?
As well.
And downhill as well under steering?
I haven't felt any difference. It feels more stable when just before the elbow.
Okay.
That right hander.
I would go with 1 click at a time at the rear, or maybe you can raise the rear wing 1 click and raise the rear 2 clicks and see how it goes. So you can also try, more downforce and see if that helps. But usually raising the rear here might provoke you even more understeer at the exit of the turns.
Okay.
Another thing that you can do is you can go at raising the rear wing 1 click, okay, and then go to the bump stop rate and go down 1 click or 2. Or go to the bump stop range and go up 1 click. So you can do these things together, and usually it works well.
Bump stop rate up or down?
So you go up to the aero rear wing by 1.
Yeah.
And then you go to the bump stop rate and go down by 2. Or instead of that, you go to the bump stop range and go up by 1.
Okay.
This is, again, it depends from car to car, because some cars are much more sensitive into the aero balance, some others are less sensitive, so it's not a big deal. It depends.
Yeah, someone was right. The right front bump stump rate was asymmetric to the left.
Okay, maybe you can do this symmetric again and try and see how it works. I would also advise you, as you go up with the rear right height, to go a little bit up with the preload, because I saw that you had 40 Newton meters at the preload. Maybe going to 50 or 60 with the new physics, it helps you to rotate the car better on the acceleration.
Okay.
Okay, so If that's okay for you, I would let you do some practice sessions and laps, and
Yeah,
I
sure.
would go back to David and start working with David.
Yeah, of course. I've already took a lot of time from you. So.
Okay. All right. I will leave
Thank
the.
you.
No
Thank you very much,
worries.
by the way.
No worries. I hope that you can improve. Let us know if you're getting better. But I think 2:03.3 with a green track is already a pretty respectable lap time. I don't know what lap times you were doing on a green track before that.
Never try green.
Okay,
You are
cool.
optimum. Yesterday I've tried was just touch O2s with full tank.
Okay, cool. Okay then. Let us know later in the chat if you're getting better.
Sure.
Okay. So I will move him to the pit lane radio maybe? Yeah. Okay, David, you're here.
Hello.
Hello, David. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
Good to hear you. So, let's go right into the subject. What do you want to talk about?
I would pick the McLaren, and I was using. It feels like I'm not using the advantage of the downforce from it.
With the McLaren.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a track and car that you would like to try the combination?
We could maybe do Suzuka because that
Sure.
first sector is very bad for me.
Okay. Okay, let's try this. Yes, Suzuka is very bad for everybody in the first sector, I believe.
And also there is that one hairpin I cannot figure out. So.
Okay, so let me set up a circuit. Duplicate event, right? But this time we're gonna get Suzuka. Suzuka, where is it? Oh, here we are. Okay, Suzuka 2020. All right. So this one is practice 2. And okay, let me check if I can at least start it with you know, optimum, but I don't think we can do that. No, we cannot do this here.
No, that's fine. I usually practice on fast.
All right. All right. So, McLaren, you said, right?
Yep. The 720.
720. All right. One car here. And we will have to put it on Sunday, says Andy. Blame Andy if it's not correct. And event name Luca. And save. Alright, so we can get in, confirm. You should be able to find the event on simracer.gp.
Yep. Give me a second.
And we will need a couple more participants to make sure that the server starts.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Tortellini is of course already in the server. My game is disconnected, so I need to wait a little bit, or just get out and in again.
Come on, game. I cannot find the server.
We are going to need probably one more participant so that the server starts. It hasn't started. No, we have plenty of participants, but the server is not yet started. It needs 1 minute.
Yeah.
It's
right.
1 minute. Give it 1 minute. So you're saying that you are not able to take advantage of the aerodynamics of the McLaren. And what do you mean exactly? You have issues controlling the car, or having a stable car, or you think that the car is not so fast as it should be?
It feels like I cannot carry the speed through the corner and then lose on the exit.
Right. Okay. And you cannot carry the speed on the corner because while you are approaching the corner, the car is not stable.
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
Depends by the corner.
Okay. Okay. Do you have a setup, Suzuka, that you are usually using and you are comfortable with?
Yeah, I have one.
Okay. So we will try this and see how it feels for you.
Well, it is from 1.7, but I tried it a minute ago and it was okay.
Okay, cool. That's strange. The refresh is giving me a strange server. So maybe I should go in here and get out. Let me see. I see two servers which are both on Bathurst. It doesn't make much sense. What did I do?
I'm trying with that code.
Yeah,
GP.
the server name is not correct here.
It says that it is still launching.
Ah, okay, launching. Okay, let's wait and see. Still launching. Come on, you can do it.
And how's your day so far?
Oh, difficult actually, because I have an electricity issue midday in the house, and then we had the internet going down during the live stream.
Yeah, but thankfully Gop saved you from that.
Yes, exactly. He paid for the bills, so we're doing fine. But yeah, it's strange, you know, when you have some good things to do and all the bad things are happening exactly at the same moment. So server is still not up. Where is Andy where we need him?
I think he's making memes.
That's strange. Andy says, as if it is my problem. Of course. Oh, here it is, finally. All right.
Yay!
Yay. And I forgot the password now.
Almost the. Oh, I don't have the password.
You should find the password in the simracing GP.
Okay.
Let me also check and get the McLaren as well. Where is the McLaren? Where's the McLaren? I cannot find the McLaren. Ah, here it is. Okay. And Zandvoort.
What?
Why Zandvoort? What the
Oh.
fuck? No,
Yeah, it
why
says on
Zandvoort?
the server list too.
Oh, come on. Nice Suzuka. Okay, let's go out and we will start again. So, let's see if we can stop this one. How can we stop something here? Okay, in the meantime, I will just do Suzuka here. And it should start in 16. Oh, come on. So Suzuka, we said Sunday. Okay, let's try this one. Cars, still McLaren. Okay, should be good. Let's move on. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. We need a little bit of time. So there is a new server that you can join in the simracing GP.
Yep, right.
I don't know how to stop a server. Would be good. Andy, do something. I can handle it, but I don't know how to stop a server that we did the wrong thing. Why don't you come into the... Let me check Andy's into the Discord server. We are going to have those issues here. That's why we said that was a test. Andy,
Aris.
hey mate, how you doing?
Hello.
How's it going, mate? Yeah, do you want me to faff around with the server stuff while you entertain the masses?
Yeah, well, the server is not that difficult to do, but yes, I appreciate it a lot. The problem is, can
go
we
on.
stop a server once it has started? Because if we can't, then I shouldn't make all the servers as practice servers of 2 hours, you know?
Send me the list of the details of what servers you want setting up, and I'll just rattle them off one by one.
I don't know. It depends
about it.
what every guy
So
asks.
So if you want, I can do this while you keep on the stream. Then and just like DM me the requirements or whatever.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. But
No
can
worries,
you
mate, no worries.
can you also stop a server that we have opened out of error?
Yes.
So
Do you need
the
it
the one called David Suzuka, but it is instead of Zandvoort. That's an error, and we should stop it. Yeah. Possibly.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. Right, give me a sec. I'll kill that. Do you want me to set up? Send me the info for what the next server is, because I missed.
We
you talking to David
have
about it.
already set it up a new server at Suzuka this time.
Okay.
But
Did you get it in the? Did you get it in the afternoon, or is it 8 a.m.?
What do you mean by AM? Sorry.
Because you asked, we were talking about optimal track. Because if you set it for Sunday afternoon,
I
it'll
said
be
it.
a bit of rubber down.
I set it for Sunday, but I don't remember the time.
Yeah, so if it's 8 a.m., it's going to be pretty slippy still. So just to let you know, just a bit
It's
of warning.
okay. We will deal with it. So practically, to stop a server, you have to go to get in as an admin probably and stop it from inside the game. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, no worries. I'll do that. Don't worry. Leave it with me.
Okay.
I'll
Cool.
kill it with fire.
Kill it with fire. Yes, please. That would be nice. All right. Let's have a look at the chat while we're waiting.
Right, question for you, Aris.
Sure.
Question for you. I know
Hey,
if I
Charlie. Thank you so much for the support, mate. Really appreciate it. Okay, go on.
Oh no, so you're not chatting, no?
Sorry.
No, you're not chatting. All right, okay. All right, question for you then. How does ACC handle rolling resistance at different tire pressures? Does it do that?
How does the ACC handles the?
Rolling resistance at different tire pressures.
Yes, it does. If you have lower pressure, the rolling resistance goes up,
Yeah.
up to a point, of course. And if you have very high pressures, again, it goes up. We had a problem in Assetto Corsa 1 and up to a point, an early version of Assetto Corsa Competizione, where you could raise the tire pressures very high, and you would keep on gaining in rolling resistance. So the rolling resistance would go lower and lower and lower and lower, pretty much linearly, you know.
Yeah.
Which obviously that is not realistic, because it's not like you can put the tires on, I don't know, infinite pressure and have no rolling resistance at all, so to say, to give an extreme example.
Range, obviously, with it.
So from some point onwards in Assetto Corsa Competizione, this is fixed in terms of the change is not exactly linear, but it goes into a plateau at some point, and it's just, you know, you keep on raising the pressure, but it's not like you are gaining much in rolling resistance.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
How about you then? How can you handle the roll?
I was expecting something about the rules, to be honest, but
Sucker! Sorry, carry on. I think I've got a job to do before I get beaten again.
all right. So for our next kick and ban from the server, our beloved moderator and administrator Blame Andy is now kicked. Oh my god.
So when I can breathe again, I'll get on with it. The amount of people we've rickrolled on the group, I figured you deserve at least one on stream.
The chat is going now. It's laughing their asses out. It's like Andy rolls.
Sorry,
Oh
guys,
my
you can
God.
have Aris back now. I'll go do my shit.
Oh my god. So, is the server up or not? What are you doing? Except of doing memes and stuff like that.
I'm just cleaning up your old shit, and
That makes sense.
The other server. Let me just check the.
It should be up in like half a minute. 50 seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Yeah, just patience, young Padawan. Must be a community. Oh, for some reason, Sim Racing's logged me out, so I don't have any admin.
Tech
stuff.
Beta says that for once you did something right. Kato Me asks, when I'm saying that the ideal pressure is 27.5 to 7.7, somewhere around there, it's a little bit more wide, but okay. Does that mean that it maximizes tangential grip or the overall performance across a lap? It's not just grip, it's a little bit of all the things. So it maximizes the characteristics like slip angle, slip ratio, the grip, the damping and spring ratio of the tires. That's why the window is a little bit wider than just a specific number. And it practically maximizes the footprint of the tire into the asphalt. It's on. All right, so the server might be up now, so let's see.
Yeah, it's launching right now.
Yeah. No, it's still Zandvoort. You have also eliminated the server of where Gop was practicing, maybe.
That will do.
No, he's already out, so no.
Oh, he's out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Nope, we're still having the old
Remember,
server.
it does take a few minutes to
Yeah,
spool up the server,
yeah,
and
as
then
u-
obviously
as
register
usual.
into the lobby. Yeah.
As usual. Tiziano Card asks if I can talk a bit about how the advertisements in game work.
All right, Suzuka's
No,
running now, by the way.
No idea. You mean about the Fanatec billboards and stuff like that? I have no idea. That's stuff for Marco mainly and Valerio. Suzuka is not up yet. Come on.
And there's a liar.
No, it's running. It's just registering the lobby or whatever. This might be a Kevin problem.
Blame Kevin. Blame Kevin.
It's definitely not a me problem.
Does Kunos have much experience with physical-based tire molders? From what I understand, is empirical. ACC, yes, ACC is mainly empirical. We are moving into it's mainly empirical. Physical-based models, we had some exploration. We did some exploration. We think for how we work, it's not good for us because it takes a lot of time to make changes, at least for what we tried, and it doesn't really work as well as we wanted. And we also want to be able to add things into the model, and so okay, here we are.
Okay. Do you want me to send you the setup or no?
That could be a good idea, yes.
Okay. I will just put it in.
In the setups, maybe, or did you?
Yep, setups. And
All right. Yes, Pavel, the slipstream effect varies from car to car. Alright, let's get this set up here.
it's up.
Save the file.
I think I did it based on the save reset.
Okay. So let's go setups. McLaren. Suzuka, right?
Yep. Okay, so we have your setup here. Let's go in game and load your setup in the meantime. Alright. Alright. Okay. Okay, so I would say go out, start driving. Okay.
Alright. Okay. So that also the people needed shotgun. look and watch. Hello, Slipstream. Hey, Alex, and 16 line, nice username. Thank you so much, guys. Welcome to the channel. So first, you know, get the grips with your car and check that the pressures are okay. About pressure, what kind of pressure effects the ACC tire model include? Load, spring ratio, damper ratio of the tire, temperatures, grip, grip characteristics, so the curve of the grip, slip angle, slip ratio, flex, and of course flex, camber, pressures and spring ratios are again linked together. So all that stuff. Now be a little bit silent, guys, because I need to watch how David is driving and what the car is doing. I'm especially trying to watch out and see how he works on the pedals, on the pedal bars on the bottom right of the screen. Kato meme says if you can stall the diffusers and drastically reduce drag. In GT cars, the diffusers do not really generate a lot of drag, so it's not like you can stall them. You can, if you go down a bit, if you touch, you can stall them a little bit, mainly if you also do it with the front end, but you're not really losing a lot of drag. You might lose a little bit of rolling resistance, but it's not a Formula One. You're not talking about unbelievable amounts of downforce, so it's not something that you should actively do, let's say. Doesn't make that much difference. No, Chris Hickey, only in competition servers. How is it going, David?
Car feels balanced, but
Go back to the yeah, go to the garage and check the
pressures are very
pressures.
high.
So how are the
28.
pressures right now?
28.3 at the front and 28.2 at the rear.
Oh, okay, so fix the pressures first. If you need any help, just let me know.
Should I use the same tire set or a new one?
Sorry?
Should I use the same tire set or a new one?
No, use a new one.
Okay.
So many people in the chat. Thanks, guys. Try to lower, but actually we can't if we want to hear. All good, John. How are pressures, David?
They're getting there.
Okay. No, other Panda, we don't sponsor any real-life motorsport teams. The Ferrari is pretty good in tire wear. The Aston is also quite good in tire wear. V8. You don't hear just the game sound or also the clicks of the steering wheel?
That's the steering wheel.
No, I'm talking to the guys on the chat. Pressures?
27.5 to 27.7.
27.3?
In turn 3, I will let you know. Just a second. On this exit, it is equal everywhere. 27.6.
Okay.
I think they are good.
Okay. Try to do a good lap.
That's what I'm trying since we start.
Okay. Oh, guys, make up your mind, please.
Did the server get problem? Yep, it did.
Okay. So, all right. So my first question is, are you afraid of the car?
It feels a bit twitchy.
Okay, because I see that you are trying to be very smooth and you cannot really attack the car, but at the same time you having issues with understeer from the apex and on. Also many times you kind of let's say you create understeer because you are going way too smooth into the turn, fearing to, you know, work hard with the car in the turn?
That may be because of this double corner, because there I always have the issue of when I try to go in aggressive,
Okay.
then the rear just throws itself out.
Okay.
Just that.
All right. Other observation. It seems that if you play with the accelerator, so you go from some amount of accelerator to completely coasting, the car pulls you in way too much. Is that so?
Yes, that was intentional, I believe, because of I wanted to make the SS without too much braking.
Okay.
So the setup is made in that way.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let's try to. Personally, Personally, I would try to make the car more easy to drive, so that even when you are mistaking, you can still fight with the car and, you know, have the car go where you want it to go, and not, you know, having that feeling that, oh, I've mistaken going into the turn, so now maybe I should, you know, just let the car calm down and then attack again. Who is doing all this noise? Again, I'm pretty sure it's Tortellini.
Maybe, or both.
Can you guys stop doing stupid things at the exit of the pit lane? That would be really great.
Oh, they even stole my livery.
It's Hack and Tortellini, the usual suspects. All right, so let's try do this practically. I would really ban them. I mean, what the fuck? If you could stop revving, that would be nice for all.
You can't fix stupid.
Okay. Right, so let's try first to fix a little bit the fact that the car wants to bite you when you go into a turn way too fast or something like this, okay? So I would raise the preload, because the problems that I can see are in costing, okay?
Yep.
So I would raise the preload to double that, because you're already down to 30, which is very low. So let's go up to 60, okay?
Okay. Do that.
And then I would go up by 1 on the front right head. So go to 51, okay?
Okay.
Now this, of course, will make your car even more understeery. But let's try first to make a car that you can drive aggressively, so that every time that you might have mistaken the entry point, or you have mistaken a little bit the braking zone, you can still, you know, go aggressive with the steering wheel and push the car inside without the car wanting to rotate badly and biting you back, you know? So let's try to do this first. So we will put some understeer to the car to make the car easier for you to be aggressive. You will have problems with understeer, but you might be able to work harder with the car.
Okay.
Okay? Let's go.
It does feel nicer.
I believe you can already see how the car remains on the trajectory even when you release the throttle.
Yeah, especially in this uphill part.
Yeah.
It didn't try to rush out.
See, you could already pull it in more now. Every time you would arrive here, you would be outside of the apex because you were a little bit afraid to pull the car in.
It still felt a little bit edgy, but much more in control.
Nice, very nice. Okay, because you are feeling safer doesn't mean that you need also to push more. So I want you to remember exactly where your reference points are and use them before every turn. Reference point, braking. Ah, you see that you can get the apex there. Tap on the brakes, don't downshift. Okay. Pressures are good?
Yeah.
Okay. Much better. Reference points again. Reference point. Don't get excited. Tap on the brakes and go in sooner, even over the curb. Go, 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 go. That's it, that's it, that's it. Very good. Very good. Okay. You got excited.
Yes.
Okay, cool. It seems to me that you're having a better control of the car.
Yeah, it feels much easier.
Okay, okay, cool. Now, yeah, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. We have to deal with those guys. You can see what is happening, guys. It's always like that. I don't even want to know what they have done. Look at that. Look at this. Okay. Right, so let's move on, right, and see if we can improve on that. Well, first of all, first question is, you have a reason that we are trying with map 2 on the EQ. It's on your setup, right? So,
That's what I'm used to.
okay,
I
cool.
found back in the day that I'm more consistent with map 2 over map 1.
That's fine. Do not change it because we need to have a reference lap time. So don't change it now because we might not be sure if it's from the echo map or not. But I'm just, as in the chat already people noticed, you're running map 2. That's fine by me. Let's focus running as we are. Okay, so is there a particular turn that you're having issues? That you don't like the car?
I'm not sure. Maybe still feel like the spoon and the first combination could take a bit more, but the car doesn't really like it currently.
Okay, what do you think that the car doesn't like? What would you like to do and the car doesn't do?
It feels a bit understeery on right after braking,
Okay.
but then it kind of gets there.
Okay.
So a tiny understeer right after braking, and then it somehow stabilizes and gets okay.
Good. Okay, so let's try to fix that very initial understeer that you feel while braking and going into the turn, okay? Now, even though I see that you are quite active on steering, so when you need to control the car, you are fast, and that is a good thing. You seem to be a little bit fossilized on what you do on every turn in. So you go a little bit too deep in, you turn your steering wheel up to a point, you don't play around with the turn. So obviously, you know, everybody can get better in driving, but before doing that, let's see if we can help you to get better on that from your setup. So now that you have a car that it is a little bit more stable in turning, okay, I would go down to the brake bias by one click. Should be, let's see, 54.2 or even 54%, okay?
Okay.
And I want you to try a more aggressive steering ratio. So go to steer ratio 12.
Okay.
What that means? That means that for the same amount of movement of your hands that you're giving, okay, which you are so customized to do so, the wheels will turn a little bit more. Okay, because from what I've seen until now, it seems like the car would have a little bit extra grip to give you, but you are not taking advantage of it. So let's see if we can take advantage of the car, that the grip that the car has, not so much by changing your actual inputs of your hands, but changing the inputs the steering wheel, the wheels are getting from the same inputs of your hands. Okay? So let's see if that helps you. Whenever you want, start again. Francisco, thank you so much, mate. Thank you. Hi Lino! How you doing, friend? It's the first time I see you hitting that curb on the apex.
It never happens. Probably the last.
Oh man, Lino, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully nothing serious. And wishing you and her to get well as soon as possible. Good to hear that. You having big issues?
Not yet.
Okay.
It feels quite different, actually.
Hey Gob, thank you so much for the support, mate. Thank you so much. I'm really happy, more importantly, that you know you got better. That's very nice. Okay, stop. Right, so why we stopped and what we did now. What we did with the steering ratio was a hack, okay, was a cheat code. Why I wanted you to try this. Did you see how the car has more front-end grip and it could go faster into the curb, into the inside apex while you were approaching the turns, okay? Now, as I told you, the movements that you give with your hands on the steering wheel are the same as before, because obviously you cannot change the complete driving style of yours in just 2 laps, okay? But because we changed the steer ratio, the actual wheels and tires would steer more for the same inputs, okay? That steering more made the car go faster into the inside of the turn. And this is an indication for you that there is more grip to find out. So what I want you to do now is go back to the steer ratio as it was before, 13, okay? That you were handling pretty nicely until now. But when you feel that the car is starting to slide a little bit towards the outside, it doesn't go where you point it to go, give it a little bit of extra steering. Not too much, don't overdo it, but you know, you go into your usual steering angle, right? You go into your usual steering angle, you see that you are understeered a bit, give it a tiny bit more and then return to your usual steering bit outward. So like if you give it a push, you know, with your hands, like go in, go in, okay? So now go back to 13 and try this.
Okay.
Speedforce, those cars do not have powered coast changes. What we put in the setup is only what you can change in the actual cars. When you give it the extra push, go back again, back and forth, back and forth. Don't stay there. That's it, that's it. Petr, I have a 3600X, a 3600X. With more than 20 cars you have issues, it's a bit strange. But obviously I don't keep all the cars visible all the time. Maybe you want to lower a bit your visible cars, but I don't know. Maybe check also that your RAM settings are at the correct speed. You see how much grip you have at the front end now?
Yeah.
Yeah. The grip you have is always a dynamic thing, okay? So it never stays at one precise position. So during the turn, you have to play around to find it. You have to give a little bit extra, give a little bit less, but you need to fight a little bit to find out where the grip stays. Tim, thank you so much, mate. Thanks for your support. It's okay. They are kids. You have to deal with them. Jose, welcome to the channel. Do you feel how the car reacts now that you play a little bit more with the steering?
Yeah, and also the front tires are getting a bit warmer.
Yes,
So-
yes. Because obviously you generate more grip and you generate a little bit more slip outs, and that brings up the temperatures. Whoa! Oh! Okay, so I think you are always attacking that turn a little bit too much. Maybe you need to get a tiny little bit earlier on your reference braking point over there, both on that and the next one. It's always those two turns. So try to take it a little bit earlier.
Okay.
And then the next thing we're gonna try is the gearing and the gear shifts. I think you can gain over that as well. Ciao Andrea! Tutto bene ragazzi? Hello. Very good. I know it might feel slow, but you were probably faster there. We'll see on the next lap. Well, 80, 100 FPS is really good, so... Yeah, CR2. Okay, remember, only start to accelerate when you are absolutely sure that you can keep on accelerating through the exit of the turn. You are going into the accelerator a little bit too early.
Okay.
Okay.
Bit too tight.
But that was the intention, so you need to just wait a little bit before, you know, starting accelerating way too soon, and then be first to raise your foot because you're going wide. And now you need to get all the things together. Another thing that you need to do, you are downshifting as soon as you're releasing the accelerator and going to the brake. Try brake first, then downshift. Better. Very good. Hey, break, reference point, reference points. The war. Real racing teams and drivers live and die by the tire pressures. Tire pressures are extremely important, in any single series. Reference points and patience. Reference points.
That's the perfectly clear.
Okay, don't push too much, stay focused, try to drive the proper lines. Okay, stay in third gear for all the turns. Third gear. Stay in third. Go down to second. And third. Too much, too much. Stay focused. Early braking point. Early. And then also on the second. Don't overdo it. You gain 0.2 of a second here. Like that. Okay, one more lap.
Okay.
Stay focused. Proper lines. Stay in third. Watch out here. Good entry. And you're gaining. Watch out the reference points. Brake early, go in smooth, and again brake early. Okay, stop. Ask. Go, can you go to your replay on your last lap?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, turn one. Okay.
Yep.
Not that bad, but can you see that you are missing a little bit of space to the curb?
Yeah, I missed both inside and the outside.
Okay, cool. Let's move forward.
Yes.
Second turn. Look where you are. Okay? Can you see it? It's like half a meter.
Wait, I will go to the stream. That's going to be easier.
All right, the stream though is a
yeah.
little bit late in, it has a couple of seconds of lag. But I can keep
I'm
on.
watching.
Okay. So I'm moving to the third turn, which is good. And did you felt better staying in third gear through those turns?
It did feel a bit more stable, but
Okay.
maybe didn't want to turn in as much.
Okay, but look at this. This is where you usually would go down to second gear. But in third gear, you have 5,500 RPM. It's still good enough. It doesn't really pay for you to go down one gear and then upshift again. Now, on some alien, it might find a 10th or something. Yeah, for sure, whatever. But, you know, we are now focusing on you, and I believe personally that staying in third gear there, it will help you. It will keep you more focused on driving the line instead of also having to divide your brain attention between driving the line, pedals, and shifting up and down. Okay?
Okay.
So, moving forward. You see, here again, you went it too hot. So you have some gap to the curb here. Okay. I'm not telling you to go over the curb because it can be tricky, but for sure you can get much closer to the white line. It will help you. If you go too hot in it and too fast like that, then what it will happen is that, you see, you are already way too much to the right, because obviously,
Yeah, that's like half a car width.
yeah, it's actually, you were half a car wide on the apex of the turn, and you are half a car wide on the exit of the turn. It's pretty much the same. So attention to the details. Attention to details really pays off a lot. Let's move forward. This is okay. Now here again, look at that. You release completely the accelerator here to go into third gear, and you wait. It could help you, I think, that instead of releasing completely the accelerator, which will make the front end going really inside, to modulate a little bit sooner and for more time. So you stay on the accelerator at about 30%, 40% accelerator modulating, instead of completely releasing and going back into the accelerator again.
We'll do. We'll like it.
Okay?
I didn't notice that I was lifting it.
Sorry?
I didn't notice that I was waiting with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I think it's very, very important to watch the replays. Usually, all of us, myself also, we tend to, okay, I did my practice session out of the game. Yeah, hey, I'm happy, I'm good. I don't look at the replay, okay. But you can find so many little things, and the more you look at it, and the faster you become, and the more things you can find that you can improve. Now, the errors that we see here are quite big. I mean, they are not ridiculous, they are not terrible, but you can see big things that you can improve into the racing line, right?
Yeah.
While you will be getting better and better and better driving, and those errors will become smaller and smaller, the more you get accustomed to watch the replay and see things like this, and the more things you will find that you can gain the small details, the small tenths of a second every time.
I used to check the telemetry for this braking and throttle, but that doesn't show the track position.
Before going to the telemetry, okay, the telemetry is always a very nice thing, but before going to the telemetry, you must be very consistent on your driving lines and on your lap times. If you see that on your delta, you still are gaining and losing times in different turns every lap you're doing. Okay, that means that you are not yet on the limit of your driving capabilities. Okay, you need to first get on the limit of your driving capabilities, and that means doing the same more or less with 1/10 or 2/10 lap by lap deltas in all the turns. Okay.
Yeah.
And to do that, you need first to look the replay from the outside. We, as sim racers, have this amazing advantage that we can watch the car from the outside, for example. Real drivers cannot watch the car from the outside, but I can assure you they watch their onboard videos every single time at the end of every session. They go there and they watch them and watch them and watch them and overanalyze everything they can, because it's extremely important. So for example, here you could try to go over the curb and possibly, you know, bring more speed in it. Okay. Now the McLaren is a little bit angry over the curbs and nervous, so it might not work. But you can try and see how the car behaves. If it doesn't behave so well, then don't do it next time. But experiment with it. Okay.
That leads me like it could take a little bit more with some change in my approach. So.
Yeah, exactly. That is good here. That also looks good. A little bit wide again. I think you can go more over the curb over there. Let's move forward. Look at this. You are always there. In all your laps, you are like, what is that? Half a meter? This is half a meter. This is quite a bit of distance that you can get into there. Okay, so you're always, in all your laps, you were like half a meter away from the curb. Again, I'm not telling you go over the curb, but go closer to the white line. You can get better there and gain some time. Yeah. So here, every time I see you start braking, I mean, initially you were braking like on top or even at the end of this road. Okay. And every single time you will end up wide over here. So if you see this happening 1, 2, or 3 times, adjust your reference braking point. Go a little bit earlier. Because I repeat and I remind you, you don't gain that much time on the braking zones. You gain a lot of time inside the turn and at the exit. So if every time you have a braking point that makes you arrive wide at the apex, that, no matter what you do, makes you lose time. Always. So try to not do this. So after a couple of laps that you see that 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, I kept going wide on the apex, that means it's time for me to experiment and take my braking point a little bit, later, a little bit sooner, okay, and see what happens to the delta. For example, the moment that you started braking here, that it is a little bit sooner than before, okay, you were losing a little bit of delta going into the turn. You see the apex here now, correct? And now you were losing like 1/10, but then at the exit, because you have better control of the car and you could start accelerating sooner, this is a bit too much because now it will over-rotate your car, unfortunately. But usually when you were right on this, you were gaining 0.2 of a second at the exit, even more. So you lost 1/10, you gained 2. The total gain is 1/10 of a second. It's always better. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's move that. Now here already you gained a lot. Instead of downshifting, you're just tapping the brakes now, and you're going really heavy. You could also go a bit over the curb here, and every time you exit properly, I think you saw already that your delta is getting lower and lower and even green by exiting here faster. Okay, up to a point that on your last laps you got too excited and started braking for the last chicane way later, and you ruined your lap. So never get too excited.
I think the fastest I went through that turn is 221,
Okay.
and I was getting a bit tired, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah, obviously. So I have to tell you three things mainly. One is already you see that you can work around with the steering wheel and find extra grip. There is a little bit of extra grip to find, okay? And that's already you're doing it. The second thing I can tell you is reference points and racing lines is what makes lap time. If you get overexcited because you can see that you're improving and try to force the reference point and force the racing line, you will get slower. It was happening here every single time that you were doing a turn before properly. The next turn, it was worse because you were getting excited and you were trying to force the braking reference point and the racing line. Okay, so try to be more more of a bot if you want, if I may. So more of a robot, stick to the things that you know they work, and this will give better lap time. If you change it because you're getting excited, you will see that it gets worse and worse. Okay, so that was the second thing. And the third thing that I can tell you is you tend to overdo it with the gear changes. It's already evident in downshifting. When you start braking, you're already downshifting as fast as possible. I would advise you to, first brake and go in a rhythm. So brake 1 and then downshift 2, 3, 4. Not brake downshift, pop, 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 pop. No. Because I could hear also from your steering wheel that sometimes because you were downshifting so fast, the gearbox wouldn't get the downshift. So say you had to downshift 2 gears, you needed to pull the paddle 3 times because it was too fast. Okay. Yeah. This thing is not necessarily a bad thing, depending on where you are on the track.
Sneaky team.
Yeah, but it is something that keeps your mind occupied, because if you have downshifted and the gearbox didn't accepted your downshift, that means that you need to think again and do something extra with your brain to get the correct gear, which means that your brain is getting occupied instead of focusing on the reference points and on the racing line. Okay, so the less shifting you can do without losing power, and a bit slower shifting you can do following a rhythm. Rhythm helps the brain to do things automatically, and more things you can do automatically, the brain, more time has the brain to focus on the small details, which are, reference points and racing line. Okay?
Okay.
Would you like to take a break and maybe, then practice again and let us know how it's going and maybe help you up again more later? After your question, of course.
What did I want? Oh, yeah. About the ride, I used to sometimes practice with music. So
nice.
I have something to base myself off of.
That's good. If that helps you, that's good. And music is one of those things that brain likes because it is automatic. The rhythm is automatic. It's always the same. Bum bum bum. It's the same. So if you can do it, by all means, keep on doing it. It also helps in consistency if you are used to work with music.
Okay.
Let me know if you need something extra. I will gladly.
No, I think that's all. I will try to use them on different tracks too, and
Okay, so try that. Make a car and a setup that you can, rely on and doesn't want to kill you every time. And then watch your replays from the outside. Try to take a rhythm and stuff like that. If you want to try tonight and maybe join back later on, I will be here all night, no problems, and we can see if you can improve it. Because it's a live stream. It's marathon today. If you want to try it on another day, no worries, and just let me know again, and let's see if you can improve.
okay.
Okay, mate.
Well, thank you for the help then.
No worries. I hope that I could help a little bit. I know that you didn't really did a new lap time record, but I think you were getting close.
No, I think actually my personal best was 031.
Okay.
So, but in 1.7.
By the way, we are in a fast track. You are not in optimum track here.
Yep.
So
And that was in optimum.
I believe you can easily do 203
And
mids right now.
also, I did that lap with 20 liters and not 100.
Yeah, and one lap after the other, so the tires also are not very fresh.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Keep it up.
Okay, thank you again.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Let's go back. And I would do a small pause to get some coffee. Okay, if that's okay for you guys. So 5-10 minutes to get my espresso, as usual. And then we can pick another guy and keep on doing what we like, right? Okay, so I'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes. Let's go to Hack so I can let you with someone lapping and you can have a look at the game. See you.
Yep. I was left the stream volume on.
Hello, simracer. We are back, and of course, we have here Frenzy Tricolori, the flying. I don't know, whatever. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Why? Please tell me why. Anyway. Yeah, milk mustache. Right. All right, so let's move on. Let's move on and see what we have to do this time. Whoops, we've lost here the what happened here? I've lost the selections and the mouse. Where is it? Here it is. No. Wonderful. Let's get out of the server. Flavio, Valakis everywhere. Oh, come on. Quit. Okay, so this hopefully. Okay, that fixed it. So we did Gop, we did David. We have a question from Bark, I believe. Let me find this back, but maybe, yeah, he's asking general information about the BMW. We will get back to that later on. Maybe he will be also able to join us, so we will get back to that question later on. Let's go and pick a new a new guy here. So Ponk Mopar, it's time from Mopar Milan. Mopar mate, where are you? Let's go get him on the chat. Mopar, here you are. Let's add him to the co-drivers and bring him down practically. Where is he? Come on. Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Good.
Oh
very
God,
good.
it's Andy.
Oh, here's Andy. Congrats for your excellent, Thunderbirds, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on. Mopar, what do you want to talk about?
I think just about how to go faster, because I'm not slow, I'd say, but still like a second off the fast guys, the aliens and stuff.
Welcome to the join the club, as
idea.
we say. Yeah, welcome to the club.
The 1 second club.
The 1 second, half a second club. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It's where you realize that, oh my God, it's just how I got born. Those are the maximum my genes can do, you know.
Yeah. Like, I don't know how to go faster, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe
All
it's
right.
something you see.
Okay. Do you have a specific car track combination that you want to try on?
I guess Aston V12 at Bathurst.
Aston V12 at Bathurst. That's pretty exciting.
Do you want me to set it up, Aris? Start poking it in while you get the info out of him.
Do you want to? Can you set up the server?
Yeah, I'll do it now, just so you can smooth talk him then, and I'll do the input.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's very nice. Okay, so all we have to do now is wait for Andy to do his work, and of course, if he can't make it, blame Andy.
Which track?
Bathurst.
Bathurst, yep. And Macca.
And
No.
Aston V12.
Yes.
Okay, Aston V12. Right, give me a couple of minutes. It'll take a few minutes for the server to spool up. So
Yeah. Okay.
what are we now? 1:45, so maybe 5:02 we might see it up and running.
All right, cool.
Okay.
We die like heroes. Now the V12 is relatively easy to push. Relatively, I mean, it's easy to drive. It's not easy to push, as pretty much all cars.
Yeah, the front washes out.
Yeah. Hey, hello, Joyce. So in the meantime,
Do you actually mean the V12 Aston? Yeah, not the 2019, not the.
Oh, the old one, V12.
Yeah, the old one. Yep. No worries.
I know what I said.
Andy is the best boy. Good boy, Andy.
Who's a good boy?
Who's a good boy? Hey, come on. Who's a good boy? You want a cookie?
Please. A bit of coffee to go with it as well.
V12 in Bathurst, 290 kilometers per hour top speed. Go!
We should do 90. Well, maybe on low wing you could get it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Definitely, actually.
Well, it depends how you set it up, obviously. I mean,
Yeah.
non lo so, Francesco. What is the easiest car to push to its limits? I guess the Aston V8, the BMW M4, followed by probably the Lexus, maybe the old Ferrari, maybe for mid-engine cars, and then it all gets more and more difficult.
Okay, I've sent you guys the links for the server. You can register
All right.
anytime you want.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah,
got
I've registered.
5 minutes exactly till it starts up. So yeah.
Nice.
Oh, come on, John.
Okay, we have 5 minutes to do nothing to talk about, but we can answer some of the questions.
gonna be
Yeah, this-
optimum,
yeah,
though?
throw it to the floor.
Huh?
And are you gonna make it optimum or not?
Which one?
Yeah,
the
it's on a Sunday at 2 in the afternoon.
okay, cool. Yeah, do you have a John Smith said if you have a hot lap video or something or a
Yes.
replay
I did it do 008 in the special events.
or 2008 is pretty cool.
Yeah, but it's not fast enough.
Yeah.
I can send the video if you want
Well,
to see
the
it.
problem is yeah,
It's
absolutely.
a paddock dog.
The problem is the faster you get, okay, the more insignificant the places where you're losing time with the aliens is, and the harder it is to find out where and how to improve of that. Because as I've talked about that a lot of times, and unfortunately, it's the only truth out there. So practically, when you are getting faster and faster and faster, okay, and you arrive at a point where you are losing after tons of practice and whatever, you are losing half a second from the aliens, okay. So half a second in a lap of 100 seconds is, half a percentage, half percent of the lap. And finding that half percent, it means that practically you're losing half a tenth of a second into every turn, pretty much. Even less than that if you are into a circuit that has more than 10 turns. And so finding out where and how to improve on that is one thing. Improving on that lap after lap on every single turn, it's very hard. It's really very hard. And the more you get closer, the more difficult it is. So unfortunately for you, I don't have any easy answers. It's going to be a multitude of things to do. to yourself, to your driving, to everything, and every single thing, you know, is important. Now, unfortunately, there's also something that, you know, it's called physical possibilities, and it is true that some people are just faster than others. I also believe that with correct training and everything, you can close the gap as much as you can. There is something that it's not easy to close, and that is the time needed to arrive at that level. Some people just, you know, get to that level in, I don't know, maybe top alien level for a given car and truck. They could get up in like 1 week. Some people might need 2 weeks or 3 weeks to get close to there, and some people might need a year to get close to there. So by the time you are arriving, I don't know, maybe the competition is already over, and you know, it's start from the start again. So it's difficult. It's difficult. I mean, while we're talking that, okay, I'm away from the aliens by 4 seconds, 3 seconds, even almost 2 seconds, there's still things that you can improve and find lap time relatively easy. Okay, relatively easy. It's hard, but it's doable. It's not easy. It's doable. Okay. When you are getting under the second and close to half a second, finding the time becomes very, very, very difficult. Very difficult. Very difficult. But anyway, let's see if the server is up. Not sure if you send me the video or something, but we can also check it.
In Paddock Talk, I sent the
Sorry?
video. In Paddock Talk, I sent the YouTube link to it.
In Better Talk?
Paddock Talk.
No, where?
In Paddock Talk, they spammed over.
Paddock Talk, okay, got it.
As usual.
Alright, possibly let's show to the people the video, maybe.
Yeah,
if it
John's
loads.
just pinged the reply.
It doesn't load. Now it loads. Also, guys, go to Mopar Milan YouTube channel. You have the opportunity now, and subscribe. Leave a like, and most importantly, some angry comments. All right, so let's see this. Oh, that's a very nice potato quality. Let's possibly raise this to something interesting like this. Maybe yes. Okay. Let's have a look at that. I didn't leave a like myself. No, yes, let me do that. Plonk.
Yay.
You now have 2 likes. One of your probably some parent, and the other one is mine.
That might be true.
Okay, server's launching now, mate. Give it a couple of minutes and you guys
Thank
can
you so
go.
much. Thank you so much, Andy.
Right, have fun. I'll see you later.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Second, I guess.
All right. Let me. I will watch it once more In the meantime, if you want and can, join the server, start, putting heat on your tires and so on. And I'll be back with you. Hey Michele, thanks so much for joining, mate. Take care. See you tomorrow. Hey Fred, thanks so much, mate. Okay. Alright, let me join in to the server. Where are we? Plum. I just got disconnected from the server lobby. Have to wait. Reconnected, or we could even, just go out and in again. Maybe. Something like that. Yeah, maybe we go fast, go up, out and in from the game. Let's go in. Camus will I don't even know that. Okay, now we should be able to join the server. So Mopper does stuff. I don't even know the password. Oh my god, a harder password? No, of course not.
Oh, the password is like random stuff you have to copy it.
Blame Andy.
Of course.
I now have to put it again in because I forgot to change the... Here we go again.
I just want to point out that Mopar's been in the server for the last 5 minutes driving around in circles. I've done nothing wrong.
All right, so Overhack, here we are. Let's go in and find him. All right.
Oh, you in? Okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean,
Nice.
thank you so much. Thank you.
Ooh, my pressures are still from that special event. 29 PSI.
All right, let's see if we can improve a couple of things. Obviously, we need a reference lap on this server to know where you are, pretty much.
Yeah. If I could hit the apex and chase, that's an improvement.
Yeah. $201.9. A little bit too wide. How is the track is optimal? All right. Oh, it's very hot. It's very hot. It's very hot.
Yeah.
Okay. So it makes sense if you end up into 201 highs. Very good.
I think I should fix the pressures first now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Fix the pressures. I believe you can go probably with good pressures, and you did a couple of mistakes down to 201 mids or even low, which with this temperature would be really, really good and very close to the competition you were doing. So we can start from there.
Alright. Yeah, setup further is good.
Flicker Dog says, why those old V12 are faster on buffers than some new cars, example Ferrari Evo? Well, the Ferrari Evo, if you noticed, was already got a fix for the buffer, so it should be up to speed as usual. The V12 Aston practically won the penultimate, I believe, or 3 years ago, race of the track, so the BOP helps it to be very, very competitive here. Speed Force, yes, we do have anti-cheat software, but as you might know, the hackers managed to, you know, break into, I don't know, big, colossal websites all around the world, even, I don't know, government sites and big high-tech companies and everywhere. So you might agree that if our developers were able to make a foolproof anti-cheat software, they would probably not work for Kunos, but they would work for some high-end government organization or something like that. It is what it is. I mean, of course you can improve, and of course we're trying to improve, but memory is there for everybody. That's how the architecture works. We don't want to do invasive memory programs that control your computer. So there is a limit of what we can do. And that's how you do it. That's what happens. Again, I'm not saying that we are perfect on that, and I'm absolutely certain that there are better ways to do it, but that's where we can arrive for the moment. Whoa, fuck.
You're locked up there.
That was probably an even better lap than what you did,
Yeah.
on considering the conditions.
The car is so floaty. I mean, it's such a big, heavy front engine car. Yeah. Moves around. Maybe increase the ABS, maybe that'll help.
Yes. Do it. Okay, okay. But it is an indication. It is an indication.
Okay.
Right, right. Very good. So, 01.4. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my god. Can we stop being children for a minute, kids like that? No, impossible. Okay, so you just did 2.01.4, which means my work here is done. Goodbye and see you next time. All right. So we're obviously going to work and talk about small details. Okay, and you already know that from how you were driving, and I could practically hear almost your breathing. It takes tons of how to say, concentration to get up to those limits, and just a tiny bit of error can put you out, you know, from the line that you wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I can tell you watching the replay of your best lap and now where you're driving, you could get a tiny bit more aggressive with the pedals, especially on starting the braking. When you start the braking, you're going really smooth on the brake. It's very difficult. Huh?
I never noticed that.
Yeah, it's very difficult because you really do need to go a little bit smooth on the brake. I mean, hammering, it's not always the best situation. Let me show you on the video on YouTube. So over here, where is it? Come on. Okay, so already on the start of your lap, right, you can see, if you look at the brake bar under the rev HUD, you see how it takes a little bit of time to go to full 100%. Let me show you also on turn 1. You see, it takes a little bit of time. Can you see that? Let me show you again. You see, gas pedal goes down and brake goes up. And it actually takes a tiny amount of time. I believe you can be even faster into this. So even faster. That will give you nothing. It will give you practically nothing, but it will make you arrive at the turning point with less speed and more control of the car. And the more you will understand that you arrive with less speed and more control of your car at the turning point, then the more you will realize that maybe you can start braking a meter later. And we're really talking small details here, right? So every single thing, it counts for something. So watch it again. Watch it how you go into the brake. You see, it's very nice, it's very smooth. For the race, that would be perfect. But since you are going after the absolute maximum performance, try to abuse your pedals, you know? Just pump, like as fast as you can, okay? And see if you can improve on that. Going forward on turn 2 here, you see happening the same. Okay, it's again the same thing, you see? It's very smooth, very gradual, which is perfect. But you could do it better. And I believe that here, on this specific turn, you could brake a tiny bit later. And here you could completely release the brakes. You see that you are tiny, staying on the brakes here, okay? Which, yes, it helps because this car wants to go into understeer if you go in way too fast, but I believe you probably can release the brakes a tiny bit sooner and scrub some speed with your steering wheel here. Might help you. You see, you're still there, and the steering angle you have is very limited, which is fantastic because, you know, it gives you speed and doesn't scrub speed, but it's also an indication that you probably have even more lateral grip to work with here. Again, we are talking, you know, gaining 1 kilometer per hour in there. And then you go tentative on the accelerator here. Look at how you go on the accelerator. And my indication is that you saw how much grip you had laterally. You practically steered the car to get all the space of the road. But if you had more power, probably you would still make the turn. Okay, so if instead of going tentative, you could go into the accelerator smooth enough, not very, you know, aggressive here, but all the way down, you would still be able to make the turn here. That was quite good here. You were better over here in the server, but I believe that was so because the higher temperature of the ambient was giving less power to the engine, so you arrived at those turns with less power, so less speed, so you could be, you know, more aggressive. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. So again, here we're talking about you know, small details. I believe you can modulate with releasing, as you're doing it very nicely, but I believe you can modulate with even less release of the brake, of the accelerator here, or alternative works sometimes, not so much for me. You can very fast telegraph with the accelerator, like, you know, going full up and down, like pa-bum, and that's it, and you go out. It doesn't always work for me. You might try it. I don't know what other aliens can do here. All right, so here I like how you go in a little bit on coast and then downshift. This is how I approach it too. But if you see here, you see that you stay a little bit on the brakes. Try releasing the brake and gain that 1 kilometer extra if you can. Okay? Try to do this.
Oh, I didn't even know I was still on the brake.
Yeah, that's why we have to, you know, at the level you are, you need to analyze every single detail. You can't do it without it. It's impossible to learn and just, you know, you keep on pushing, but okay, but after a point you just arrive on your plateau and you don't know what to do furthermore, you know. So you have just a tiny bit of brake here, and if you watch carefully, let's see if we go slower. You see, you stay here. Did you saw that you stayed on the brakes?
Yeah.
Okay. That was good here. Okay, that's fine. And now another thing that I noticed, I don't know if possible, but might be helpful. So you braking here, that's good. Then you are coasting. I believe that instead of coasting, you could maintain a little bit of throttle here. You will see that if you maintain throttle, the car is even if you're faster, the car is even more stable. It worked very nicely with the Porsche. Maybe the Aston needs less because obviously front weight, but I believe it will help you remain and be faster here. And then again, the exit. Okay, that was good. Let's move forward. Terrible noises. Okay, so again. Okay, so here, you see, the car is already turned. Okay, you have already the correct rotation. You see?
Yeah.
Try releasing the brake a little bit sooner and go on the accelerator pretty much here. I mean, we're really talking extremely small details, but there's no other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. So, releasing the brake, and then you wait, you wait, you wait, you wait, and now you go on the accelerator. Can you do something with your pressures, setup, driving style to get on the accelerator when the curb has ended here, when you are over the curb here? Now. You know what I mean?
To keep it turning on power, or?
No, to exit faster. You were doing that properly in the server, but not here.
I don't know, maybe slow it down a bit more and then turn in later.
I don't think you need to slow down. I just think that if you work a little bit extra with the steering wheel, you could, you know, even just hit a tiny bit the inner curb so that you can help the car rotate. Maybe it will help you. Here it's all, you know, experimenting with stuff.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, try again.
Okay.
So who we have here? Staku, Oliver, and Ale. Thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome to the channel.
Oh, let me check for new tires.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lowered the fuel a bit, that was on 20 liters. Lowered the fuel a few liters.
Now it's a Tetris. Watch out, because obviously less fuel, the car balance here changes a lot, because the Aston has all the fuel at the rear.
Oh, it does?
Well, yes,
Yeah.
it's pretty much on top of the rear wheel, so
Good to know.
did you try the braking?
Yeah, just slapping it harder. Hard to get used to.
Yeah. It makes you arrive at the turn-in with different speed. Pedro, welcome to the channel, mate. You gained like 2/10 over there.
That might be the braking. The thing you said. Trying to like release it. Actually release it.
You will need to get, you know, used to it again.
Yeah. Muscle memory.
Yeah. You gain another 10th over there, but you lost it on the exit.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind that the faster the braking point, the better this technique will be, because every single 10th in, you know, in lagging behind the car, the faster you go, the more meters you are moving.
Yep.
Try the accelerator over there.
Yeah. Muscle memory again. I was like, okay, some power.
Yeah. You are gaining. My god.
Gap.
My god. They're having fun. So you practically gained almost 3/10 of a second from the initial error of the lap. Oops. Is that me again, or is this... no. This is the server. Very nice. He's transforming into an alien. He's flying now.
Detroit become alien.
Eh.
Well, that turned in more than I expected.
Eh. Remember the accelerator?
Yep. Man, that's hard to...
Yeah, it's hard to judge, but you did it quite well.
It does give stability, like, into the
Yeah.
braking, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It brings you into the braking point with a much more stable car, so that you can, you know,
Yeah.
insist, be more aggressive. I think you can gain over there with the accelerator. We'll see how later.
Okay.
Okay, try again.
Oh, fuck, I don't have fuel.
Ah. I believe you're gaining at least two tenths of a second on the downhill, and you are pretty much the same on the uphill. I believe you are overdoing it on the T2. So if you can, just be a little bit more patient in the going in the turn of the T2, maybe you will gain there a tenth as well.
I mean, I'm going in too early there, or?
You are probably going in too fast and going into the accelerator too fast. So instead of accelerating, you are scrubbing speed to keep the car into the line.
Yeah, I was noticing like when I go in power a bit earlier there, the delta doesn't really go up.
Yeah. Because you need to find the compromise between going not as much as you can, but having the possibility to scrub less and move forward, so using less steering wheel, but at the same time using as much lateral grip as possible and not leaving grip away, so taking advantage of the grip that you have.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
Man, I touched the wall though. Okay.
How much?
Just 1.7 damage.
Okay, you can do it. We can see if you're losing on the straight from that. Hey, Slipstream, thank you, mate. So right now we're still working a little bit on, and after you will be able, oh my god, I lost you again. Okay. So after you have gained those 2 tenths that we want to see, we'll talk a little bit on the setup maybe.
Alright. Morto out? On the back? Morto out?
Yes, yeah.
I'm sorry. I feel like I can go different with that corner, but I don't know how. It's too slow in the entry and then I still mess up the exit.
Good.
They're all roughing.
Yeah, like how can you concentrate with those in there?
Man, this downhill is so amazing. Still threading the needle. Yeah, braking for forced elbow, I'm still feeling like I'm locking up every time, or like, I don't know how to confidently brake there every time.
Try to accelerate faster here.
Here?
Yeah. I believe you do have some margin to rotate the car a little bit and accelerate faster. Okay, so in this straight line, when you exit the turn, go straight, and during the downhill here, move from one side to the other.
Okay. That was DC City over the curve.
Yeah. Right, good.
I was jumping over the curve, it doesn't accelerate in the air. Oh my god, that's the yellow flag.
The idiots! Come on. Oh my god, the memes will be incredible here. Fantastic. Okay, again now rotate and try to go on the accelerator a tiny little bit sooner here. Let the car go.
It's hard to let it go there.
Yeah. Hey, Sean Dale, thanks, mate. Stay straight.
Yep.
Okay. After the kink over there, move.
Is that so you spend more of the... Nah. Well, maybe. So you're like spending more meters going downhill.
Spending more meters to go going downhill instead of uphill.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's the stupid tiny details now we're after.
Yep.
Good. Accelerator. That's okay. Good.
Oh,
Good.
I can still gain so much time there.
Yeah. You can see you're all already worn tires, and you're still there.
It's hard to let go of the muscle memory of coasting there.
Release the brakes sooner here.
With that off and turn in a bit earlier. Well, more.
Give it one click of rear brake bias.
Oh, fuel.
Okay, try at least a couple of turns. Oh, that's it. All right.
Yeah, new tires. Okay, so
Okay,
lower brake
so
lines.
how is there any particular corner that you don't like what the car is doing?
It's bottoming out really hard in the corner before McPhillamy Park.
All right. Okay, but bottoming out would mean that
the
you
end.
have to do way too much compromises and completely change the whole setup.
Yeah, that's why
If
it's let it bottom out.
if it does it only one turn, it's not much we can do.
Okay.
Do you have any other particular turn that you don't like?
the final corner, T1 and chase and the elbow. And going into cutting the rear legs to step out. And the first should be flat right-hander.
Sorry, tell me again which corners, because...
So it's mostly chase, final corner, and T1.
So final corner T1, you have the rear end stepping out.
No, well, not really, but in T1 it feels like it's a bit understeery, and the final corner as well, it's just not really that much confidence.
So it's a bit understeery.
Yeah, but I can't really pinpoint what exactly it is. Same for T2, it tries to understeer.
Okay. Okay. T1, T2, so it's understeer. Can you maybe tell me if it is at the entry, at the apex, or at the exit of the corner?
It's usually the apex.
Usually
T2.
the apex. Okay.
If I go a little bit slower, it's fine. But if I go in a bit,
Yeah.
then the car tends to first understeer and then
Right.
go.
Right. Okay. How much do you have any extra caster to add if needed?
I can add more.
Would you like to add 1 degree of caster extra?
Okay.
Your steering wheel will be heavier, so maybe you want to adjust for that.
Nah, I should be fine.
Okay.
Okay, I'll increase it by a degree.
And try with that brake bias we said, 1 or 2 clicks
Yeah, alright.
to the rear.
Alright.
Luis, a baby girl, that's so nice to hear. Congrats, congrats. Haha. Kylie and now through Piloto. Welcome to the channel, guys.
Also, on this straight, stay in 5th or go to 6th?
Well, obviously depends on the car. We should try it one way and another way and see what happens.
Okay.
I don't remember with the Aston what we should do. For now, do what you've been doing, and I will have a look on the revs to remember if I can remember what we should do.
So what should more caster do besides have your first foot?
Well, more caster means that when you are turning the wheels, you gain more camber. Negative camber, of course.
Yeah.
So you gain more negative camber. So your negative camber becomes more negative. Okay.
Yeah.
And with the limitations that we have in camber from the tires from Pirelli orders, and with this car, obviously. Bottoming out and having possibly issues with the suspension geometry, more caster will give more oversteer. Yeah, look at that.
That was a curve.
Yeah, so it might help you right on the apex when you are practically coasting. Okay, it might help you with some extra lateral grip. Also, more caster will, give more negative camber on the outside wheel and less negative camber on the inside wheel, or even positive camber on the inside wheel, which is good for the turn. And it will also raise the rear inner wheel, which also will help the car rotate. Now you tell me, how did you felt it here?
Nice. Oh, happened again. Tough slide. Oh god. Maybe it was the exit, but it did feel better to have one right-hander.
The extra caster might also gives you the opportunity to, when you are feeling, the understeer, maybe you still have an extra bit of steering angle to use. So, trying some extra might give you a little bit more response to your steering.
Yeah.
On the chat they are asking how one can get on the synchronized team. We should make it a new gameplay, synchronized driving.
For mission lab, literally.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They are not real people, they are robots, you know, doing scripted animations. Mind Augas, it is a graphic issue. It's not like that. He is actually going 100% and 0%.
Too early in the power.
Yeah, yeah. You see that it rotates a little bit with extra steering, though.
Yeah.
Even now that you went a little bit too hot into the turn. That was unfortunate at the exit of the Dipper because you were so fast in there. You're
Yeah,
like
you know that
0.17 faster.
Yeah, you know that right-hander before the Dipper?
Mm.
It didn't really grip up in there, so my line into the Dipper was wrong.
All right.
Bit of understeer, but yeah, that can be faster.
Understeer on entry or exit?
A bit in the mid corner.
Okay.
But I think it was because I wasn't inputting well.
Okay, concentrate.
Yeah.
Kato me asked if he has already -4 static camber and you increase the caster, is there a upper limit for the camber? Yes, there is. Generally with those tires, if you go over -5, you start losing. But with caster, you're not going to gain. You're maybe remain at -4 when you're turning because of the roll. The roll also makes you lose some negative camber.
Oh god.
Very good.
Grip.
Too much grip.
Oh, fuel gun.
I think it reacts better to what you want to do.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that slows down faster.
okay. So, anything that you don't like now?
My driving,
Okay, yeah, we
yeah,
can
the
improve
car
on
is-
that.
It's not really doing stuff that I don't want. It's turning
Right.
nice.
You
more than
really have
expect-
to find out the details now. So
Yeah, yeah.
try to bring to your mind all the turns, okay, and see one turn after another what it could work better.
Yeah.
Is there any turn that? So focus first on the turn that you really don't like. So is there any turn that you would like to do it much better than what it does? Ciao Alessandro, buone feste.
Not really. I'm not sure if there's a corner where I'm like massively losing something.
Is there
Like,
something that you know makes you be on the edge of the control somewhere in the track so that you cannot attack?
What do you mean?
Is there a turn or a place or a sector where you feel the car right on the edge and that doesn't permit you to attack as you would like?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, of course, skyline, but you're pretty much flying into there, so.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, let's go in and do another set of tires, fresh tires, and see if you can improve. I won't talk, so I won't,
Okay.
make you lose your concentration. Obviously, you're gonna have our friends around the track, but
Yeah, yeah.
it is what it is. He hit at you, so go out and in again because
Does
you
that
might have
damage
some
there?
damage.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Tires are fresh, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's stalled. Wait, no, the speed limit there.
That was a very good entry. What are your pressures right now?
20, 26, 3, 20, 25, 5, 27, 0, 26, 5. I had damage from that. so
26.3 at the front and at the rear?
The rear is 27, 0, 26, 5, but that was on outlap.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was asking. Anyway, let's do it again. And when you can't tell me the difference between front and rear.
Oh, you mean the pressure difference, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I mean the pressures at the front, let's say left, and the pressures at the rear left again.
Right now?
No, after the first two turns. I will ask you. So now?
27, 5, 2016. I mean 25, 7, 2016.
And at the right now?
25, 2, 25, 8.
Okay. Hey Christian, have a good one. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Hey Spartan, thanks so much, mate. What are your pressures when they are perfect?
Well, what do you mean perfect?
When after the second or the third lap?
I'll have to check.
Okay.
Not much out.
Yeah. Keep on going. Doesn't matter, I want the pressures at the end of the lap.
No, they are nearly 27.9, 27.8 on the right, 27.8, 27.7.
So you have a little bit more pressure at the front, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. How much damage do you have? Yeah, after that.
5 seconds almost.
Okay. Stop. Okay, I want you to get up to 27.9 hot at the rear and stay down to 27.6 at the front hot. So make the adjustments.
Okay. So that should be okay, and then... So basically up a click at the rear, down a click at the front.
Yeah. Maybe even 2 clicks at the rear.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the V12 Aston. Hey, thanks, Leon. Yeah, maybe we will, we will do them more, let's say, this kind of streams. Wow, that was close.
Ah, it was fine. So much more stable by going on power a bit before there.
Yeah. And keeps also some extra speed. Now, when you're going downhill here, I want you to change lanes and then go straight on the uphill.
Okay.
I will tell you in a minute why the pressures, guys. Let's see what's going to happen here. Too much rotation, or is it good?
No, that's fine. I mean, it's a V12 fast, we don't do rotation here. Hey, auto, yes, of course. Very good. Okay, move slowly to the left, slowly to the left, slowly to the left, and straight. Release the brakes. Car doesn't really work there. It doesn't really want to turn in as much.
What is your pressures now?
27.7, 27.9, 28 at the rear of.
Okay.
Yeah, go straight.
One click behind brake bias. Ah. Okay. Try to not push too much your braking zones.
Okay.
Bring more speed. Let the car, go into the turn fast. Yes. Yes. Yes.
This corner is just.
It's okay. It's okay.
Getting the exit.
Go. Go.
No.
Ah.
It just doesn't turn there. That's probably Aston things.
So right now you're probably getting tired and you're getting excited and you're pushing a little bit too much. But
Yep.
the moment I told you, don't push it, did you see how the delta went down and down and down on every single turn? On every single turn. On the first 3 turns. So why we raise a little bit the rear pressures and put the front down? So the front down is to bring you to the appropriate pressure because you were a little bit too high, okay?
Okay.
And that's okay. The rear ones going up, now obviously you're gonna lose a little bit of mechanical grip from the tire because you went to the high 27s, almost 28, okay? But that's not your problem right now. At the same time, you're losing a little bit of grip and maybe you can rotate the car better under acceleration. And at the same time, you have stiffened the sidewalls, which means less flex left and right and also less squat when you are accelerating out of the turn. With the car that you have and your driving style right now, I believe that this could help you a little bit. Again, we're talking, finding half a tenth of a second in a couple of turns. But why I did this change, is it something that I always do? Not really. But I got an indication that every time you went out of the pits and did to turn 2 and turn 3 with cold tires, you had a much better control of the car than when you are doing with the tires at the correct temperature. And that's why I asked you what was the pressure difference with the tires cold on those turns. And you had quite a bit of a difference at the front from the rear. That gave me an indication that you probably need different stiffen and, tire rate, spring rate of the tire on those corners. So my thought was logical, but again, we're talking really details here that, all right, if we make the rear tires stiffer, it will be better for you on those turns, okay? And it was, I believe. But at the same time, the stiffer sidewalls might give you a little bit of extra control downhill and won't make the car completely undrivable because they are stiffer. It seems to be working, again, because we are dealing with this kind of car that is a little bit strange. It was a hit or miss, so we tried it, it worked fine, but it's not a rule of thumb to see if it works. I would say, if you still feel like it, I would go for another lap. For another 3 laps and see if you can improve it. My belief is that you can go down to 2:01 almost flat with these conditions as you are right now, which means that if you go into the into the competition with lower temperature, you should be able to improve by 0.3 probably, which is still an improvement towards where you want to be.
Nice. Yeah, well, at the moment I'm getting pretty tired.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I can understand that. Let us know as usual, and I will take 3 minutes bathroom, and I will leave you watch the synchronized Sottocorsa Competizione team. Possibly no. Tortellini went out, so probably they won't. But I don't know. Let's see if the other guys will be able to show you a little bit of synchronized driving. And I will go for 2 minutes, and I'll be back with another guy to see if we can help him. Okay? See you in a minute, guys. Take care. Hello, simracers! We're back. All right, so let's see what we can do now. Where are we here? Random picker. Is Otto? Why Otto is not here? Let's put in Otto. I don't even remember. Let me show you. Where are we? Desktop with cam. So let's put Otto here. So if he gets, you know, yeah, come on. All right. Okay. So next one. Are we ready? Yeah. Next one. So rerun. Plonk. Quant. Hey Alfredo, how you doing, mate? Hi Alfredo. So it's time for Quant. Let's go get him into the Discord channel. Quant. Where is he? Quant. Quant. Is he online already or what? Quant is already online and he has just joined the voice channel, but he is muted. His microphone is muted, or maybe he doesn't have a microphone. I don't know. We'll see. Your microphone is muted. Microphone is muted.
Truck one now.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, that's just me. I've just added it to the co-drivers.
Hey.
You should be able to speak.
Yeah. Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, all good. Let me also put him. Okay, he's into the co-drivers. Nice. All right. How you doing, mate? All good.
Yeah, good.
Nice.
Thank
So,
you for having me.
no worries. Thank you. Thank you for joining, and of course for all the support during those 2 years, practically. Okay, so what would you like to do?
So I would like. So I drive the Porsche,
Okay.
and I want add Zandvoort.
All right.
So I have a few questions about the setup.
Sure. So old Porsche or new Porsche?
The new one.
The new one. Okay.
Yeah,
Can you, Andy? Can we blame you?
you can blame me. Absolutely, all you like.
All right. Okay. We would like a Zandvoort with the new Porsches.
Already done it.
Thank you so much.
Give a minute, just check the rules.
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, sure. You know the rules.
You know them very well by now, Alex, surely. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah. So I have a setup
Okay.
already that is fairly alright,
All right.
but it's so the amount of understeer is very it depends on the amount of throttle I give it, and it
You're right,
depends a
yeah.
lot.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I think it's because of the softer setup, because of the track. So I'm wondering, should we do something to the setup to fix it, or should I just change my driving?
Okay. Well, usually it's both things. Always. I mean, you can always do something to the setup, and then see if it's if it's okay for your driving style to deal with it. So that's not a problem. But again, the driving style will always be on top of the setup. So there's always things that you can gain from just driving around.
All right.
Is this a setup that you can share with us, or we're just going and trying to see how we can improve it even without looking at it, which is just for the guys in the chat, is what we did before with Mopar, because obviously he has his setup that he was using at high levels, so we didn't have to look at the setup, but we can still improve on something even if we don't know how it is, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I can send it.
Okay,
No problem.
as you want, no problems.
So
Right,
again,
guys,
setup. I guess.
Sorry, server will be up in 6 minutes
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, mate.
from the countdown.
Setups.
Where is it? Oops. So Quanta stuff.
Yeah, so I am also trying to make it into a wet setup. I don't know how
Okay.
well it's gonna work.
All right. All right. Thank you, Andy, once more.
Okay, it's in setups.
Okay, let me get the setup in setups. There it is. Download this and place it somewhere. It's the Dry 24, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so setups, Porsche, a new one at Zandvoort. Here it is. All right. Let's go back to the server list, and I'm disconnected. So let's restart the game to be faster. We do this, guys, to keep, idle games from spamming the lobby, which makes the lobby faster. So this is why we disconnect after a while the user from the lobby. And if you wait a little bit and then it reconnects, or simply you can go out and back again and it connects back. So guys, do you like what you see for now? See on the chat if people can tell us.
I think from a viewer's point of view, it's been really interesting so far, actually.
That's cool. I'm a little bit afraid for tomorrow because we might need to limit a little bit the time that we spend with its user, because obviously tomorrow there are going to be 10 times more user than now. But I believe we will be able to make it. Also, if you guys know each other for tomorrow and have friends and everything, maybe you would like to, get together and agree to some questions that might benefit more people than just, the guy that gets picked. Not that it is necessary, of course, you can do whatever you like, but, if there is a possibility, why not? So we have 3 more minutes for the server to go up.
We'll have to step up the gatekeeping tomorrow as well, so we don't get Gop and Mopar and all the other idiots streaming across the track.
but to be honest and to be fair, they were really exhilarating and really fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
The problem is, of course, you need some guy that knows how to handle the pressure, and as Mopar did, and didn't actually, just went out of his mind laughing when seeing them in the middle of the road. So maybe some guys that are not so experienced might have some issues, but all in all, it was quite good.
Can you imagine that on a fully loaded server, though?
Yeah.
Trying to get someone advice on, I don't know.
Yeah, that might
some
not
real
be the best thing.
basic
Exactly. So this is the brake pedal, and this is the accelerator pedal, and in the middle of the pit lane, you can see our synchronized team. Nice. People seem to enjoy it. That's really good. Simone, benvenuto nel canale. 1 minute to go, guys, more or less. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, guys. Gobnet, as we said before, the V12 morals report was amazing. I was actually waiting for the moment that someone of you would get caught, you know, in the middle of the road trying to park the car. But you have been very, very careful to do whatever you were doing when the other car was away from you. Yeah.
You should hear him on the other voice chat. They've actually been really coordinated with this.
Man, I can only, you know, imagine the laughs and the complete chaos that would have been the voice chat while they were trying to coordinate themselves.
Pretty high effort trolling for those guys. Imagine if they put that amount of effort into actually driving.
Exactly.
God,
You know, our community races could have been so much better with this kind of effort. But why? Why do this?
Oh, hey Raymond, 201 is definitely fast. On
Yeah, Raymond,
Definitely fast.
exactly as Andy said. Raymond Goes Racing says, why is everyone acting like 201 is casual and not fast as heck? It is extremely fast, especially on the temperatures that we were and with the V12. It's very, very fast. And if you noticed, we were talking about how at that level, it's all about the very, very little details that you can try to, and you have to find out so that you can get better. It's not easy to get better from that level up to the aliens. It's very, very hard. It's fast already. The fact that you are 1 second slower than the aliens says nothing. 1 second is nothing really. It really is very small amount of time. It might sound like, oh my god, 1 second slower, I'm so slow. No, it's very fast. And that's why it's so hard to get closer and closer. So don't worry about it. Nader, yeah, I have to trim it a little bit. Tomorrow, maybe in the morning, I will be able to trim hair and barb. All right, so
That's your wisdom beard, though, Aris. You can't get rid of that.
yeah, it's too much. So launching the server. All right, should be up in a minute. We're still watching at Mopar doing stuff. We need the other server. Thames Bird loses a 10th on the straight. Probably yes. Still not there. Well, in the meantime, Quant starting by saying that Porsche at Zandvoort is hard stuff. So I cannot really, you know, guarantee that we will make it, but we will try. There are some tricks we can do. But Zandvoort is a really hard, circuit, especially for the tires, for the front tires as well. And
my left tires are very hot.
Yeah,
Always.
That's. I believe there's no any way around that, you know, at Zandvoort. So we'll see what we can do.
All right, guys.
All right, so server is up.
Have fun.
And Porsche 912. This one, nice. Yes, always very nice. And the password is the same.
Oh, it's a hot day.
It's a hot day as well, so even worse.
Green light.
Okay, so at least the track is optimum. Thank you so much, Andy, as well.
So the damper settings are pretty different from the aggressive preset,
Okay. Okay.
but they worked at Laguna Seca for a race we did, so
All right.
I decided to put them here as well.
Good. Okay, so I see that it is also a race setup, so you're going with 95 liters fuel.
Yes.
Okay. A little bit on the soft side. Okay. Okay. Good. The aero is like that. And the double. Interesting. And lots of rebounds. All right.
And the caster is at 9, which
Yeah.
is also a bit high relative to the
Okay.
aggressive.
Good. All right. Would you like to do a couple of laps so that you set up your pressures that might need, setting up for the temperature, and so I can watch how you drive and see what's going on?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Cool. Mateus, you are not wrong. It's always a good thing to start with the the safe or the aggressive setup, and then maybe start tweaking around. But not always the presets will fit the driving style of a given driver, and also everybody likes to tweak a little bit with the setup. I would say before tweaking the setup, at least try the presets, see if you can handle them, and if necessary, change them in order to be able to control the car and be aggressive with the car. And if you can handle those setups, then start tweaking and try to be consistent and start tweaking. But the first thing to do is understand if you can be aggressive with the setup, with your driving style, and push the car to do the things you want. If the car tries always to kill you, then you should change a little bit, because otherwise it doesn't help you to become better and become more consistent.
So out of slow corners, it's a bit oversteery, but it's like a very tame oversteer
Okay.
for me.
Okay. Let me know at the second lap your pressures.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, it's also here. And yeah. And I want also to boost your voice a bit more. Okay. Wesley says it's true that 75 of the lateral grip comes from the springs and 25 comes from the arm. No, not really, not really. I mean, I don't know where you find that, but it's such a generic thing that going from one car to the other and the aero in the middle doesn't really make much sense to me, honestly, to think like that. Go, yes.
Okay, so pressures are left ones are 27.4.
Okay.
Right front is 27.5 and rear 27.2.
Okay, keep on going. Okay, are your pressures good?
Lefts are a bit higher.
Yeah.
So 27.7 both lefts and rights are 27.4.
Okay. Okay. Is that lap time representative or higher or lower?
I'd say 37 is somewhere average, yeah.
Okay, 37 mids.
I mean, no, that was 38. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
38.
38. So it's pretty much where you are usually lapping with this kind of setup in this track, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so first of all, maybe do a couple of clicks into the right side. Not much, because we might have lost a little bit of pressure here and there. Might not, but we don't need much, so just a couple of clicks.
Okay.
Okay, so first question is, if I understood correctly, and as I can see how the car reacts on your inputs, you were trying to eliminate the understeer, especially at the exit of the turns constantly, right?
Yeah.
And you were keep on making the car more able to rotate, up to the point that you're starting having issues on the entry of the corner. Is that correct? Is this how you feel? Because I've seen on many turns that you go a little bit into the turns and you need to play with the accelerator and the steering wheel in order to control the car to not over-rotate.
You mean on the exit?
On the entry.
Oh.
On
Wait,
the
what?
entry. On the entry of the very fast corner. On
Yeah,
the
so
entry.
On the entry of faster corners, I need to counter steer a little bit.
Okay, cool. All right. So, I believe that trying to overcome the understeer, you went way too far on what you were doing, okay? And I think that if we go back and restart from a point that the car is stable and you can attack the corners, even if you have understeer, we could work on that better and find a different solution than what you have now, which is, I believe, too much oversteery aero setup. Okay? So the higher the corner speed, the more oversteer you have, and the lower the corner speed, the more understeer you have, because you are trying to combine those opposites. And the car has practically went out of the window, in my opinion. So if you would like, we could try to do a different thing right now.
So you mean on fast corners it oversteers?
I
and
think,
on
yeah.
slow ones it understeers.
Yeah, I think on the fast corners now it oversteers a lot. And to control that, you did things like, for example, the dampers, the bump on the dampers at the front, which are very stiff. That makes your front tires overheat, and also makes the mechanical grip to suffer at the exit of the corners. So I believe we could work with that and make it better.
Okay.
Okay? So I would start with going a little bit down at the rear right head. Let's try 3 clicks at the rear lower. Okay?
Okay. So 73.
73. And I would also want you to go down to the same bumper rebound. So let's go down to 10 to bump on the front dampers.
Okay, so front bump
10 and rebound 10. So let's start with a symmetrical thing, bump and rebound, which usually in the clicks is what you want to start with and then work from there.
And keep the rear as is.
We will keep the rear as is, we will keep all the rest as is for now, and then we will start working on that as well, okay? So the tires are good. Okay, let's try this. I can already tell you, you are going to notice understeer on the exits. we are not dealing with that yet, okay? So let's go to drive, and I will ask you as well to change a little bit of gears on some turns. Okay? Let's go. So I will ask you to stay in second gear here. Stay in second. That's it. And stay second here as well. And again here. Okay, second gear again here at the first turn. Okay, yeah, and second. Very good. Oops. It's okay, it's okay. It happens. But it's okay.
Ouch.
Okay, let's try again.
So the long right one is the worst.
Yeah. The worst in what terms?
Well, because I have to slow down during it, it makes the car unstable.
So the one, you mean the one that you go in first gear in downhill?
Well, yeah. I go in fourth usually.
Fourth, yeah. You see, the one after here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So this one.
This one. So you have oversteer here?
Sometimes, like
Okay.
if I go a bit too hot.
Mm.
Sometimes I do it properly, but sometimes I don't.
Okay. Second gear. Second. Yeah, yeah. I will remind you for a couple of laps, then it will be automatic. Second again. Let's try to bring the tires on temperature. Very good.
And here I feel like I get some understeer.
Yes, this is normal. I mean, we expect this. We'll see if we can cure it a little bit. Second. Go in. That's it. Very good. Stay in third. Second. Okay, okay, okay. We can work on that there. Okay, try to release the brakes going in there. Don't brake too much.
You mean... Yeah, but I understand.
It's okay. It's okay. We will fix it with a little bit of extra braking, but not too much.
I can brake just in the beginning of the corner, but more.
Okay, second gear here,
Oh yeah.
and here as well.
Yep.
Very good. Even if you have understeer there, if you see the delta, you are not that much slower. So second gear here. Okay, okay, okay. Second gear. Oh.
Okay. So second here and second the next
Yeah.
one. Yeah, so the long downhill right and the one after it are the rough ones,
Right.
mostly.
Okay. Do another lap. Oops. Yeah, Tony, of course, if it feels better for you, find the correct value. But as long as you now understand what you're doing, it's fine. Just find the correct value that fits you. Okay, let's do another lap. Second gear again. Second gear here, okay, cool. Very good. Right. Second. Okay, how are your pressures now?
27.7 everywhere.
Okay, that's good. All right, hit pause, and let's go to the replay.
Okay.
Let's have a look at the last lap. I will ask you to go from the outside of your car, so we can have a look. Actually, no. Let's go inside. Actually, on the cockpit, on the normal cockpit as you're driving.
Okay.
Okay, I will bring down the playback speed at half. And I am on the first turn right now.
Yeah.
So you are starting accelerating here. You can see we still have the billboards. We can still see the Holland Casino billboard a lot, right? And you're already on the accelerator. You start accelerating, you release the throttle again because you're going, way too fast. Accelerating and releasing the accelerator again while you are going over the outside curb. All right? So keep that in mind. Keep
well,
that.
There I was exiting too fast, so I knew I would go wide otherwise.
Exactly. So keep that in mind. We will get back to that in a minute. Right, so here you are approaching the turn. This is all almost okay. We will see if we can gain some time. Now here again, we're going into the turn. Okay, second gear, that's good. You're going into the apex. Can you see? Let me go a little bit behind. So, can you see on your right side the wall with the orange end of the wall, the pocket here, the orange? Can you see the orange end of the wall on your right side?
Wait, I need to find my replay.
If you watch my stream, I'm right there right now. If you can do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this one. So this one, now what you need, and we will see also in other turns, I think that what you need to start doing is also making and getting some reference points on when to accelerate. Because I've seen many times that you go on the accelerator either to stabilize the car, okay, it can happen, or you're usually way too early and then trying to judge what is going to happen because you go too much into understeer, because you are too fast for the turn and so on. And you find yourself, as in the first turn, to have to release the accelerator because otherwise you will end up too wide, as you said, okay?
Yeah.
And you do that lap after lap after lap. So I believe that if you start taking also reference points on when to accelerate, that will help you very much to be able to wait and start accelerating on the correct moment, okay? And the correct moment of acceleration means that you can exit the turn with your pedal down, flat out, and not be forced to raise your foot from the accelerator and lose time, okay? In particular, in this corner, you can see that you are already on the throttle here, right? Usually I'm not here. I'm just waiting to bring the car inside. And when this orange part goes away, this is where I will go on the throttle. Now you're already on the throttle, and now you are again going away from the throttle because you are feeling some understeer. You are on the throttle again. You are going wide. The exit here was not that bad. But again, you had to modulate. If I go back to this lap, for example, okay, look at this lap. You went in too soon on the accelerator, tentative. Now you are going out. You see how much understeer you have here, okay? And you are full throttle almost, which means that now that you are unwinding your steering wheel, your front tires go to the peak of the slip angle and move the front end in. At the same point, you are having flat out acceleration, and that means that if your front end gets all the grip because you are now the correct slip angle, the rear end steps out, and this is exactly what it happens. Look at this. Boom, oversteer. You see? why this happened. It happened because you had too much speed in here, and you went into understeer, and you kept on staying with your steering wheel rotated. This is too much rotation. Your front end is already over the peak, okay? So you kept on understeering, and at some point you start unwinding the steering wheel. Your front tires go into the maximum lateral grip they can have, and that makes the rear end step out and oversteer like this. Okay? So we will try now to find some places, okay, to get reference points. Reference points on when to accelerate. And I believe that will help you a lot on improving the exits of the turns and feeling less understeer. Okay, I'm not saying that it will cure the understeer you're feeling, but it will improve a little bit your driving into this situation. And then we can work also on the setup as well to improve the understeer. So look at this here. Going a little bit too fast. You managed to pull it together, that's fine. Almost good apex, not perfect, but you are already way too much on the accelerator here, okay? Which means understeer, okay? And then, right over here, you had to release the accelerator because you were going wide again, okay? So, we need to find out reference points to be able to accelerate at the correct moment. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So, going out of memory, I don't remember. I would have to drive, but I will try to remember. For the first turn, okay, your acceleration point should be when this exact white and red is almost out of your window. So when you arrive at this point, start accelerating. Okay, can you remember this?
Okay.
Good. On the second turn, actually the third turn here, okay, this is much easier to remember. When the orange pocket goes over your wind screen here, on your almost out of your view, this is the moment to accelerate. So this is where you start to accelerate here. Okay?
Okay.
Good. And then we will move forward again. This is quite good. And over here, when the GT billboard or this crane here is almost at the end of your view, okay, you start to accelerate. Not before. Before that, you let the car go in coasting, okay? So you let the car go in coasting. That's why I'm asking you to go in second gear and not first gear, because first gear will slow down you a lot, while in second gear you won't lose as much speed while coasting. And then once you are over the crane, or just before that when the billboard is off, you can start accelerating. Those three turns, I believe, are our first problem. Once we fix those, we are going to make the car more stable at the downhill, faster, and then possibly less understeery on the last very fast corner that goes to the straight start-finish straight. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so let's try to fix these things first. So whenever you're ready, try again.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Remember here at the exact go. And then at the orange pocket, go again. Wait, and go.
I feel like I'm coasting for too long. like this.
I know, but let's first find out if we can do it, okay? And let's make it automatic for your brain. And then, if you can coast for too much, maybe we can bring a little bit more braking later. Very good here, always very good here. Remember the crane and the end of the billboard. Wait, and go. Look at that. You can step on it and the car will follow because you're not too early on the accelerator. Very good. This is usually also very good for you. No, Gennaro, probably not. I don't know, but for now, there are no plus for now.
Too slow.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. The turn was not so good from the start. Okay, remember the orange pocket? Go. You see?
Okay.
And now you're gaining through the whole straight.
Oh no, no.
Okay.
I can brake later.
Yeah, yeah. But for now, just focus on getting the acceleration point correct. Very good. Hey Gipa, welcome to the channel. Bartos, is always better to slowly press it, slowly in quotes as you said. Okay, orange pocket. Even though you missed the apex, the acceleration was better out of the corner.
Yeah.
Nice, very good. Okay. Billboard ending crane. Yeah. We will deal with the oversteer on power now. Do a couple of laps more. I want you to be ready before the change. But you're already getting better on that. Okay, focus on the braking here. I want you to go into the apex. Okay, so correct braking. Then at the exact acceleration. No, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
I don't like it. No, doesn't work.
Very good. Look at how much time you're gaining on the delta. Okay. All right. Okay. Now stop. And let's fix the oversteering problems out of the corners of the slow corners. So go to your setup. Okay.
Yeah.
And get down with the preload differential to something like 50. Because every time you go hard on the gas, on the accelerator in second gear, you have power oversteer. Okay, so we will open a little bit the preload. It will make the car rotate even more at entry and at the apex, but it should be much easier to deal with at the exit of the corners. Okay?
Okay.
So, did you notice the gains when you can step on the accelerator and stay there 100%?
Yeah, it's like 1/10.
Okay, cool. But I believe that what now worries you is that you are waiting too much time in coasting and you're losing time from that.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is something we could work with, and it has to do with your braking. But let's keep on doing what we're doing. Let's see if the preload helps you a little bit with the rotation, so that you could maybe enter into the turns a little bit better and faster. And after that, we'll see where you are with the driving style, the consistency, and the lap time. And we will try something extra to see if we can gain the amount of time you're losing now on the entry of the corner on the apex. Okay? So let's do one step at a time. All right, whatever you want, go. Hey, detailing garage, ευχαριστώ Βαλκάρη. It was easier out there, right?
Yeah, but it's like so I try to have a higher speed through the corner, and then on the exit I feel understeer. because of it.
So you
So-
try to have the car what into the corner?
So I want to have the speed mid corner be higher,
Mm-hmm.
but because of that, when I try to accelerate at the correct points,
Yeah.
it does understeer.
Okay, but to have the car at higher speed mid corners, first, in my opinion, we should try to make it, to make sure that every time we brake and every time we accelerate is on the exact positions. And then, try to improve also the mid corner speeds. My approach is always one step after another. Usually, for me at least, when I try to do many things at the same time, I usually get lost and doesn't work for me. But, it depends from person to person. You see that you need to raise your foot from the accelerator. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. For your mind, you need to think that, okay, every time I raise my foot while I'm on the exit, it's wasted time. A lot of wasted time.
Okay. So, okay, I'll try to do something.
Maybe go into the accelerator a little bit more gradually instead of, slamming it.
Yeah, exactly.
Look how much time you gained. Ah, that was unlucky, yeah. That's okay, that's okay. You saved it. Go, go, go.
I still have like negative delta,
Yeah,
so that's how much I gained.
yeah, exactly. Okay, one more good lap, come on. Ah, you went on the accelerator too early. You didn't wait for the orange pocket. Look how much time you're losing now.
Yeah,
Reference points, reference points. Also here. Wait for the curve to end, then go to the accelerator. Look, you're going down now.
to
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. Reference points. Okay, reference points. Focus on the line, on the reference points. That's it. Orange pocket. Too aggressive. End of inner curb.
And go. Okay.
Reference. Too aggressive again.
Right there.
You are trying too hard. There is no try.
Feels weird sometimes.
Because you are changing your reference points. That's why it feels weird sometimes and sometimes no. You are not driving on the reference points, but you are driving on, I need to get faster. The only way to be faster is to stick to the reference points and let your brain be automatic, so that then you have time to concentrate on how precise you are on applying the brake, the accelerator, and the steering inputs. Okay, if you are trying too hard to be faster, the car will feel different every time, because every time you will accelerate or brake in a different place, and even 1 meter difference makes the car handle differently. Okay?
Okay.
Let's try something extra. Let's go back to the garage. You are getting there. You can see how the delta goes down, and you can easily go down by half a second now where you are. Okay? So let's try this. Let's go to very low toe, something like 0 or 0.02. 0.02. I like the number. At the rear.
Oh, the rear.
Okay?
0.2. Okay.
Okay. And let's go down by 2 clicks at the rear anti-roll bar. So down to 3.
Okay.
And raise the rear wheel rate at 193.
Okay.
So why we do that? We want to use a little bit less anti-roll bar if possible, to make your car handle easier that very fast right-hander on the curb, which you still have some problems. It gets a little bit too nervous over there. After the very fast downhill right-hander, there is a fast right-hander on the curb.
Yeah.
So by using less anti-roll bar, it might make the rear end jump less. Still, we need the extra stiffness of the rear to make the car rotate, because there is a lot of weight at the rear. So we went up a click on the wheel rate. And hopefully the less toe at the rear, especially at the Porsche, will help the car rotate even better at the fast turns. So let's see what we can do with that. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Go on, drive. Again, concentrate on the reference points. I will keep on telling you. I know I am. I will be.
No, it's helping. It's helping.
Okay, good.
Because otherwise I forget them.
Yeah. It's something that you really need to work on.
Oh, Mopar is so fast.
Yeah, Mopper is always fast. You see that you stay too much on the accelerator over there, and you're already out of the apex when you're going on the orange pocket. You need to bring the nose in more over there. Let's see here if you have stability. Well, it seems okay. Let's see over here. Go over the curb. I think you can go even more over the curb over there.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Yeah, now we have to experiment. Cool. Whoa! Bonk.
I'm not. I don't know. I'm not consistent out of that one.
It's okay. We will find the way. We might even need even less preload. Hey, Marzak, subscribers 742. Really? Wow, incredible. You're so old, man. I need to put you in. I don't know if you're in the Discord server. If yes, we need to put you into tonight's live stream marathon. Thank you so much for the support, mate.
Okay.
Make sure that you don't have damage at the front whenever you
No,
have.
I actually didn't hit the wall.
Ah, okay. Okay, go in. Now. That's it. You see, much better like this.
Right, braking too late.
Go in the curb. Curb. Even more. Huh.
Should I go over that right curve?
Yeah, just a little bit. You can go over that right one.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's focus on the reference points. And smooth on the accelerator out of the corners. So reference points again. Reference points and inside the nose.
Close.
Yeah, not at the entry, at the apex.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, reference point. At the end of the curb. Now. Yeah, that's it. And over the curb.
I went on that one. I went on the throttle earlier, actually.
Yeah.
It still works.
Okay, reference point. Good. Again, focus on the reference point. Much better. Watch the line, late apex. And smooth. Ah. Smooth on the accelerator. Too early, you see? Too early.
Yeah, well, they slowed down.
No, you won't. You have to raise your foot on the exit. That is slowing down.
On the entry, I slowed down more than usual. I feel like.
Focus on the reference point. Don't do extra stuff. When you're trying to understand what went wrong, you're already way far away from what you should have done, okay? So you cannot fix it, already happened. You need to focus every time on the next reference point, not on the one you've missed. You missed it, that's it. Fix it on the next lap. So your mind has to go forward, not remembering backwards what went wrong. Very good. Forward. The line here. In. You see, the line wasn't that good, but focusing forward, you're still good on the delta. Focus forward. That's it. That's it. That's it. Forward. Yeah. Look at that delta. Okay, next reference point. It's okay. Next one. Next one. Focus on the next one. All right, we found out what the problem was. Look at this. Next one. That's it. Ha! You are wasting too much time thinking what went wrong. Who cares? Already went wrong. Next. That's it, that's it, that's it. Okay, next. What are you going to do next? Next reference point. The line.
Oop.
The line. Next. Go. Go. Yes, that's it. That's it. Next reference point. Okay.
Oh no, the tire's too hot.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's okay. You just keep on focusing on your next reference point. It's okay. They're too hot. So what? It is what it is. You cannot fix it. Look at this. Next. This is it. This is it. Always focus on the next thing. Wonderful. Okay, so again, reference point, smooth on the throttle, always on the next step, next step. Next step. Doesn't matter. That's it. That's it. Next step now. And again, inside the turn on the next step. Look away. Don't look at the limit of the track because you did an error. Okay? At the exit, look as far as you can. Don't look at the sides to see where you are on the track. Look away. Where you're looking, this is where the car will go. If you're looking at the sides of the track, you will go towards the sides and you will lose control or go outside the track. That's it. Look away. That's it. Okay, okay. Okay, stop a little bit. And you are now pushing too hard, okay? Because you see that there are a lot of gains to be made here, okay? You can now understand. You were lapping one lap after another, and even though there were errors, you could still gain back the time you were losing, okay? So, let's do something extra. Let's go back to the garage. So how was the car now?
Not good. I mean...
You see that you were a little bit exaggerating stuff, trying to get as fast as possible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you saw that once you stopped worrying about your past self, okay, you could regain the time every single time. So, making a mistake, it's good to remember the kind of mistake so at the next lap you can improve it. But in the meantime, you're still driving a dinosaur of over, 1 ton, 1400 kilos, okay, that has 500 horsepower. So you still need to stay on top and ahead of the car. You cannot stay behind and think, oh, there I went this, I have to control it. No, it's already done. You have to stop worrying about the past. The past is done. You cannot change it. It's impossible. So every time you need to go forward furthermore and furthermore in order to maintain control of the car and get faster. Okay, and I think that already you're starting to understand that doing that already made you faster. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so I still think that you are suffering sometimes of some extra oversteer at the end of the exit of the turns with low gears. How do you feel the rest of the car, maybe in fast turns?
I don't know, it feels pretty... It doesn't feel like something that I can't fix with practice. And just better consistency.
Okay, okay. Let's see if we can do something around. So, okay. All right. It is better of that ugly curb over that fast right-hander, right, in third gear.
Yeah, it's definitely much better than before.
Okay.
Like with the old one.
Right. Okay. Let's see what we can do. So. All right. Let's try this. Might be a bit too much, but let's try it. So. Go down to 900 bump stop rate at the front.
So, what should that do?
Bump stop rate 900.
Yeah, but what's the point?
The point is, I want to make the car even easier at the front end, to give it even more grip at the front end. Okay?
Okay.
Mechanical grip, and that obviously it's going to make some issues with the aerodynamic balance, because obviously it will let the car pitch more and roll more. But we'll see. We'll see if we can improve that. And I want you to go one click down on the preload to 40.
Okay.
Okay. And one click up at the front right height, so 55.
Okay.
Okay. We might need to go even one more click at the bump stop range, but we'll see after a couple of laps, okay? So let's see if this changes too much the car, or if you can feel the improvements.
All right. Let's see.
Okay, let's go. Okay, remember again now, reference points, absolutely very, very important, okay? And think ahead, think ahead. You can cut way more in there next lap. Alvaro, welcome to the channel. Okay, think ahead, reference points for everything. Ooh. Bonk.
Not that much.
Okay,
That's fine.
okay. Let's see if the car feels good. Maybe try TC2 at level 3.
Let me. So. Okay. I don't think I've got those mapped.
Okay, okay. We will try it afterwards in the pits, in the garage. Nice. Didn't like it too much.
On this turn, it always feels very understeering.
Okay, you are going in there way too hot though, way too fast. Maybe you need to give less accelerator while you are exiting the first part of the chicane. I will try to guide you there. Watch out your lines, reference points, that's the important part. Jose, welcome to the channel. You see, you don't have to go over that curb, but you had enough creep to close the trajectory that much.
Yeah. Okay. So just less steering.
Yeah.
angle.
How is it on this very fast last corner? Is it a little bit better?
Maybe, yeah. Gonna see this lap.
Okay. Concentrate. Watch out, you're not doing the correct things. Line inside the nose. Too much.
That can go a bit faster.
Yeah. Reference points. Over the curb. Easy on the throttle. And don't overdo it. That's it, that's it, that's it. Easy on the throttle. Okay, don't overdo it.
It's better.
Yeah, don't overdo it. Reference points, racing line, easy on the throttle. That's it, look at that. Wonderful. Hey, racing line. That's it. Perfect. Okay, reference points, think ahead, think ahead. A little bit over the curb. Reference points. That's it. Easy on the throttle. Don't overdo it at the first part. And easy on the throttle at the exit.
I think
Reference,
they
reference
shouldn't go
points.
So wide on
Why
that
you have to talk
right.
me right now? Look, you lost all your concentration.
Okay.
the things that I'm telling you, you should remind yourself, talk to yourself, even at loud voice if you can. So, reference point, easy on the throttle here, T1. You didn't do that. Racing line, easy on the throttle at the exit. Reference point for the throttle. Curb. Reference point. And easy on the throttle. Easy on the throttle. Right, don't overdo it. And then easy on the throttle in first gear. That's it, that's it. Watch out, reference points. That's it. That's it. 37.6. Easy on the throttle. Line, easy on the throttle. Don't step on it. That's how you do it. Reference points. Yeah. Curb. And reference points. Soft on the throttle. Yeah, soft on the throttle.
Okay. I think that the curb on the left makes me spin a little.
Nice. Nice. Reference points here. See, missed the apex. All right. So what do you think?
Doesn't seem pretty well. It doesn't seem pretty well.
You don't like it?
No, it turns in pretty well.
Ah, it turns in. Okay, that's good. I would advise you, for the level that you have to, get some help from the traction control and set the traction control 2 to level 3. That's nice here, very nice. A little bit of curb. Ha! You're watching the delta, you're not watching the road. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No.
Disable everything, press F2.
It's on my dashboard. Can't do anything.
Watch the road, watch your reference points. Talk to yourself. Eyes only on the road. Reference points, slow on the accelerator. Okay, so car was a little bit damaged and tires were getting, worn out. So probably for a race you need a little bit more understeer setup, which means that going forward it will neutralize itself and the car will become more balanced. Because if you try with this kind of setup for the race, as you can see, the more laps you were doing, the more the car would become oversteery. So maybe you need to counterbalance. Maybe one click down at the rear right height could fix it easily, and that's all. Just one click. What do you think for now?
I think I need more practice.
Yeah, sure.
That's fine.
Sure, but
But
remember
the
to do
setup
that
feels
practice
fine.
properly.
So, what? What do you mean practice properly?
You need to talk to yourself, because otherwise your attention starts to mitigate to the delta, okay, and you start to pushing the car outside of your comfort zone and the car comfort zone, and that means that every time you go to a turn you feel the car differently. Okay, but the car is actually the same. It's your driving reference points that go away. So you need to talk to yourself. Talk to yourself aloud, by voice. So before every turn, just tell to yourself, okay, what do we have here? The reference point and the exit. Do it. What do we have here? Just the exit. Okay. What do we have here? The curb. So talk to yourself until that thing becomes automatic. I know it sounds strange. I know it sounds like, oh, come on, I shouldn't do that. But it works. I mean, it works while I was doing this to you, but obviously you cannot have another guy telling you what to do while driving, so you need to tell yourself. And telling yourself works, believe me.
Okay.
Okay? I would also advise you to go to traction control 3, level 3. I think it would be a little bit better.
Okay. I can try it.
Yeah. Okay, if you want to do some practice, or I don't know, if you're tired and want to get back afterwards, I will be here as usual. If it's alright for you guys, I will take just a half an hour or so break to go and eat something, to have a little bit of dinner, and then we are back again. And either we keep on practicing with you, Quant, or we pick up another user.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I will let you watching. I don't know, someone. Like that. So you can have some fun, and I'll be back as soon as possible. All right. See you in about half an hour or less. Cheers.
Hey, Aris, you still there, mate?
Hello, simracers. I'm back. We are back. So, what do we do? Let's see if Quant is still on the voice chat. I believe no. I hope I didn't let you wait way too much. And okay, let's see what we're going to do now. I cannot see Quant online, so maybe he's still driving or not. I don't know, but I hope we will hear back from Quant again. All right, so next. Let's see who's next. Hello everybody. We are back online again.
Welcome back, Aris.
Hey Andy, how you doing, mate? So, did I lose much?
No, it's disappeared. Eric missed his kind of chance to react to the bot earlier, and he's now back, and he's asked that if he can be added to the name pool.
Yeah.
He didn't have a chance there,
Sure.
so just bung Eric down the list if you can.
Eric is
Eric
on the
Jen,
list.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
And maybe we could probably delete the guys that have already had their go now as well.
Yeah. So David did his own, Mopper did his own. Big Bark is selected and already, so out.
He's here, but he's not active. I don't know what
Okay,
he's up to at the
we will
moment.
see. If he is active, we can go for with him. Otherwise, at some point later, we will reply to his request of some information on the BMW. Quant is already here.
And yeah.
Gop we already did as well, right?
Yeah, Resident Idiot's got a race at the moment.
Well, okay, I'll let him there. Maybe he get. Why did he call himself like that, poor guy?
Idiot Alini. I don't know, because he is. that's it. I don't think there's much conspiracy to that one.
Okay, so here we go with a new rerun and roll the dice. Matrox. Is Matrox here?
Matrox, no, I've seen.
Let's see if Matrox is here. Let me check. So where is Matrox? Matrox is not here. I believe he's offline right now. Yeah. So last call for Matrox. Matrox, where are you?
He's not even a regular, so I don't know how he got into the.
He's on the boosters. So
that's right.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah,
people
booster
boosting,
guys, yeah.
obviously they get in.
Yeah. See, guys, pay your way to fame.
Well,
You
I mean,
send
it
Aris
makes
money.
sense. Actually, I don't even watch those money. They go directly on Discord, so happy them.
Oh, Matrox is here. Hang on. He's
Okay.
just turned up.
All right, cool.
We just message him.
Where is he? I can't find him, actually. So, how are you doing, guys? Are you ready for the last part of
Matrox
the live
is
stream? Matrox is here.
Yep, I've given him the co-driver role, so he'll be able to join
Nice.
race chat now.
Nice. Okay. Let's see if he can join. I don't know even if he has a mic or not.
Yeah, he's,
Otherwise,
Oh,
we
yeah,
can get his question on the chat maybe. Here. Well, last part for tonight. I mean, we start from now and we go on through the night as long as I can handle, and then we start again tomorrow. You need to see what triggers the rumble motors on Fanatec V3 pedals. I'm not sure. I believe it's 100% if you go. I'm not so sure that they actually controlling the ABS kicking in. But if you fiddle a little bit with it, we can fine tweak it, and it kind of works. Tell him to just join any voice chat, and then we can grab him and bring him here.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I'm not sure if he's on the stream.
Ninja. There he is. Okay, let him go down.
You got him, yeah. Cool.
Okay. Oops. Why he went up again? Why he's going up?
I think he's moving himself there.
Why? Incredible.
Stay here, mate.
Stay here. Don't move. Don't do anything.
In my trucks. We got him. There you go. All yours,
Yeah.
Aris.
Okay. Let's see if his mic also works as well. Ah, silence. Nothing works.
No.
His microphone doesn't work, probably. In the meantime, thank you, Taz and Vesraka. Welcome to the channel, guys. Let's see if Matrox solves. No, he went up again. Interesting. Let's see if we can. Yeah.
I'm in there.
Yes. Okay,
Ah, okay.
Oh no, okay. Aris has come to us now.
Yay!
But he's worked it out. I was going to send him back over to you, Aris.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. How you doing, mate?
Hi. What a pleasure. I'm very happy and very surprised because I was not aware. Am I on the list already? The happy vote, or it is just happened right now?
No, you were on the list because obviously you reacted on the bot, and then we got the bot and made the random picker here. So all is good. All is good.
Okay, I'm here, and with Assetto Corsa, my wheel is still working. All should be working nice.
Nice, very good, very good. So, what would you like to talk about? What would you like to ask?
I would introduce myself that I mainly race at Monza.
Okay, nice.
And, today, for this marathon, I started to train at Spa, and
cool.
I would say I have a big experience according to my judgment.
Okay.
On Monza, and very low experience on Spa.
Right.
And I am all the time self-learning. Of course, considering what you say and what I look at servers, what other players do, what time is, let's say, possible with particular car. So I have at least some reference.
Very good, very good.
So, if that is possible, I would like to show what I do on Monza.
Yeah.
And just get your comment.
Okay, we can do that.
And just assuming and considering that I claim myself that I am experienced with Monza and I know reference points and so on.
All right.
And on the other hand, maybe a short try on Spa.
Sure.
Where I am not experienced. I did something like 50 or 60 laps today.
Mm-hmm.
But already I reached the point where I cannot improve time.
Okay.
So I could be consistent at Spa right now, or just after 1 day of training, but now things for me start to be really complicated. I don't know how can I overcome my limitations, because I assume at this stage these are my limitations, not setup limitations.
Okay. So let's first go to Monza, if you like, as you asked.
Yes.
Andy, can you set us a Monza server? Do you have a car that you usually like to use?
This is a complicated story. I used to be very good with Ferrari, with kind of a setup that I found on internet, but it was with 1.7.
Okay.
So I could do something like 147.7 was my best.
Nice.
And 48 mid was something I could do on regular basis.
Very good.
But now with the same setup with Ferrari, I could not do any better. So I was like struggling to go below 50.
Okay.
150 was could not get any better.
Okay.
So I changed the car, and I cannot say that I have a favorite car now with 1.8, because I just started with completely with Aston, and I'm just trying, and I could do already with Aston better times than I did, let's say, 8 or 10,000 kilometers with my favorite Ferrari.
Okay. Do you prefer to try again the Ferrari, maybe, or we just go with the Aston?
I would like to try with Ferrari, with
All right.
exactly the same setup, because I am just overdriving the car all the time, and I don't know if I should change setup or my attitude.
Okay, cool. Okay. So Ferrari Evo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Server needs 3 minutes and 20 to start, so 4 minutes more or less. Thank you, Andy, for that. So as soon as we have the server online, we will go in and try out. Now, generally speaking, with the new tires and physics, the Ferrari Evo became a little bit more nervous, especially under acceleration. So under acceleration, the car now showcases what the actual car problems are. It has such a angry engine, such an exaggerated engine response that is suffering traction from slow speed corners. So that, of course, can make you slower. We can have a go on this and see if we can improve a little bit on details of the car and details of the driving style. If you are saying that you were doing 47s, it means that you have already, good driving technique. And I believe that with a couple of, details here and there, you should be able to go down to 48 with the Ferrari. Keep in mind that all lap times with 1.8 are a little bit slower. They could be slower by some tenths up to 2 seconds, depending on the track, car, and ambient combination. So if you were doing 47 highs before, you might be doing 48 highs now if everything else is correct, and then slowly, by practicing, you will go down to 48 lows.
Sorry to interrupt, Aris. Just Motrox, just make sure you sign up to and register for the server, mate. Okay, because you've got 1 minute and 20 seconds to do it, or we have to start all again.
I understand.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay.
So I've sent you the link in a I've sent you the link in a DM. So make sure you. Brilliant. Sorry, Aris, back to you, mate.
No worries. Thank you.
Just realised the time is getting very low and you haven't registered yet.
Absolutely.
Yes, I am already.
Yeah, you good? All right, okay.
Good.
So meanwhile, I just first thing I wanted to say is just a thank you. Thank you for the all attitude, the atmosphere that you bring in, and it's just amazing.
No, I have to thank you guys for all the support, because you are so many and always here.
I am one of thousands, but I have this opportunity, and I wanted to start. If I ever have an opportunity to say something to you personally, I really thank you. It's just amazing.
Far too kind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, mate.
And I can tell you, I was for a very long time, I was playing AC1. I was just playing DTM at Nordschleife.
Right.
It was for me so fantastic, and
Yeah,
I was never finding any time to do anything else.
Yeah. DTM at Nordschleife at SC1, I agree, is one of the best experience, to be honest.
That's so great experience, and this is why for such a long time I didn't go to competition. I was not aware what are GT3 cars and so on.
Yeah.
And now everybody whom I know, I am just claiming, hey, you must move, you don't stuck to it, and go to the new stuff and develop yourself, go this way, and I do propagate this voice everywhere.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, it is saying the server is launched.
Yeah, let's see if it's already in the lobby, because sometimes it takes some time to get registered in the lobby. So I cannot find it yet in the lobby, so you have to wait half a minute or so, usually.
So you already answered my question. I was asking, before I go for any manipulation with setup, I consider, should I go for this kind of a fundamental, that I take aggressive setup that is built into the game?
Yeah.
And for this, I should do certain time. Would you consider it to be a good idea that we have kind of a matrix, like per car, per track, with default setup? What should I obtain?
Yeah, well, my advice is first try with the presets. Okay, whatever suits you better. If you feel more confident with the safe, go for the safe, or maybe go with the aggressive if it's okay. Now,
because I wonder what are your decisions that you leave the setup as okay, let it be like that, or you still work on the setup that is finally implemented in the game?
Right.
What criteria do you use to say, okay, let's leave it as a default aggressive?
Right.
Do you also try to get some time, or what do you think? What do you do?
Well, the first and most important thing is that the setup should permit me to attack the track with the car. So I should feel confident to go into the turns, be able to work with the pedals, and I don't want personally the car to over-rotate, because every time that the car over-rotates on me, that makes me lose time. Okay, so I prefer having a more safe setup to start with, a setup that might give me a little bit of understeer initially. Okay, that's fine with me, because when the setup gives me a little bit of understeer, not too much, because if it's too much, obviously I have a problem. But if the setup gives me a decent amount of understeer, then I can work on learning the track and the car combination as much as I can and becoming consistent. Once I am consistent, that means that at that point I also have the knowledge to start understanding what the car does on each turn, and then try to slightly modify the setup to make the car better on every single turn. And again, separating the turn into turn in phase, apex, and exit for every single turn. So my first thing is, okay, can I attack the track? Okay, if I can attack the track, then I will just keep on lapping until I get consistent. Once I am consistent, then I will start, working with the setup to see if I can improve. The only situation where I will try to change the setup as soon as I can, or even go back to the safe setup possibly, is when I get into the aggressive. I try to do 5 laps, fix the pressures, and even though I have fixed the pressures and I have try to do 5 or 10 laps, I cannot stay on the road. If I cannot stay on the road, that means that for whatever reason it doesn't work for me, and I need to start, changing the setup to be more safe, to be able to control the car.
And how would you comment? So you don't look at the time finally that you achieved some time that you would like to achieve on particular track with this setup?
Not at the initial phase. So when I'm just trying to understand the car and the setup, I'm just trying to, obviously you're pushing, you're trying to be faster, but most importantly for me is trying to be consistent on the reference points and be consistent on the gear changes and be consistent on the racing line. Once I have all that stuff consistent, then I will start watching the lap times and checking, okay, how much, far away, how much slower I am from the fast guys, what I don't like to the car, so I can change it and see if the lap times are going down, and so on and so on. So for me, first thing is, don't bother with the lap times, make sure that you can drive the car. Okay? Once you can drive the car, make sure that you can be consistent on driving the car on the same exact reference points every single lap. Okay? Usually for me, this takes less than a day of practice. A day of practice means, 1 or 2 hours of practice, depending on how much time you have available. But some people might need more days. Some people might need just 10 minutes. Doesn't matter. Each one has different abilities and timings. Once I'm like that, then I will start looking, as I said, on the lap times.
Mm-hmm. Because in final it is about lap times or racing.
Of course.
So I want to compete. I want to be competitive.
Absolutely.
And,
Absolutely.
You know how many talking is about give me good setup, give me good setup. So this is why I will also try to punish myself.
Yeah.
Okay, don't go crazy with setups. Mm-hmm. Just be consistent, of course. But also there is always in my mind kind of a thinking, what should I achieve with this setup?
Yeah.
At least.
Well,
something
my mental order for this thing is, if I'm not consistent, I cannot drive the car. It makes no use for me to start fiddling with the setup. Because if I start fiddling with the setup, already I don't understand the car, and I will going to change it, and I will have trouble. I know that I'm going to have trouble. And I will take the example of Quant before, that we were, working with Quant to make him better at Zandvoort. And you might have heard that while trying, he was telling to me that he would feel the car doing different things from lap to lap. But in the end, it wasn't the setup, it wasn't the car, it was that he wasn't still consistent on his reference points. So here's an explanation and a clear example how not being consistent will make you feel that the car is doing different things. But it's not the car, it's still the driver.
I always try to think this way because you mentioned that many times that the most of the problems is behind the seat and the steering wheel.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I have it in my mind. But for example, when I was starting with Assetto Corsa Competizione, and I started with safe presets, then I wanted, okay, let's try aggressive. I want to be aggressive, I want to be fast.
Okay.
And I was surprised that many sim racers, which were using in the past on servers, on public servers, you could really see a lot of Ferrari.
Yeah.
Right now, it's not that much. Even at Monza, I don't see that much Ferrari. But when I was looking at them, almost everybody was going with a brake bias like 52, sometimes 51, maximum 53, let's say.
Yeah.
And I loaded aggressive setup and it was like 58.
Right.
And I could see definitely that after the long start-finish line, the breaking point, I could really make it later when I was moving brake bias to the rear of the car.
Sure.
Effectively, I felt the car is braking much stronger with the brake bias like 51, let's say. So
Okay.
it's just before the first chicane.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to ask you this question, because I was expecting when this is aggressive setup, maybe it will be too aggressive for me, maybe it's not adequate to my skills.
Sure.
But with this brake bias that was in the aggressive setup, I could never make a competitive laps to start in the top 10 or top 5 of the grid.
Okay. Well, the thing is that unfortunately we cannot provide a ton of presets or infinite presets, or I mean even a big number. So we decided to provide at least 3. Okay. And with all of those presets, all of those, even the aggressive, sorry, even the aggressive one, we still have to make sure that the car is drivable even from people that they are using the joypad or the keys, you know, or people that have simply less experience. Okay. And because those cars are particularly sensitive in pitch aerosensitivity, which obviously happens when you're braking, it really changes a lot from driver to driver how they feel the car and how their braking technique, you know, has to do with the car. So even in the aggressive setup, we will never make an extremely aggressive setup. It's always a setup that should work based on the real car setup, and should also work in race stream, and should also work in different ambient conditions, and should also work even with different controller conditions. So the brake bias is the most easiest thing to change for an experienced driver. And so we've chosen a brake bias that it is relatively, how to say, moderate. It's not so aggressive. So you can still control the car in different controllers, and it's not a big deal because, you know, changing the brake bias, it's so easy, and you can even do it while driving. So this is one of the reasons. And the other reason is, again, it depends a lot on your driving style. So, for example, I tend to use much more front brake bias than most of the fast drivers that I see around. Okay, I'm not saying that myself I'm a fast driver, but I'm not slow either. So I tend to use quite a bit front brake bias, and it works for me, and the brake distances are still good. So it's not like that you can definitely need to move the brake bias way too much rearwards to have good brake distances. And then there is the other situation where Monza is very particular, and you are braking most of the time in a straight line, so you can afford to have as much rear brake bias as you suggested. So all of these things, you know, put together, move slowly more and more forward the brake bias for the preset setups.
Okay. Thank you for explanation. I fully understand this attitude, what you say, and
that's right.
That's good.
Let's go.
That's good.
Okay, if you want to go for it and fix the pressures and everything.
Yes.
And in the meantime, I will be watching how you drive.
So I will tell you, in a desire to make a faster lap time, in combination that I don't know how to make setups.
Okay.
Even if I apply some suggestions and education that you deliver, sometimes I end up in the end that all is messed in my head, because there are really a lot of things you can change in the setup.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you explain advanced things, how one parameter can affect others, and the behavior of the car in these situations like slow corners, mid apex, late apex, in turning out. There are so many things that finally, in desire of getting faster times, I was just looking for internet for setups.
Yeah, sure.
And there are some guys that put on that YouTube, they make a lap, they show this lap, they make also the video from their setup, and I was trying something.
Yeah.
So I loaded right now kind of a setup that I did a lot of kilometers, and let's say in the beginning I was just something like 49 highs, and with this setup that I found on the internet, after let's say 2 or 3 hours, I could think, oh yes, I believe I can go with 49 low.
Okay.
Then I was training more and more, but then it came into, let's say, weeks maybe. I was getting 48 minutes.
Okay.
So I was thinking, okay, I stick to this setup and live with that. And finally I went to 47.7, which was my personal best.
Okay.
But I could feel that I can make low 48s, and that was making me extremely happy, because on the public servers I could start on the top of the grid and nicely battle.
Sure.
Especially in Monza, when I could skip the rest of the grid, where in T1 is almost always destruction there.
Okay, yeah.
So I loaded this setup, and I want to have a try, because also after upgrade to 1.8, I tried a couple of times and I quit Ferrari and quit this setup. So I need to handle right now a little bit of the stress and warm up tires and show you my lap and just ask for a comment.
Okay, cool.
Particularly work on the setup, but basically what I would say, that after the upgrade I was feeling that the car is just sliding everywhere. It's like I entered the corner with the same speed, and I'm not even getting understeer or oversteer, but I'm just listening to tires, and I hear that the tires are just making more noise, and it's like car is slightly sliding out, parallel sliding out from corners and so on. And I was feeling, this was my initial feeling.
Right. Well, in the meantime, I would say let's do some laps, okay, and see how you're doing. And I have an indication here that might help you. You were saying that you were trying a different car on a different track, and you could actually drive properly, and you had fun doing so, and you were starting to be fast. This, for me, is a little bit of an indication that probably once the 1.8 went out, you jumped into the car, and you will probably try to do the same lap times as before. You obviously feeling the different characteristics of the tires, but you will also probably watching the the delta time not working properly, or the sector times, and you could see that you were slower, and that probably made you push even harder. Now obviously with those tires, the harder you push and the worse they get and the more they slide around. So the fact that with the other car on a different track you went back to become fast enough, it's an indication to me that shows that, okay, when you don't know the combination, you can still drive properly. But on a combination that you knew your kind of speed that you should have, you could see that you were slower, and that was make the situation worse and worse because you were pushing too much. now that you know that all lap times are a little bit slower in 1.8, maybe we can find back some of your lost feeling with the car and the track.
So, what was stated today before my session, I observed it very late, in fact, on myself, that the more I want to push,
Yeah.
the worse is the result.
Yeah. Let's try and see. Back in. Okay.
So now I am still warming up tires. I don't want to overpower too much.
Yeah.
I have some short questions. Do you have any possibility to sit in GT3 car and drive it just for fun or for comparison?
Well, for fun, it's difficult. Those cars, cost a lot, and the test timing it's really limited. So obviously, they will give time to the professional drivers or the clients. So it's not easy to fit in, slid in, and try different cars. I did drive an older GT3 car and had some experience, but not that much. In this situation, it's not as easy with street cars where you can try a lot of them, and the manufacturers are more willing to let you try. So no, we didn't obviously try different GT3 cars for this simulator. Pressures, good.
27.7, all okay.
Okay.
As for this level of emotions that I have, just talking to you and thinking on this thing, I'm really happy with this lap. I am just happy, but let me calm down a little bit more.
Yeah, go on. I'm watching now right now. That's why I'm not talking.
So, at this moment, this braking, I know that with brake bias 51, my braking point would be okay. But I have to decide, should I go with the braking point a little bit earlier, or should I go with the brake bias to the old setting that I was using, 51?
Do 2 more laps and then we can discuss that.
Okay.
Hey Javier, welcome to the channel. One more lap, please.
Yes.
No, Sander, it is what it is.
I still need to do one more.
Okay, go. Hey, Stefano! Guys, Mr. Kunos himself on the chat. Ciao, Stefano. Francesco, grazie a te, grazie a te. Stefano. Good.
Why the guy in front of me is faster?
He's not, don't worry.
Mm,
9-6.
oh,
Yeah, you can do it, you can do it.
yeah.
All right, cool. Pressure is good?
Yes.
Okay,
27.7.
okay, good.
me try one lap with Bias 51.
Sure.
Was the one that I would use, let's say, on a regular basis.
Okay.
Whatever problems it is bringing, I was doing that.
Okay. Stefano, where I find the strength? How do you think we've managed to do all these tires and cars in Assetto Corsa 1 and ACC? Long hours, mate, as everybody. And lots of coffee. The replay is just positional data, yeah, it's not physics. Better?
Yeah, this is how I like to pass, Ascari.
Stay in third.
Too late.
Okay, next lap maybe. Hey, Halsey. Thanks, mate. Happy New Year to you too. Guys, in case you've missed it, Stefano is showcasing his new work on Twitch and also posting some videos on YouTube as well. So make sure to subscribe and follow him, and go also and put his new simulator about sailing boats on your wish list at Steam. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah. Stay in third.
Okay.
That's it.
Nah, this is the biggest problem after 1.8 upgrade.
Well,
in the first chicane I cannot do it.
Well, as you can see, before you were trying with 53% brake bias and braking still a little bit late, but more normal, let's say. And now you have 51 and you are pushing the braking zones way too hard and you are 1 second slower again. So yeah, so I believe that what you're trying to do is, you know, instead of feeling the car, which you are also very good at, and this is something that I want to discuss with you, and instead of adapting, because you are good at adapting, you're just trying and insisting to use your previous experience on this track and trying to find lap time like that, but it doesn't work. So personally, I would put the brake bias somewhere around 52 or 53 again and brake properly on a tiny little bit earlier, okay? Because you still have a lot of time to gain, I believe you can easily go down to 48s again. 48 highs for starters, but it would be already very good. And
you could never go now with this setup. 49.2 was my maximum, was my best.
48 highs, it's doable if you drive it properly.
Never anymore.
Yeah, you can do that. You need to bring some braking inside the turn. You are releasing the brakes instantly. Okay, on the chicanes that might be okay, but on longer turns it's not so okay anymore. So less mode 1, less mode 2, you need to bring some of the braking inside the turn to go to the apex. Go in earlier, like that.
Yes.
Okay, bring some brake inside and go to the apex earlier. Too late, you see? Way too far away from the apex. Go for the curb. That's it, a little bit better. Okay. On the entry of the Ascari, go to the inside curbs with your inside wheels, the sausages. Go over them. So in you go, in.
I understood, but sometimes it's harder.
Of course, you need to customize yourself again. In. That's it. Let the car go. Hey Nicholas, thank you so much for the support, mate. Thank you, it's a pleasure to be able to help. Okay, brake a little bit earlier. That's it. It's okay. Again, go inside the first part of the turn earlier. Don't go 90 degrees in, but make the chicane more straight. So, you know, be more smooth going in and sooner. Now.
Oh.
You are turning too much though. Turn as before. Because you turned too much the steering wheel and you went into understeer. In. You see, you're way too wide. Okay, let's stop for a minute. I
am afraid to turn in.
You shouldn't. Let's stop for a minute. Let's go to the replay. Okay? Let's have a look at your replay on your best lap. So you did a 49.6 at lap 6? Yes, at lap 6. So lap 6, and I will show you from the outside. Now, I don't know if you can watch on the live stream or if you can watch it yourself on your replay.
I will do it on the live stream, yes.
Okay, so you start braking 100% here, which is fine. And you see that you are already going now to the turn. Now this is correct here, but usually you are still going straight, and you will see that in other turns, and then you try to cut in like in a 90 degrees turning style, which is not so good. The car doesn't have the time to set and get lateral grip. So now you go in here, you're already off the brakes. You could stay a little bit off the brakes. You tend to go off the brakes way too fast and way too early. But for this specific Variante 1, so the specific chicane here, it could be also good. So in you go. That is a very good line over here, very good line, and very good exit. So this, not much to work on that. It was quite good. Hello Michele, benvenuto. Alright, so let's move forward here. Okay, now again, really late braking, but that's okay. But the issue here, this is the first time that we will see the issue. You try to get as much wide entry as possible. This is good, but look how you instantly go off the brakes and you're still going straight. You see, you're still straight here. So now you're asking from the car quite a bit to turn in. You see, you're still away. You're way too far away. What if you could stay with your car a little, I mean, like 30, 40 centimeters more in, so that you could go straighter between the first apex and the second apex. Now, look at that. Look at that. You are still, okay, because you are staying way too wide, you are like 40 centimeters away from the apex. Your front tire should be touching this curb. Okay, so you have to look at this curb and try to focus on this curb and try to go almost over it with the tire. Now, some aliens even go over it, but let's not make it too complicated. Your tire should be touching this curb right here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And to do so, you need to start the entry a little bit sooner, because as you can see, okay, from your steering wheel angle, you already steering way too much. You are over the lateral grip that your tires can give. Okay, you are way over it because you don't have any more grip, lateral grip. So you're trying with your steering to put the car in, but you are way over it already. So you need a more smooth racing line here. Let's move on. This is good.
Okay.
This is very good here. And indeed, on the exit you were gaining time, obviously. And now we move on Lesmo 1. Now, look at what is happening now. Late braking, 100%. Look, you are already 0% braking. 0% braking. That means that the front end has no load. I mean, it has the normal load. You're not aiding the front end to load with the brakes and get some extra grip. Okay, you need a little bit of load, so you need to stay a little bit on the brakes, like 10%, 5% on the brakes, and you need to keep on doing that until the car comes close to the apex and then release the brakes. So you should be like braking, let's say it in slow motion. So brake, 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 brake. Around here you should be still helping the front end with some braking. Okay. Otherwise, you're gonna end up wide, and this is one of the best lines you took on Lesmo 1, but it's still missing the apex by like 30 centimeters. Okay. Now here you were perfect this time, but all the other laps. So if we go like here, lap before, okay, look at that. You're not on the apex. If we go on the last laps here again, look at that. See, you're still not on the apex almost. Okay. Now here you were okay, but most of the laps you were not on the apex over there. So something to remember.
Okay.
Okay. Acceleration, all right, all good. Now, something that I think we can learn here. You're turning in, that is good. Now, look at that. Your steering wheel is way too much rotation because you're already going wide here. So you are forcing the car to understeer. Okay. Now this not only gives you less front lateral grip, but it also overheats your surface of the tires. And overheating the surface of the tires will keep your grip lower than optimum. Okay. Now, obviously, in the straight, the surface heat will go down again, no big deal. But at this very moment, scrubbing the tires will overheat the surface, and the surface, overheated surface means you get less grip. So try to be more moderate with your steering angle here. If you feel that you are giving too much and you're going too much into understeer, try to avoid that. Maybe the next lap a little bit less steering angle, something like that. Okay. Oops. Let's move on. Again here the same thing. 100% braking instantly over the brakes. You see, you are already at 0. The better drivers will keep on braking at least around here and then go into the accelerator. The line was good though. Now, also a small detail. Every time you exit this turn, okay, you go wide on the right side of the road. You go over here, okay? This makes you do more distance. And you don't need that because the next turn is not a turn really. It's just a bend. It's just you can go flat out at any place you are with the car. So instead of going here, try to maintain your car on the left side, which means you're gonna do less road, and which means that your delta will go down. Okay? So for all this straight, just stay on the left side, and you will see that you can do this bend here without issues flat out, and then slowly, as you're doing now, go over the right side again. Ideally, you want to be on the right side when you are going under the bridge, not before. Because again, it means that you are moving around way too much and you're doing more meters than you need to. Okay? Now, this is again the same thing. 100%. Okay, braking. Instantly off the brakes, but again, you are losing the apex because you are turning towards the turn way too late. You're going straight a little bit too much, like 1 or 2 meters too much. You need to turn a tiny little bit sooner. And if you turn sooner, you won't need to use all that steering. You see? All that steering here. You need less steering to go over there. This kind of steering you will need when you are on the apex, not before.
Okay. There is one fact.
Okay, here. Yeah?
There is one factor that is changing my behavior on braking. When I go with a low brake bias like going even to 51,
Yeah.
I learned that when I make second lap with completely fresh tires, I can release the brake in the turn slower.
Yeah. Okay.
But when my tires are 3, 4, 5 laps old, I am afraid to do that because the phenomena that I observe is when I release the brake too fast, even in any kind of a wheel angle, I am losing rear.
Well, that depends on many factors. Maybe the setup that you have is now a bit too aggressive for a race setup, so with full fuel and everything. So maybe going 1 or 2 clicks lower on the rear should help you out with that, for example. Or, you know, having a little bit extra camber at the rear or something like that. We can discuss on it. But again, I would recommend maybe you are pushing way too much based on your old reference points, because I can see that you are braking really late pretty much everywhere, really late. And some places you're very good and you manage to keep the car and the line properly, but on some turns you're simply way over the physics. You are just way too late, you know, on the braking. So maybe you need to adapt a little bit on that.
I can tell you why it happens. Because when you observe other fast drivers, and you save replay from the server, this is something that can easily be compared.
Yeah.
At this point, I see the guy starts braking.
Right.
And obviously for me, okay, later I brake, maybe the faster I am.
Yeah,
because
but
the rest, what he's doing with the wheel, with pedals, it is too fast and too complicated to find it all together. So braking point was, for me, was the easiest to find from other fast guys.
Okay.
And I was trying to do the same.
Okay, cool. But you need to keep one thing in mind. Whatever you see on an online server and you save the replay from an online server, it's always a little bit delayed. So the braking point that you see on other guys on the online server is later on your replay than what they actually do, because there is a little bit of lag from the online ping and timings. Okay. So you might see them that they brake, for example, at 150 meters, but in reality, what they are doing, okay, is they start braking at 152 meters. And because they have a ping with you of, I don't know, 70 microseconds or 100 microseconds like that, you see them braking 2 meters later. Okay, so keep that in mind. And also the fact that you are always training at Monza makes this factor even more important, because obviously at Monza braking late makes a difference. Okay, and it is a difference that you can see. Because obviously you see, okay, this is a reference point. If I brake later, I can see the delta going down. But it's as always very important to be better on the exit, because every time you accelerate a little bit sooner on the exit, Monza straights are so long that you can get that much time. This 6th lap that you did, your best lap right now, it was the most conservative lap in terms of braking, and yet you did your best lap. And all the laps you did after the 6th lap were way more aggressive in braking. You could handle the car, but incredibly enough, actually logically enough, you don't exit the turn. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Okay, so Let's see this one again. That was almost good. A little bit too much, this one. Okay, do you want to have a go again, or do you want to maybe play on the setup for something?
Rather, I would like to have a go.
Okay, go for it.
And depending if you consider also having what you already saw with my person on Spa with Aston, which
Yeah.
I was mentioning in the beginning.
Sure.
Depending. Okay. So definitely now I don't go crazy with late braking.
Yeah.
I will try to make it safer.
Yeah, I want you to exactly not go crazy with late braking. Act if it's like, you know, racing, but try to be more precise on the turn-in and at the exit of the turn. So more precision on the racing line. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, try this.
And I wanted to ask, do you use load cell brake?
Yeah, it's definitely better. I don't know what kind of pedals you have.
I have a Thrustmaster T3 PA.
Okay.
So let's say potentiometer startup.
Right. So I can't say that, you know, using a load brake cell is better. You can have a better modulation of your braking forces. That might also help. Obviously, always, you know, remember that it's not like that you're going to take the new pedals and you will be instantly better. You will need to still get used to them. But in the long run, yeah, it's a load cell is always better. How much fuel do you run right now?
40.
Okay, cool. Okay, so remember, racing lines, that's what we're trying to do now. Proper apex. Hit all the apexes. If you can, try to be a little bit less aggressive at the initial turn-in with your steering angle.
Okay.
Yeah, it will get some used to it. Don't worry about it. You are this time you were too slow. So a mid solution. You see how much time you lose on the exit?
Oh, 0.5.
Yeah. And you were practically green before entering the turn. So now, good
I
turn.
don't know why it went so bad. I don't know.
Hello, Patrick. That's good. That was very good. Look, you're going down now. That's it. That's it. That's it. Stay on the left. Stay on the left. Stay there. That's it. And point. Not so much to the left now. Now go, you know, diagonal like that. Okay, good. Okay, smooth with your steering wheel input. Yeah, grip. You were so surprised. You were actually so surprised that you didn't accelerate soon enough.
Exactly, but because I was too surprised, I felt I had such a big reserve.
I know. Try again now. Smooth in the turn in. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, you lost some time, but not too much.
0.1 loss.
Yeah. Now again, a little bit sooner and smooth turn in. Oh yeah, that is very good. Look at the gap now.
Exactly.
You forgot to change gears up.
It's too emotional, you know?
Yeah, I know. It's going down again. Yeah, that's it. Stay there, stay on the left. And now go diagonal. Let the car go diagonal. Okay, smooth turn in. Yes, that's it. That's it. You're going down.
I cannot say how much pleasure I feel right now.
But you forgot to upshift again.
I forget everything.
Okay, smooth turn in again. You were a little bit too late.
Yeah.
Hey Patrick, thank you, no worries. Josh, I'm using a small 24 inches practically. Okay, smooth turn in again, but try to stay on the right side on the first part of the chicane. Yeah, that's it. Too much curve, but doesn't matter. But you know what you do now. You just need to adapt on the next lap. Again, smooth turn in and go exactly on the apex. Don't go over the curb. That's it. Go. And the gap goes down the delta. Look at this. Smooth turn in. Yeah, that's it. Again, once more. Yeah, look at this. Hello, Andreas. Yeah. You need to go diagonal sooner. Look away, look far away. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay, it's okay. If you can keep everything together, you go down to 49 flat.
Definitely feeling that I need to turn less.
Yes.
In fact, I was doing opposite.
Yeah.
You know? I was
Yeah. Look at that. This is wonderful. This is wonderful here. Look at the delta right now. It went down from 80 to 66, 65 now. 64. Look at this. Okay, try again. Stay on the right side so that you can cut the exit better. Very good. Oh, that was very nice. Very good, very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do this, Matthias.
Okay, concentrate now. Again, smooth turn in. Hit the apex properly. You got too excited and went on the accelerator too soon. Hey Andrea, grazie a te. Okay, go more diagonally, you have to go on the other side sooner. Under the bridge, you have to be on the other side. Okay. Now, I want you to do the same thing as we said, so smooth entry and so on, but don't look at the delta anymore. Don't look at the delta, just the road. Focus on the road. That's it. Don't look at the delta now, just focus on the road. Okay, don't overdo it with the braking zone. Perfect. Perfect. Again, the same thing. Don't overdo it, the braking zone, smooth entry, focus on the apex. Look at the apex. Too aggressive. Smooth entry again. Look at the apex. Look at that. Look how much grip you have at the front. Again. Too aggressive, too aggressive. Go on the other side. Smooth. You see how much the car has front grip if you go smooth. Okay, again, do not be so aggressive on the braking and smooth with the turning. That is perfect, perfect. Okay, now this is important. Second chicane, you are too aggressive on the turning. Turning a little bit earlier, just a tiny bit earlier. And smoother, yes. Do not overdo it.
It was still too late.
It's okay, it's okay. Again, here. That's it. Wait and go. Very good. Again. Yeah. Good, good, good. It's okay, it's okay. Again, smooth. Go in sooner. That's it, that's it, that's it. When you hit the curbs over there, okay, when you hit the curbs at the first part of the entry, the sausages, yes. Try to have the steering wheel almost straight. Don't stay with the steering wheel turned too much. Very good here, very good. Anders and 369 Dark Knight, thanks for the follow, guys. Thank you, Dark Knight, thank you so much. Very glad that you also find improvements. Okay, well, you were a little bit aggressive. Let's do the second chicane properly. You know what to do. Go in sooner and less steering angle.
Yes.
Yeah, don't look at the delta. You see, you're watching the delta, you don't watch the road. Okay, now remember, over the sausages, once you are jumping over the sausages, straight up your steering wheel and point to the exit. Yes, that's better. Whoops. Okay, so you are watching elsewhere. You need to be more focused on when you're driving and what's far away, not at the sides of the road. You are way too focused on how to place your car at the limit of the road, which is good, but now you have to go over that and try to look as far ahead as possible, not at the side of the road. Because when you're watching at the side of the road to control that you are at the limit, you end up, you know, steering where you're watching and the car follows and you end up out of the road. So what's away? What's ahead of you? Yeah, that's it. What's where you want to go? Look at how more smoother the car changes direction now. What's away? Look as far away as possible. Again here, look far away. So apex 1, apex 2 instantly. Again, the same. Yeah. Okay.
You know, but this is real life, and this is average driver that is trying to get better.
But you can already see where you can improve. You see? Just look far away. Look where you want to go, not where you want to place the car. Where you want to go. Okay, again, all that we have said. So, smooth steering angle. You went in way too early. Yeah, that's much better.
Yes.
Yeah, better. Yes, that's it. That's it. It's a very good thing that you didn't steer even more to control the understeer, but you just waited a little bit for the car.
Yes, yes, yes. But you know, this is the confidence growing. That
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
have to steer that much, but
Yeah.
I did not have that confidence.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah. Try to do properly the second chicane now. Don't watch where you have to go on the right side. Watch towards the apex. You see, you are too late. You're too late. Stop here and press the replay. I want to show you something. Go into the replay. Okay? So, I want to show you a couple of...
In this chicane, I have a question, and
Yeah.
also many other
Sure.
tracks and turns. Should I start the turn in at some reference point, or is this dependent on my skills, my feeling of a driver?
If you can't find if you're having issues, by all means, and this is always the case everywhere in, you know, circuit racing, find as many reference points as you can. So if you need help on the turning in, find a reference point on the turning in if it's available. But I will show you something extra here, that you're doing it pretty much on every single lap, and that gives me an indication that we might find a new issue here. So every time here, okay, you're arriving at Ascari. Now you're starting braking correctly, okay? Okay, so you start braking. Now at this point, you should be looking over here. I don't know if you can see my mouse on the stream.
I see.
Okay, so you should be looking at the apex, right? Instead, every single time I see you turning your steering wheel towards the right because you want to go almost over the curb over here, okay? Look at that. Look at that. You are going over the curb. You are turning to go as right as possible. Now, while it is a very good thing to, you know, take advantage of as much width of the road as possible, the fact that just a tiny bit before going into the turn, you are still looking at your right, okay, this is an indication to me that you are looking at right here. You're looking to go over here. Your eyes are here, okay? Instead, you should be looking during the whole turning, during the whole braking, you should be looking at the apex here. Your eyes should be locked up to the apex. And of course, you might tell me, but Aris, I might do something wrong and won't be able to take advantage of the road. Well, there is always a solution for everything. So instead of going diagonally so late, okay, position your car to the right at the limit of the road and just go straight. Once you are at the limit of the road, just go straight, okay? And here that you are already braking 100%, instead of looking at the right of the road, you should be going straight and keep on looking at the apex. Now, why I'm telling this? Because as you can see, you're going right now, which means that you are looking right, which means that now at some point you need to refocus your eyes to the left towards the apex. That thing, moving your eyes from here to here, takes time, okay? And that time needed, what it means? It means that now you're turning and now it's too late, okay? You've managed to do it properly, but usually you're always too late here. And you are especially too late here. Okay, let me show you.
Sadly, I need to confirm that indeed I look.
Yeah.
And I look and think the way you say.
Yeah, I know.
Obviously, Obviously, I was not pointing my eyes to the turn, and I was looking right instead of the turn.
Look at this here.
And
You're doing the same exact thing. You're looking at the right, you're going right. Because the car always go where you're looking at. And your steering wheel also shows me that you are turning, towards the right. And at some point now you say, okay, now I have to look where is the apex. So you need time to refocus your eyes from right to the left. This time means that you are already turning way too late. It's too late now. And turning too late means that either you're losing time or you need to turn way too much your steering wheel, but you're already understeering, okay? And in the end, look at how much space you have. And this is a constant in your driving style. You're doing that lap after lap after lap. So my advice is, do not look at the sides of the road to position your car. You're already pretty good at it. Don't go crazy about it. Brake in a straight line and keep your eyes focused on the apex. When you move your eyes, you're already losing time. So keep your eyes focused on the apex. Okay?
yes,
Yeah.
it's only the question if you also know remotely where your wife is looking and what she's thinking. You do the same with your life like with your students.
Yeah, something like that. All right. Do you want to keep on going here, or do you want to have a go and a lap at Spa?
Yes, lap at Spa.
Okay,
that
okay.
You compare me as a beginner on Spa.
All right, cool. We can do that. Let's ask Andy, if he's still here and alive, if he can put a server at Spa. Oops. Where am I? Yeah.
And just by looking at this stage,
Yeah.
do you think purely that, let's say, improving time is a matter of course, what you showed me, what we talk about, but would you, just by seeing my driving and the car behavior, would you say, oh, I need to check something in your setup?
Not necessarily. I think the setup, as you keep on, driving, it becomes a little bit too oversteery maybe once it loses the optimum grip at the rear tires. So maybe you need a click down at the rear right head, or maybe a click up at the front, I don't know. But it doesn't seem hard for you to control it. It's more that it changes, the car changes handling as you are trying to get used to the new driving inputs that you give to the car. Because now obviously you are trying new things, so it doesn't seem to be a problem with the car, I would say. It seems more that you need a little bit more practice so that you become more consistent. And I'm pretty confident that with consistency you will get down to 48s again, as it is the car, because I can see that you didn't manage to do a proper lap with all the sectors, correctly, but you were losing time on some turns for whatever reason, and then on the other turns you would do the correct inputs properly, and you would gain like 0.3 of a second every time. So okay, so we have a new server. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's already probably.
I am looking for that.
About 3 minutes, mate. About 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Now, yeah.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Andy.
you better register.
Really appreciate it.
No worries, mate.
And what car are you going to use this time?
Aston
Okay.
V8.
V8. Okay, let's go into it. 3 minutes.
Right. I've just sent you the link for Matrox.
I wanted to ask meanwhile, because I don't understand, in fact, what this what is this aero balance. I listened to your speech. I even tried one click at the rear, one click at the front, and I could feel difference in the car behavior, like just solving some understeer or oversteer problems.
Yeah.
I was just playing with that. I didn't really implement it to make my setup better, but I was just playing after a video review. It was a long time ago. In fact, you explained that. But I don't understand what does it mean, this aero balance, the front and the rear.
Well,
Can you just say something about it?
The aero balance is an indication. It's not an absolute number. Okay, it's a reference for you to understand if you're moving, whatever you do on the setup, if you're moving the aero balance front or rear. It's not an absolute number, so it doesn't let you understand where the aero balance is. But for example, say that let's do this a proper example. So let me go into the game and show you what I mean. Game, and yeah, let's take a proper car here like that. Let's go in.
I just wonder if I have two different cars.
Yeah,
with the same aero balance,
no.
even in percentage, does it mean that
No.
there is something equal?
No,
or?
completely different. Don't think that if you have the same number, things are similar. Completely different. This is how you should use the aero balance. Okay, so this is a percentage of how much variations you have front and rear. Okay, for whatever you are. For one car, 0% could mean that the aero balance is 60% of the rear. For another car, 0% could mean that the aero balance is 50% at the rear. So it doesn't matter. What it does matter is that, for example, now I have this setup, okay, and the way this setup is right now, the aero balance says 1.9. Okay, that's fine. So at some point, I decide that I want less rear wing, so I go to something like 9 at the rear, and now the aero balance is 0.8. So now obviously I have less drag, but I've changed the aero balance. Okay, so I would like to have less drag because of the rear wing, but I would like to have the car behaving similarly as before. Okay, similarly as before. Now I have to play with the right heights. So for example, I would go up here and lower the rear end a little bit, and some more up here, up to the point that I have 1.9 again. So now I have less aerodynamic drag, so the car is faster on the straights, and my aero balance is similar to before. It's similar to before. It doesn't mean that it has the same downforce. Practically I have less downforce than before, but the balance front and back is similar to as it was before. This is why, this is how you should use the front aero variation. Okay, it gives you an indication of what the car is going to do. It will not be the same, but now it is similar again as before. Okay.
I cannot, I don't know, cannot find this SPA server. It is showing me still Monza.
No.
Matrox, mate, you missed the registration.
Ah, right.
So I've got to set you up a new one unless there's someone that wants to.
You had to register.
One, it's up, but otherwise I'll have to set up a new server. So you have to give me a few minutes.
Okay, let's do something until we wait. Since we've been going on for practically almost an hour or so, can I ask you, Metrox, to give your place to some other guy and then get back again, or maybe you can send me the replay of your lap and we can have a fast look on your SPA lap, so that we can get some extra people, if that's okay for you.
Yes, sure. Definitely, there are another ones that deserve that.
Okay,
that time.
no worries, no worries. I hope that you already, get an indication of where you can improve. If you want to do a lap and save the replay, I would gladly have a look a little bit later and
Yes.
see. We can probably speed up things a little bit like that.
Yes. So maybe the last question
Yeah,
from the whole Kunos team.
yeah.
Who is the fastest? Do you have internal racing?
No, we don't have internal racing, to be honest. It depends how much time we have to practice. There are lots of fast people inside Kunos, to be honest.
Okay.
So
They
there
just
are.
don't show up Aris on public streams.
Does it include any aliens inside Kunos?
Aliens? No, I wouldn't say we have proper aliens. We are. I think if we properly train, we have at least 4 or 5 guys that would go as close as to maybe 6/10, less than a second close to the aliens. But no, we don't have any aliens going, as fast as aliens.
Okay.
But then again, I mean, who knows? If someone of us trains for whatever, how much time, it might get closer and very, very close indeed. Because obviously the aliens don't do anything else than train. So.
So I want to thank you very much. Pass on all the best to Kunos, and I want to also say greetings to whole community, for everybody who is just sitting in the cockpit and working hard. Sometimes there are very bad days and you cannot make a good lap, but you keep working and working. So I encourage everybody to do so, to develop yourself, and with help that we are getting Aris from you, it's just amazing. It's just really something for a grown man. I am 40 years old, and it is just fantastic.
Thank you so much, mate. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck to everybody.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye. All right. So let's move on. Okay. So let's have a look here, and okay. So Matrix, we did this, and let's roll the dice once more, and see who's the next one. Bambo Boris. Bambo Boris, is it here? Bambo Boris, I don't even know where he is. I cannot see him online.
He's not in the server anyway, so I've set a new one up regardless. But I mean, if you do it from one of the guys, hang on, Hack's done his, hasn't he? Tortellini doesn't deserve it. Has Eric done one? We got Rob who's in the server.
Let's roll the dice again and see. Okay. So roll the dice once more. Ah, Tortellini! We have Tortellini this time. Oh my God! I mean, we could ask Tortellini, what he wants to do, and then just instantly, ban him and throw him away.
Do you want to re-roll that one? Do you want to re-roll it?
No. I want him on the chat and see what he wants to talk about. I'm really curious.
Shall I go get him?
Yeah, go get him.
Yeah.
Where is he?
sec.
Actually, let me make him a co-driver here. Okay, and I will bring him down. Where is he? Oh, he's already. He's down. Okay, well, I'm going down. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Tell him to get down here. Come on. Stay put. Stay put. Don't move.
You just moved.
Don't move.
He's in now anyway. You can chat to him. I'll leave you guys to
Hello, mate. How you doing, mate?
Hello, Aris. I'm doing great. I just won a league in the meantime, so.
Oh, well done.
Oh, well done. Well done. That's
Thanks.
strange. Never happens to you, I guess.
Yeah. We're just enjoying the stream today with
Which one?
everyone. Which stream?
league?
Well, the one you're watching.
No, not stream. Which league? We know what stream.
Oh, Gardner was doing like a Ginetta Cup.
Oh,
Nice. Very good.
It
Very
was really
good.
fun.
Very good. Ginetta is an amazing
It's
car,
an amazing car.
and asks so much from the driver to go really fast. You really have to
Yep.
to work really hard with the Ginetta. All right. So, what do you want to do?
Oh, let me have a. Yesterday I was testing Porsche at Spa and I got some setup.
Okay.
And I was thinking about maybe trying to adapt that setup that I did to Nürburgring.
Okay.
So
All right.
I guess I'm just gonna go there.
Yeah, go there,
so we can
and it's been a pleasure having you with us. Thank you so much for passing by to tell us hi. Let us know if you break another world record with 40 degrees ambient and used tires on green track and a little bit wet. And yeah.
Just full thunderstorm.
All right, so you want to take the same setup and go at Nürburgring, right?
Yeah.
Well,
but I mean, I can give you the setup,
yeah.
But don't show it, please.
Well, I would try.
Okay. So is Andy gonna set up like a Nürburgring one, right?
Sorry?
Yeah, one sec. Are you going to give him one of your balked setups just to watch him bin it, are you?
Yeah.
I mean...
Total spin.
I'm just gonna give it to him so he knows what I'm even trying to do.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah,
he can...
Well, I can already tell you that, Nürburgring and Spa have similar curves, for example.
They're totally different tracks because I'm gonna totally change the wing. So it's gonna...
yeah, you can use much more wing at Nürburgring.
Yeah.
So using much more wing at Nürburgring means that you also need to alter a little bit the ride height and rake of the car.
That's gonna be the difference.
Yeah.
So do you want me to set up NURBS next then?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try that.
Cool. Okay.
But I could tell you that you could probably... I mean, I don't know what kind of setup you're using, but probably at Spa you need a couple of things to get out of roofs properly and not touching everywhere, maybe?
Not in the Porsche, because low, short overhang.
Okay, cool. That's good then. So except of some rake differences...
Yeah, I mean, the normal stuff is just...
Yeah, it's pretty similar,
rake,
yeah.
And then it's gonna be maybe some playing with the, ARBs, the stiffness of the rear on the rear.
Yeah.
Maybe some bump stop ranges.
Yeah, you could use more bump at the rear. The only thing is how you can handle the last chicane at the Nürburgring, so it doesn't jump around like crazy. Yeah.
Because I want to make it flat. If possible.
It is possible.
I think it should be possible. Yeah.
It should be possible. The thing is, do you really need to do so? I mean, on the qualifying probably yes, but it might be that in the race you're gonna scrub so much speed, trying to put the car in there and keep it there, that it might not even necessary in the end.
I know. I will see how it is after 1.8 because I haven't tested it that much. But I remember in 1.7, me and Michi, we had a Nürburgring setup that was it was an endurance setup.
Yeah.
So it worked great for the long races, and it was still doing Schumacher's like flat easily in the race. Like you didn't even have to worry about that.
All right.
Because of the downforce of that car. Yeah. Let me go into VR.
Okay, so Pasta Goes Faster server.
That's the one, yep.
We need to also register, so make sure to choose a car as soon as possible.
Yep. Events, where is it?
It's saying that Tortellini is a bit low on volume, so let's bump you up. No, Charlie, I don't drive in VR.
Yeah, but I am in VR. Okay, I'm gonna send you the setup.
All right.
But privately, I'm not gonna share it.
Yeah, don't worry. I have changed the the view of the live stream.
How much do you sell this one for, Tort?
Nah, the one's not for sale. I mean, I don't know if it's even good, but I almost did it 15.6 yesterday on Spa. So It was nice.
Yeah.
I had to totally change the dampers and I had to experiment with them, so I don't really know what I did to them, but it worked.
Right, well, you guys found the
It
server
was
now.
a lot of trial and error.
Yeah.
Catch you in a bit.
Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks, Andy. How do you tell what tire compound a car is running on the track? I don't know. You can't.
Well, you can look at because the wet tires don't have the yellow Pirelli logo on them.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to look for the tread of the tire. You can just see if,
it's just like
they have a yellow stripe.
Are you gonna give me the setup or not?
I'm looking for it. I have so many spa setups. There's a huge fucking list here. I have to, like, even in the Windows Explorer, I need to scroll down. There's so many spa setups I have.
Right, so in the meantime, while we can listen Tortellini talking, let me say hi to Guardiola and Gavan and Steve and Youthful J and Dennis. Welcome to the channel, guys. I personally apologize for having an alien talking to us, but you know, this is what we have to do.
So should I coach you this time?
Oh my god. I just have to let you know that everybody in the chat says to ban Tortellini, so
I was gonna have to wait for, I don't know, ACC version 5.
Your setup is so secret, you practically hiding it from yourself. That's what they say.
Okay, I think that's that.
Yeah.
Send.
Alright, send. And now, guys, you can all see the setup from Tortellini. Alright. So let's get this setup here and put it inside Porsche 2 at Nürburgring, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, still 2 minutes, so I'm just gonna probably jump into some single player to at least check if that's actually that's it.
He's already going to practice for
I'm just saying I'm gonna
for
check.
a practice session of a coaching session. So this is the practice of the coaching for the practice. I mean, yeah, that's their mentality. Yeah. Send is sent. Setup is sent via James Webb. So are we ready here?
Oh, I know. I'm gonna pick like a super old
No,
livery I use at on the Porsche. Oh yeah.
I just went out from the server. From the game practically.
So Aris, apart from doing that Nürburgring, I was wondering if we could talk maybe about like the whole balance of the game and BOP.
Yeah.
Because I was always curious, like you're saying that of course you're taking the SRO BOP and basically all the restrictors and ballast that you apply to the cars are with SRO.
Yeah.
And you're always saying that you change other parameters of the car then to maybe balance it out. So
right.
I was always wondering, how does it really look like? What possibly can you change in the car to alter it?
It's generally quite straightforward. We don't do any crazy changes. So the car that you drive is practically the same that the BOP says. What we're trying to do and check is we go and check well, first of all, how the community reacts and what kind of performances and our beta testers do. Yeah, exactly. Which again, I mean, we can go back to this argument of the BMW P and discuss it, and we will in a minute. But mainly we see what kind of lap times they are happening, and we also, and most importantly, check what kinds of performance the real cars had into the real race. Now, why is that? Well, cars do not stay, completely stable, and teams will not always use the absolute maximum performance they can use from a car into a given race. Now that might sound a little bit strange, like, Aris, what the fuck are you saying? You're saying that
Well, they of course have just so much more limited time, and they just can rely only on what they know.
Many things can happen. Also, and it is true, some teams might not want to showcase how fast they are before some very important races, or before a race that they know they can go for the win.
BMW sandbagging for Spa.
Yes, I cannot talk about that, officially, but you know what it happens, and it's also has to do with the development of the car, during the season. So as they move on, they always find a little bit extra here and there. They understand better the car, and we try to take into account that. Now, because the cars are so close together, okay, it's not like that if a team can manage to find, 2 Newton meters of torque in 1000 RPM rev range, it's gonna make the car instantly OP, but it will change a little bit the performance, and this is something that actually can happen, all right? And there are also some of the things that we might not know. For example, it might even the manufacturer even don't know. So, for example, in a specific weather, humidity, or altitude, a car engine might be a tiny little bit better than another car engine. It can happen because for whatever reasons. So mainly what we're going to do is try to see if by changing small amounts of available torque here and there into the rev band, not even on the top end, just into the rev band, and we really talk about, we never even went more than 5 horsepower of difference, so to say. So we're trying to see if this can be enough. We're trying to see if giving a couple of kilos of downforce is enough, and often this is all that the cars needed to get closer with each other. This is all that it's needed. So this is pretty much what we're doing when we say that we have some slight tweaks.
Server is up, by the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in, but I don't remember the password as usual. Okay.
Everyone's already in.
Yeah, I had to choose the Porsche. Give me a second.
Andy, why did you do it so gloomy and cloudy? Jesus.
Oh, you mean why we don't say to people what we change? Hello?
Was that a question to me?
You said why we do it so gloomy. What do you mean?
No, I was talking about the weather. That Andy made it so gloomy and cloudy in the server.
I don't know. Go figure. I mean, probably some kind of meme is now cooking, so we'll see what they're going to do.
Okay.
Okay, so let me load your setup.
Yeah, I'm gonna load it as well and just check the pressures first. Have you ever thought about doing an entirely custom BOP for the game, just to balance it for competitive sake, or you just want to be
because
like a SRO series simulator?
Yeah, well, first of all, it wouldn't be, realistic, and we just do our series, and we always put some, specific, limits to our work. So, for example, if I get any kind of data that I know they are true and they are specific, those data always go into the physics engine, and they will never get touched or changed for whatever reason. I have to work with everything else that I might not know to make the car behave as it should. If it doesn't, that's an indication that the physics engine doesn't work properly. So I need to work on the physics engine more. So yeah. So this is how we work, and obviously the BOP is part of this, and it doesn't make sense for us to go away from it.
Oh, no.
Okay. All right. And
We have a
okay.
problem.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Like, we can't go
We can't go where?
on the Nürburgring. It's closed.
What do you mean you can't go on the Nürburgring? It's closed.
There's a wall.
Oh my God! What did they done again? Did they block you all the road? Do we have
No, we're
the?
just trying to follow the track, and it's closed.
Let me see where he is. He's gonna do some stupid thing with the Nordschleife or something like that. Look at those guys. Yeah, well done, ha, well done.
We're just following the track.
So funny. Okay, well, thank you, Tortellini, for joining us, and very glad you've been here and showed all of us what it takes to be an alien. Completely different logic, I guess, from humans, but yeah, that's it. So, why do I have to deal with those people? Please tell me, guys. Please tell me. Of course you couldn't see because I also had to, change the camera so that you guys do not see his secret setup. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, here we are. So let's follow Tortellini. So, your setup. It has a couple of things, usual, that we know and try to see how we can work around them. The rest of it is okay. Honestly, I don't know why you insist on having the bumps so stiff and the springs so, soft. I believe you can obtain whatever you want with either more normals values, but okay, whatever. Change this for yes, yeah, okay, all right. So, do you want to work on this, or do you want just to waste my time? So we are not working with some other guy that maybe is worth more.
Yeah, I'm already gonna go full wing because that 8 was just it was not working. So I'm gonna go like 12 wing 75 millimeters on the rear.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And probably just decrease the bumps of rate on the rear. For Nürburgring that's a bit
you
too
could also try to make the front end softer. So to gain a little bit of extra mechanical grip. The turns are relatively slow. Let me have a look at something on your setup. So let me change here. Right. 13. Yeah. Okay. Because the front aero of the Porsche is so straight, goes up and down like a camel like diagram.
Yeah.
You could try to raise a little bit the front, like
I was trying to do that, but what I discovered was always just loss of downforce, even though it varies so much.
Yeah.
And it's just not worth it top speed wise.
It doesn't what?
it's not worth it top speed wise, because the Porsche front end, when it goes up, the
Yeah.
drag it generates.
Okay. Well, first of all, you know,
is-
I'm talking about 1 or 2 millimeters at most, and that's already not too much. And then, I mean, you are at the Nürburgring. It's not like you're gonna, you know,
That's true,
gain.
that's true.
You could try it at the Nürburgring. It will also make you having better clearance on jumping over the last chicane, and possibly even on the Schumacher can help you. And if you have a higher front right height but just 1 or 2 millimeters, which is all that you need usually, you could probably lower the bump stop rate a little bit, so that might help as well.
Because for now it used to be that I always, the whole philosophy behind those setups is to always keep the front as low as possible,
Yeah,
yet somewhat stable.
yeah.
And pre 1.7 it wasn't easy, but there was a way to make it stable yet low.
Right.
And past 1.8 the whole car is just moving around a lot more.
Yeah.
So I guess that front splitter that's so sensitive to change.
Yeah, it is very
changes
sensitive.
all the time.
It is extremely sensitive, and it's not just that it is sensitive, but most importantly, it's unpredictable on what it's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I cannot show you, but if you look at the aero map, it's at some point it just go, you know, berserk and just do strange things. This is one of the reasons why the real teams are trying so hard, and the car is so sensitive on setup changes, and to take it to the point that works properly, they really had to work a lot with the car.
There were those spy shots of the new one, and it looks, at least from the spy shots, to have similar splitter.
Yeah.
It looks similar in how it's done. Although I haven't really looked into it that much, but
Yeah.
the shape of it was similar. So
Yeah.
I guess they're gonna stay with the same, let's say, philosophy of how the car is made.
Right. Whoops.
So
See
that's
that you
for
touched
sure.
there with the front splitter, it just jumped around a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that higher front end.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
try.
higher on
Yeah, I mean,
54.
obviously you're gonna need to work again on the rake and possibly also on the front part of the bump stops, make them a little bit softer, possibly. But I believe you can find how to do it.
So yesterday at Spa, I was struggling to all the time. I was struggling to make it turn at the exit of Pool. Of course, you know, if you throw it in with high speed and carry a lot of speed, then it's just gonna understeer because it's traveling that little tiny bit faster than, let's say,
Yeah.
most of the cars usually do. But at that speed, it won't turn anymore.
Right. Yes.
So to just make it go through entire pool at high speed, I had to find that rotation at high speed on throttle without really sacrificing much, you know, stability on the
Yeah.
entry, and still keeping balanced car mid corner. And I found from all the things the front toe to actually help me a lot. So why is that it's so powerful? Well, I mean, of course, I did went to extremes, but it seemed like that front toe was make such a big difference on the exit of pool, and for example on Stavelot,
Yeah.
just make it flat.
Well,
It was so much easier with it. It
One-
seemed to
one
make
of the
such a big
things.
difference.
Now I'm trying to guess, obviously, because I don't even know. But one of the things that might make logical sense is that changing the front toe actually changes the angle of the wheels between front and between outside and inside. So somehow it's like having a slightly different Ackermann, let's say. It's not, but it actually changes how the outside and the inside wheel are the angles that they have at a given steering wheel angle, okay? And that means that you might be finding, with all the training you do and the precision that you arrive having on that specific corner, you might find a specific steering wheel angle where your outside and inside slip angles are better than a different toe setting. And that gives the front end even more lateral grip, because it brings both of the wheels, outside and inside, at the correct slip angle, you know. And it might happen that with a different toe, okay, you might have one of the wheels having a slightly different than ideal slip angle, and that gives you less lateral grip.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, at first I thought that maybe about like the toe itself somehow was maybe one of the tires, just giving it like somewhat of a more turning for some reason. But yeah, if it's maybe like the difference between two tires and how like the whole axis generates grip, that makes sense. Oops.
Or it could be, you know, having a slightly different heating, or both of these things as well. Because, again, in your level, every tiny detail makes a difference, okay? So even if you have just a very small detail from this thing and from the other thing, together it gives you that, I don't know, half of a half tenth of a second.
Okay. I also always wondered why, because I used to drive in the beginning. I always used to drive, of course, with aggressive brake sets, and I knew, I remember that at the beginning, usually what I used to do was to, for example, lower the wing, because like the car wasn't turning enough.
Okay.
And usually I thought, well, okay, I'm gonna get even more turning if I can control it, even more rotation and some high-speed stuff.
Yep.
And even more speed on the straight, so it should be the way to go. Also, I know that in some other sims, is it right or wrong?
Right.
Sometimes maybe let's not say that the meta is to, you know, go as little downforce as possible, but usually there are some significant gains with going more aggressively with lower aero.
True.
And in ACC, where of course the aero simulation is a lot more advanced, a lot of the times I find that well, a lot, like in majority of the situations, it's always so beneficial to go high downforce, like sometimes even stupid high downforce. At least it seems like stupid, because we're going sometimes like full downforce in some cars that Paul Ricard. Even at Spy you can go like seriously full wing in some situations and be faster on some green or greasy track.
Well, obviously, you know, if you think about it, the fact that everybody in the world, in the real world, try to generate as much downforce as possible, no matter what, it's an indication that, you know, downforce makes you go faster. And that's one thing. The other thing is that when you are getting closer on simulating the aero sensitivity properly, that makes the car becoming more unstable when you are lowering the rear wing, okay? On cars that they have pitch sensitivity, because obviously if you lower the rear wing on a GT4 car, it's okay. I mean, you can still set good lap times, and the car doesn't really become unstable, okay? Because it's much more mechanical grip than aerodynamical grip.
Yeah, I remember, for example, even Alpine, that's quite an unstable car by itself.
Yeah.
Going full wing on some tracks wasn't that good of an idea.
Yeah,
even.
exactly. So on cars that, you know, like GT3 cars have quite a big diffuser and generate a lot of underbody aerodynamics, this means that obviously you're gonna get pitch sensitivity. The rear wing is the what makes the downforce averaging to better, you know, values. So if you have high rear wing, the changes in aero balance are moderate. If you have low rear wing, the changes in aero balance are wider and more important. Okay, so not only you're gaining more downforce, which is better for grip, okay, but you are also gaining more stability and more linear reactions from the car. And obviously, the more linear and predictable the reactions from the car are, the less time you spend trying to make the car behave, and the more time you spend trying to, you know, make lap time, make the car go faster on your driving. So this is one of the reasons. Replying to your comment that on some conditions it might seem that we can use, you know, extreme downforce. We are obviously watching on this, trying to understand as well why. It could be that sometimes at high wing angles we keep on generating, you know, drag in possibly somewhat a linear way, and in reality the response might be not so linear, but it might generate more drag because of the flow getting so dirty. So at some point, over some wing angles, in reality you might get less downforce and more drag than what you get in a Sottocorsa competizione. This is something we are trying to explore, but it's not so easy because we only get the, you know, aerotunnel data, and normally it's very hard to find a team running as high wing as possible, max wing. You know, they don't really do it. They usually run high wings, but not maximum. Then again, you have also situations like, you know, as usual, sim drivers can push the limits of the tires and of the setup and the mechanical balance to the extremes.
Yeah, because I remember you were mentioning, for example, Lamborghini, that they can't really use some of the wing settings because it's just too much for the suspension. And
yeah, so too much for the tires. Too much for the tires. You don't gain anything.
Yeah, and we don't. And for us in ACC, it's not really, at least for majority of the setups I've seen, although I haven't driven a Lambo that much.
Yeah.
But the case was that you can just put it on full wing and make everything else just like.
Yeah.
Let's say maybe exploit that additional downforce generated in some way.
Yeah, but even there, I mean, you will see, it's still, for us, you know, that we're working on the details, it's still very important to put everything into context, because when you're saying full wing or almost full wing, it's still important. So if the almost full wing is like 2 or 3 clicks less than full, it's still good for us. You know,
I'm saying full.
Yeah. Well,
on a lot of the cars, I'm just using.
Yeah, full. I think that maybe the guys were fast, even though they were riding full, because I can tell you that when you are going into the last 2 sets of the wing in the area of the Lambo, you're practically not gaining any more downforce anyway. From the data. So it's more like placebo than anything else, probably.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, whatever makes you faster, as they say. And again, I think the most important part here is that, you know, you are an extremely good driver, one of the tops, right? And now you are training and you have already spinned the car 3 times,
that's the way to actually.
Okay. In reality, you cannot even dare to go close to a situation like that, because you don't have the time to fix the car again and try something different. So the testing is limited, the tires are limited, the knowledge is limited. You go with the experience that you had last year, and that's all you get. So there's always going to be a difference, unfortunately or fortunately, however you look at it from what perspective.
Every track year to year changes.
Yeah. So even when you do some changes on your setup, they are instant, and you can instantly go out and try again, and you can have instant feedback on if you change something, how it feels. In reality, if the driver comes back and say, you know what, get the wing at full and put the rake at maximum or whatever, the mechanics will look at him and probably will never speak to him again. So yeah, it's not that easy. I'm not saying they will not do it, but it's not that easy.
Because I was thinking about it mainly because, I mean, you know, I always complain about the speed of this car.
Yeah.
And I think because of this high aero meta that we have in the game, because for one reason or another, that's just how we ended up with the setups where we go.
Yeah.
And especially the Porsche just loves downforce. Just putting a lot of downforce on it makes it work so well in the game. And at lower downforce, of course it works, but it's just slower and it's not as nice to drive.
Yeah.
So because you have to explore high downforce of that car, it always makes it slow on the straights. And of course, I doubt that it's, you know, it's wrong in the game that the car is so much slower than others. Than in real life, like that's incorrect. But I was thinking that it may be that in ACC we're using so high wing levels that just that huge Porsche rear wing just makes so slow on the straights in ACC. If we're using those high settings, and probably in real life maybe they're using lowers, and then the Porsche is probably as fast as other cars.
Yeah. Well,
like it is at Monza, for example.
You know, at Monza the Porsche won, but it was raining. Right, so everybody had to use high wing because it was raining, and usually at Monza the car has issues, you know, but on the other hand it's also very light. It's much lighter than other cars usually, so whatever it loses in maybe full top speed, maximum top speed, it gains in, you know, accelerating from the exit of the corner up to a high-end speed, and then it just stops from the drag. What I can tell you is that unfortunately, and we're still trying to fight that, but you know, we're still not there anywhere in the sim racing genre. Aliens always work on hot lap qualifying lap times. And if they can do it, then because they can, you know, be so precise and they can train so much, they do the same exact thing for all the race, okay? But I'm pretty confident that if they work as hard as they do for the qualifying, if they work as hard on the racing stream, they might find a better compromise for the race with just a bit less wing than what they are using, you know. It's a suspicion that I have. I do not have, you know, the data to say that it's exactly like that, and I'm not confident 100%. But I'm pretty sure that, for example, say you are using, I don't know, 12 degrees wing, and you are doing your qualifying like that, and then you go to the race with the same degrees. I'm pretty sure that you could find a compromise that it works pretty much as well at 10 degrees. But that will make a little bit of a difference in the straight line. But then again, I mean, you see, the setup that you were using at Spa, it wasn't full rear wing, right? And even the setup that you are probably using here at Nürburgring, it's still not full wing. It will be just a bit less probably. Now, you're trying right now. let's see how it will end up later on. You know?
From all the experience that I have, I can comfortably tell you that Fullwing is gonna be like, you know, properly tuned setup around 12 wing and properly tuned setup around 11. The 12 is gonna be superior.
Yeah. All right.
There's just not enough difference in the straight line. Even in the like, even from 9 wing to 12, let's say.
Yeah.
It's always not enough difference on the straights combined with the exits.
Right.
Of the corners. There's always not enough difference in terms of drag to compensate for the better corner and better exit on that straight. Unless we go to like Paul Ricard and Spa, where straights are really long enough that then it finally makes a difference. But still, even at Spa we go hard downforce. At Paul Ricard, okay, Paul Ricard is a downforce track. It just has a long straight in between all the downforce sections, right?
Yeah.
So it's always a big compromise there, and raceability then is totally destroyed with high downforce.
I got it.
But still, lap time wise, it's stupid high downforce.
Yeah. Well, I honestly don't have an exact answer because we still have to research this and see where we're missing something from reality.
Okay, let me change some values then, because I'm just driving around.
Yeah.
Not actually. Well, I'm mostly focusing on what we're talking rather than driving. Okay. I mean, the car is working, so I'm really surprised because the car is totally different damper settings to what I used to use.
Okay.
Because that's mainly what I changed for Spa, because I was really having issues to make a car that's really that rotates a lot, because I wanted to get those exits and get rid of that understeer. But it was so difficult to then get the car really balanced and progressive throughout the entry and mid-corner phase. And in 1.8 I found that those various damper settings are giving me a lot of changes that I can actually use. So before it used to be that we had like one damper settings,
and that's it.
That we just used throughout entire season, and then we were just tweaking other bits of the setup depending on how much aero variation for different tracks, and different ARB settings and bump stops. But dampers were always the same, and they kind of just like they were working, so that's what we used to have. And now I'm seeing that I have to change dampers from track to track and really control how the car behaves throughout the corner with them.
I believe that the fact that we changed the bump stops and they are now self-dampening, that made the difference, because now you don't use dampers to overcompensate also the bump stops. You can use dampers to tune the actual movement of the suspension and the springs. And obviously the springs and the movement of the suspension work differently because they are set up differently from track to track, or the track has different ondulations or curves or whatever. And so you need to work with the dampers better because of that. Before that, as I said, the springs and the bumpers on top of the springs would make a very, very stiff spring, and that meant that you had to overcompensate with the dampers to keep somewhat control of this massively stiff spring. Also, the higher frequency, I believe, plays an important role here, because the lower the frequency and the more the spring damper simulation becomes capped and filtered and limited,
Yeah, the car for sure already can go into 53s, and with actually good driving, it could probably do like a low 53, maybe.
Did you raise the front end now?
No,
Okay.
I did, and
Okay.
then I just went back.
Down again, okay. Yep, καλησπέρα Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, it's right now 53.5. And it's not that cold, so yeah, that's pretty hot.
Yeah,
So it for sure can,
can go down, yeah.
half a second with a better driving
Yeah,
still.
absolutely.
Nice. I could actually, when we're done with Nürburgring, because you know, I don't need to take that much time out of you. You can, you know, you can go back to more people that actually need
Okay.
help, or at least, you know, we're talking between each other a lot. So
Yeah. Oh, you know, you can find
earlier,
whatever
and
you
when we can go to the next participant, who's
Okay.
for sure gonna enjoy himself.
Okay, cool, man. Thank you so much.
So, yeah. So I guess we can finish the Nürburgring. Now that I see that everything works, and we talked about those two things I wanted to ask you. Maybe at the end I can show you that spa lap I was doing yesterday.
Okay.
So I can show you some of the stuff I was struggling with, and yeah, what was happening.
Okay, will you show me how? Will you show me?
I'm just gonna restart the game and I'm gonna stream it on YouTube.
Okay,
Discord,
cool.
you know?
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, but thank you very much for the insight. That was really informative about the BOP
Oh, no worries.
and the arrow.
No worries.
That's always really interesting.
It's always a pleasure. Okay, so let's for you to stream it.
Yeah. I need to get my headset, the VR headset, on my head. I also really love how in 1.8 now the temperature changes and how it affects the track. It feels so much more alive.
Yeah.
And so different between various temperatures.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Hello guys, how you doing?
Screen. I can screen share, right? Yep.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. So watch stream.
I think I have that up here. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm watching.
Yeah. So I was lapping a bit yesterday.
Let's put everybody else so that you guys can watch.
Yeah. I think before 1. Right after 1.8 dropped, I was lapping this car and I managed to get like a 16.0, I think I did. And it was with, I think with very similar conditions to those. I like went still low on temperatures.
Yeah.
Just, you know, because it's still faster.
Yeah.
But, you know, I didn't go crazy, so it's like
Right.
13.17 or something like that, or 14.20, something like that.
Cool.
So I did a 16.0, like not that long after release. Well, and of course, if it's a 16.0, 15s are for sure there. So I was hot lapping recently, just make that car work as best as possible. I was doing all those tweaks, and I found that previously we used to use really soft rear suspension, and now that rear had to be a lot stiffer. Because that super soft rear just wasn't working anymore for us in the Porsche. And that really made a difference. And yeah, and those dampers had to be totally reworked. Because maybe you remember, not that also not that long ago, just probably before 1.8 dropped, I was showing you that old Spacetta that had really weird dampers, like they like it had like super stiff dampers.
Super stiff,
that
yeah.
Basically, dampers were controlling, were making the car stiff rather than springs.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna show you the start of the lap 3, because
Okay.
that was basically the best that I got,
Okay.
and then the rest of the whole lap was the best on the last lap.
Okay.
But yeah, trail braking is now so much more important, and
Yeah.
getting the traction is so much harder right now.
Yeah.
I remember on this very occasion, I got that traction so perfectly applied in the middle of the corner with the car rotated
Exactly.
enough. So I gained quite a lot on the entry with a nice speed car in there, but yet it picked up the traction so early and beautifully accelerated out of the corner.
Yeah. There
I
is.
also noticed something that wasn't happening, and it was triggering traction control of this curb.
Yeah. Exactly.
So obviously it goes off. It's a hot lap. In the race you probably wouldn't do that.
No, absolutely not.
And yeah, basically after 1.8 it was so difficult to get the car balanced through all those turns with really hard, even though it doesn't look really like those are hard transitions.
Oh yeah, they are very
but
hard
with
transitions, yeah.
really aggressive setup, those transitions even there are
Extremely difficult, yeah.
really
I mean,
fast,
going-
and the rear wants to step out all the time.
Yeah, going into there at 120 in third gear, it's with
like
this
for
kind
example,
of
here you can
setup,
see-
it's absolutely
Yeah, like for example on
incredible.
this lap that actually ended up being the fastest one.
Yeah.
I still lost a bit of time into here because it just all the time wants to rotate.
Yeah.
And here, while touching the curb, it wants to snap. Here, going on the throttle as well, while trying to touch this curb, we just try to over-rotate all the time.
Yeah, if it
And controlling that
overtakes,
both driving-wise
the
difficult.
traction control steps in and you just go slower.
Yeah. But it still needs that rotation to go fast anyway.
Yes, of course. The issue now is that, the traction control has a tiny bit of lag to understand what is happening, and that means that if you go way too aggressive on the accelerator or you over-rotate too much, that means that you're going to generate some slippage to the tires, okay? Which it might not bother you to control the car, but it will bother afterwards the traction. And the traction control will say, oh, wait a minute, and it will just bog you down at the most important part where you normally would accelerate without issues out of the turn.
Yeah.
So you need to keep track of this and not make the traction control think that, oh, we have an issue here, let me do something about it.
Yeah, I was really struggling with that because with that added rotation that I was asking of the car
Yeah.
to just get rid of the understeer that we got after on 1.8,
Yeah.
which also for a lot of people it was in the driving, but even if you fix your driving and you work with the front end a bit more, the 1.8 is a bit more understeer if you load the same setup, because
Yeah.
obviously values aren't exactly the same.
Exactly.
So since it had to be changed and it's already on the very limit of what the car can handle, it made the rear step out like that, and even made it struggle with traction. Like maybe you saw that the toe settings and overall stiffness on the rear, it's just
I've lost you. We lost Tortellini.
artificial. So it's
Oh,
always
here he
a
is
balance
again.
which way to go.
I've lost you for a moment.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just for a
Sorry.
moment. No
So
worries.
I was talking that about the traction out of some corners and the traction control. That after 1.8, it got changed. So if I'm pushing the car even more to the limit of what it can handle to get that additional rotation, I need to even use some of the stuff like maybe you saw the toe that I was using that was quite weird, and that bump stop arrangement on the rear that's really limiting traction in many ways.
Yeah.
So it's always a balance between benefiting from those mid-corner, of course by sacrificing the traction, and maybe trying to overcome one or another driving-wise or one or another setup-wise.
Yeah,
And it's always
exactly.
a compromise.
Oh, it's always.
And I just made that compromise that it's not really going to have that much traction, but maybe mid-corner I'm going to be able to to keep it rotated how I want.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can see, for example, into Pool how much management there is, because it wants to over-rotate all the time, and once it's settled, it still wants to rotate and still wants to rotate. But here, it keeps to the inside so well. It just sticks, even though the speed was really high.
You know, when you're trying that hard, it means that on some turns it's going to be perfect, you know?
Yeah.
Because this car especially is always a short blanket, you know, so you tear from one side and you lose it from the other side. So on some turns it's going to be perfect, on some other turns it's going to be over rotating, and on some other turns it's going to be understeery. It's not what we call a well-balanced car that is at least keeping the same handling characteristics through the whole lap. It's always changing.
Yeah, there's always some bit. It's always a compromise to what other. Because, for example, if I wanted to make it stable for Pool, because making it super stable into here, it's hard. So at least I was trying to make it, let's say, unstable, but in a controllable and consistent way. Because for lap time, you just can't sacrifice this Pool. Sorry, you can't sacrifice all the rest of the track to just get Pool consistent for lap time. You need to have Pool difficult and just try to manage it. So with those dampers I was trying to play around to at least make it consistent for here. And I'm slowly getting there. And that what I was talking about toe, I really found that on the exit right here, the toe on the front was helping me so much. Just try to. You can see how I'm even releasing the steering.
It's
yet it still really sticks. Or maybe even I don't know, the front splitter goes into like another threshold, or when it actually has more downforce and it starts sticking again when mid corner it doesn't have much downforce. I don't know.
As I told you, the the level of detail needed to go into those levels, every tiny little bit does something, you know. And so it's also hard to point out and say, oh, that was it. Now, for you, obviously, going into such wide negative toe at some point said, okay, that's the difference. But it might have been many little details that might be part of that setting and part of another thing and part of the feeling that you got on the steering wheel, whatever, you know. What I've learned, and it seems to be the case always, is that in the end, you pretty much never get a single big change and difference from a single, value. It is always
it's always combination.
a combination of everything together.
And it's like a combination between like caster and camber, because they obviously work together, and how the whole alignment works. But then again, like how the suspension moves and how stiff it is, it will also influence it. So it's all connected. A little bit about the setup. That the more I go into it, because I'm not that experienced with setups. I may be experienced with the Porsche, but I don't have that much knowledge. I have experience with the Porsche because I drive it so much, but I don't really have knowledge. So I always just play around, and it's always so amazing to just discover new things and discover how it works. That's just fun part of setup. People too much think about it as like, I mean, of course, at the end of the day, even here, like I'm trying to find this and this for the purpose of getting a lap time. But people too much look at this part rather than just enjoy the whole thing of playing with it, rather than buying a fast setup. If you have time, or even if you don't have time, try to at least spend some of it that you have to just play with the setup, because it's so fun to discover how it all works together.
It's a different perspective of how you approach things. It depends. I mean, look at how much we are fighting to convince people that, first you need to work on yourself and then on the setup.
We just spent I don't know if we were already an hour here, probably not, but we spend a lot of time right now just thinking about setups. But at the end of the day, I mean, they don't matter as much as as a lot of people think, because even though we went into really details of setup and various aspects of it, I mean, aggressive preset will still, of course, won't be as fast as this lap, but for majority of people will be plenty enough, and will be stable and more
Oh yeah,
like,
that definitely.
actually controllable than this, because probably right now people watch that lap and they're like, okay, that's pretty fast. But for a majority of people, I would give that setup to, even though I won't. But if I would, the majority of people would just spin at Pro,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
spin at on Rouge.
Absolutely.
Because even though it doesn't look like it, the car the whole fucking time wants to rotate and just die, like here. If you don't keep it straight on top, you're gonna go into the wall.
Absolutely.
If you're not gonna be careful with how you release the brake, how you go on the throttle right here, it's gonna snap.
Oh yeah, here it's very
so
dangerous.
It's always on the limit, and people really underestimate. First, they overestimate how much the setup is worth, and they underestimate how difficult it is to combine both driving and that setup that's fast. Because they all go together. It's not like a setup can give you time.
Well, you know,
to really learn how to work with what you have.
It's
I
mean, when you don't see how you can achieve some lap times that are so far away from you, it's normal for people to start, you know, trying to understand. Okay, there must be something else, because it's just not possible. And the real fight is to make people understand that, you know what, 1 or 2 seconds, it's not that far away. It's just very hard to achieve it. And 5 seconds, it is far away, but there is so much you can gain just by driving and nothing else. So yeah, and the most important thing is that also trying to make people understand that the way the car handles is mainly because of how you're driving it, and less because of the setup. How you are driving, what kind of inputs you give to the car, can change a completely understeer or completely oversteer car to a completely different handling, just by changing the inputs.
There's so much in driving that can change the car. That's also a good thing that you pointed out, that a lot of your drivers, a lot of times when I'm coaching, for example, I always point that out as well, that a lot of the drivers don't understand really that like a driver can totally change the car, and he can, like, it's not like a car has a fixed amount of grip or something like that. Like a driver can control the grip, let's say, generation of a car in such a broad and extended way, and he can really control if he wants the grip to be now on the front, on the rear, how it wants to balance it throughout the corner, and, you know, keeping the grip on the front to make the car turn in, or like making the rear stable, driving just wise to let it pick up the traction on the exit. There's so much that can be done with the car, even on, you know, on just a basic aggressive preset, just driving wise, just playing with the car on a lot more advanced level than people see driving initially. There's so much to be gained, and there's so much to be altered in the car's behavior driving wise. Because the car's grip isn't fixed. Every driver can play with that grip and manage it. And that management is where the grip is.
I absolutely agree.
Plus, of course, the precision and so on top of that. I could rant about it all day.
Tell me about it. But it's midnight, so maybe we have half an hour to do another guy. So
yeah, sure.
Fuck off and go away. No. Honestly, thank you so much for joining. And I'm not saying that, you know, just because, but I think it's very important to have you here. And I believe that if the guys can watch carefully your driving style and what we talk about together tonight, they can also learn from that and understand how important the driving inputs can be into, you know, pushing the car to the limits. So it is very important to not only get, you know, the slow guys and make them go fast. Yeah, we can do that. It is very important. But also being able to have, you know, the top level drivers and learn something about them, watch how they drive, see how consistent they can be instantly. This is really, really important. So thank you so much for joining.
Oh, it was a pleasure, Aris. So thank you as well, and yeah, good luck to the next participant.
Thank you, mate. Thank you again. Thank you again. Cheers.
And probably good night. Also.
Good night. Have a good night.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so we have one one more guy, I would say. We have 4 yet. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to, make them all 4 of them. We might have some extra time for them, but let's do one more in half an hour. I believe we can do it, and see what we can do. Okay, so roll the dice, and Otto. Is Otto here?
He is.
He is Otto here. That's great.
Well, he was a second ago. Don't say he's just gone.
Oh man!
Hang on a minute.
Seriously?
He was literally in the other chat less than a minute ago. Hang on, I'll just ping him in case he's left. But yeah, I do think he's got work early.
Oh man!
1 sec.
Let's see if Otto is still here.
See what he says.
Oh well, Blood Moon Protosis does the thing that I said about looking where you need to go apply to other games. Here's what I will tell you. Usually 99% of the things I say apply to reality, and as such they should apply to any other game, especially the advice I give in terms of how to drive. Okay, setups, whatever, might be different from one game to another depending on the level of the simulation or whatever, but how to drive, racing lines, reference points and stuff like that, this applies everywhere. It's global, universal.
Can I just, since
Are you still here? What the fuck do you want?
Since I heard that, can I just say that
Yeah.
so many times that I do coaching, majority of it is always people looking not where they're supposed to look. And
Yeah.
when you explain them properly how your vision should be used and where you should look at, it's such an important fundamental. So
Yeah, it's
that
very
question
important.
is important, and vision itself is also important.
Yeah.
Where you look, it's such an important fundamental before everything else comes.
I think Driver 61's got a good video on that, hasn't
Oh
he?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Driver 61
I-
has ton of that.
I definitely agree with that, but I will also add that it is very difficult, so don't feel bad about it if you're not doing it correctly.
Yes.
But always try to improve on that. Try to look as far as you can. Try to improve on where you're looking at while you're driving. And try also to understand if you can catch yourself looking way too much close to where your nose of the car is. Anyway, Otto!
Okay, yeah, this time I'm actually out. Bye.
Yeah,
Have
bye,
fun.
bye. Get off. Out. Go out.
Hello.
Otto! Yeah, Otto is here. How you doing, my friend?
How you doing?
Oh.
You made it finally.
Haha, that's
made
great.
it.
Yeah, sorry for so much
Bathurst
for
in
making
the
you
rain.
wait. Bathurst in the rain.
With thunderstorm.
Holy fuck. All
No,
right.
No, come
I'm
on.
not sure whether you're just fucking with us.
No, I already said Andy earlier. It's going to be Kialami.
Kialami.
Okay, yep.
Cool.
We'll do that.
All right.
So I want to break something out, Aris, for everybody.
Yeah.
I really wish to thank you for all the effort that you put into this.
Thank you so much, mate. Thank you so much.
And the passion that comes through is absolutely amazing.
Thank you, mate. Really
You're
appreciate
doing
it.
a fantastic job.
Far too kind. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, where is Nord?
It's on the northwest of Germany.
Yeah, I know.
Right, guys, we've slightly missed one of the 5-minute windows, so you're going to have to wait 10 minutes probably for this one to spool up, I suspect.
All right. Okay. So what car are we going to do, Otto?
Yes.
I guess this is a Porsche or something like that.
Oh, you guessed right.
Not Cup, though. Surely you're not that mean.
Not
No.
not
I
Cup.
know, because Aris fucking loves the Cup car.
Actually, it's much better now, so I'm starting to love it back
Oh,
again. Yeah.
I have to say, actually, now it's after the update,
Yeah.
it's really more manageable
Yeah, absolutely.
than it was before. Earlier, it was just yay.
Yes, exactly. Hey, Rob C, thank you so much, mate. And welcome to Wayne and Anti-Hype Productions. Welcome to the channel, guys. So, guys, for the guys living, I remind you tomorrow we do the same thing again with everybody else. So, yep, it's not gonna be easy.
There you go. Server's going. Oh, we'll be ready for registration, guys. If you want to join.
All right. So,
What have you wrote?
Kyalami. That's the name of the server.
There's a little nod to The Simpsons there. If anyone's been watching it for as long as I have.
All right, we're still 228 concurrent viewers, by the way. So, wow.
That's pretty good for all day.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's a steady flow. That's
Yeah,
pretty good.
yeah.
I do wonder how many of the 200 have actually been here since lunchtime.
I have no idea, but there must be some crazy guy out there like us.
John.
John, probably, yes.
John, I think he spends more time watching your streams than he
Probably,
does
yes.
driving.
I mean, John probably was watching the stream even when I was getting some breaks and going to, having dinner or coffee or whatever.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. 10 out. Oh, we've got a few guys in chat now. Excellent.
Okay.
Okay, did you register for... Oops.
Just
did you...
back?
Yeah, yeah. Instead of, refreshing the web browser on the other computer, I refreshed Discord here, so... Am I out again? No.
No, you're good, mate. You're good. Okay, you guys both in. You just got to wait for it to spool up now.
Right.
Minutes.
Okay, we have 4 minutes.
That's a good point, Arya. Or Aria, sorry.
What?
Make sure to take regular breaks, at least a minute each hour. I think it's probably about 15 minutes per hour, really. But just a reminder for people that spend all day at the computer getting DVT.
Yeah, don't do what they do.
Yeah, get exercise, guys. Get up, walk around for a bit. Wiggle your toes. Advice from the wifey. There you go. Wiggle your toes, boys. Keep that blood flow.
Exactly.
If you don't have it, get a smartwatch, Aris.
Yeah.
It's gonna make you walk so much.
So Rob says, if I'm going to do console users tomorrow or only PC users, I can only show you on PC. But if your question is about, racing or driving technique, then it doesn't matter if you are on console or on PC. If you can even, stream from the console, I believe that Discord is now available in consoles. Then why not? No big issue. Juan Manuel from Mexico. Hi, mate. It's 5:36 p.m. there right now, so it's good time. So, what do you want to learn at Kyalami with the Porsche? Do you just want to go faster, or you have some issues, or you want the setup?
All of them.
Good. Good. Very good.
No, jokes aside, the thing is that I spent some time on Kyalami. You know that I'm not the fastest driver.
No, it's okay.
And what I'm trying to understand is where I lose all my time.
Okay.
Where I'm at here at Kyalami is the race pace is something like 141s, 42s.
Okay.
I go around like in 45s, 46. And I have some clues on where I lose time.
Yeah.
But I don't know why.
Okay. We'll have a look.
So basically, or better, I have an idea why, but I'm not 100% sure I'm spot on.
All right.
And this is a lot of training and trying.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay. We can have a look at that.
Basically that.
Yeah. Mark 2, yes, there's going to be another giveaway tomorrow for everybody else. So not just the founder members, but all the users. Obviously, we have already 250 users that have joined for participation, and we'll be picking users and there are so many, so just some of the users as today will be able to participate, but we'll do our best.
Shit, old Porsche.
Okay, yeah, change that. You have 15 seconds.
Change car.
Nice, 10 seconds. Right at the limit.
Yeah, you made it just in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's always on the bottom. the new one, so I just went straight to the bottom. Not that it would have changed much.
Well, it's quite a bit different car, to be honest.
Yes, the driving styles are different, but what I tried some different cars, but I'm more or less always there. A little bit faster, a little bit slower.
All right, yeah, got it.
I'm averaging there.
That's already a good indication.
Yeah, hold that thought.
Okay, let's see when the server comes up and gets registered on the lobby. Still not there. Blame Andy.
Yes, always.
Come on, server. Do your job.
Aris, yeah, Andy broke it.
You found it? Can't see it yet. Still launching, says. You sure server can make it? Maybe Andy finally made it running? It says
it's running, but I still don't see it.
It says launching. Ah, now it says running. Okay, so it should be here soon enough. Because up to a point it was still saying launching.
It's definitely there, guys. Just give it a minute.
Yeah. Aria says if the passion for physics led to a passion for cars motorsport. No, it was the other way around. I had the passion for cars and that put me to physics. Okay, here it is. So alright, and connects. And in we go.
Green light.
Cool.
Oh, here we go.
Right, so let's follow Otto.
Yeah. Let me get with this one. Okay. Contact. Too long.
Still watching, go on.
Okay.
Okay. Can you tell me where you're watching for braking while you're doing the lap?
Mostly on the...
No, as you go. So for example, you can say here 100 meters.
Yes. Then I start to watch on the apex.
No, let go. Don't bother with the apex. As you are approaching your braking point, I want you to tell me what it is.
Oh, okay. Here it's the yellow thing.
Yeah, but drive.
Oh, okay.
Tell me now, where are you going to watch?
I'm watching straight ahead. I'm going to wait just lately after the 50-meter marker here.
Wait,
Here,
don't describe me long. Just tell me, 50.
okay. Yeah, here it was a 50. Yep. Here I'm looking at the entry of the corner.
No, you're not. You're already way out from it. You have already passed it. Now where?
At the beginning of the curve. And the next one is going to be at the 50-meter board on the right.
Okay.
Between the 100 and the 50-meter board on the right. Yeah, the 50 here.
It was on the left, but that's okay.
Here I just touch it a little bit here on the curve.
Now?
Okay. In here it is 50 meters.
You are too slow.
I know.
Tell me before that. You just have to tell me 50, not where or before. No, 50. That's it.
Okay.
Here, where?
100.
Okay. You've passed it. You didn't stop.
Oh, so you say I'm braking later?
You're missing sooner or later. So, here, where? Where?
Oh, yeah, that was the yellow crane
No. Where are you going to brake now?
at the curve.
You're already over it. Now where?
After the 50-meter boards at the beginning of the curve.
Way too late. So you see, your brain is not moving ahead.
Okay.
Okay. So at the exit of the corner, you should already focus on where is your next, brake reference point, and stick to it. So, for example, you're now exiting. Okay. Now that's an easy one. You have plenty of time. So before the 50 meters, before 50. So think before 50 and look for it. Okay. Exiting. Start of the curb. Start of the curb. 50.
50 here. Yeah, we are a little bit I'm watching.
You see that when you have someone telling you where to brake, you are starting braking more consistently. So now 100, okay? 100. Okay. Think 100. Look for the 100. Crane. Look for the crane. Where is the crane? Before the 50.
Yeah.
Look for before the 50. Where is it?
Oh, damn it.
50 again. Before the 50. Start of the curb. What is it here?
The start of the curve.
Start of the curb. What is it next?
The 50-meter board.
Okay. 50. Start of the curb. $50.
Okay.
And stop the car. Okay? Stop the car, go to the pits, and let me show you something in the replay.
Sure.
Okay? So, where are you? Here you are. Here you are. Okay. So I'm gonna get your fourth lap. All right. I don't know if you can see it on the live stream, maybe.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So fourth lap, and let's see. Fourth lap. Yeah. Okay. Ah, no. I was talking to you. Okay. So let's go back to the third lap. Descent, okay. Okay, descent lap here for now. We picked probably the best lap, possibly.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, it's lap 3.
Okay, lost the apex. Right?
Too wide.
Lost the apex, went too wide here at the exit.
Too straight.
Lost the apex. Lost the apex.
Yeah.
Lost the apex, went too far in. And that was good. So I could also show you lap 2, which is even worse, and lap 4, which is pretty much the same, and so on. And then I started calling you the braking reference points that you already knew. Okay?
Yes.
It's not like that you don't know where to brake.
Okay.
Look at the difference in lines. There is an error somewhere, but that's okay. Got the apex, even though the line was a little bit too straight. Got the apex way too much this time.
Yeah, a little bit.
Got the apex. Almost good. Better in the exit here than before. Got the apex, first time ever in this session. Got the apex again. Got the apex once more. And again. Okay, so first thing to learn and try to improve. You know where the reference points to brake more or less are, okay?
Yes.
But you are not thinking at them when you're driving. When I was asking you to tell me where, you were trying to explain me with long sentences. And usually, every time you tried, you were already past the brake reference point and still trying to explain.
Yeah, I'm not used to talk and drive.
Of course,
Really.
but that also shows how your mind wasn't focused, but it would lag behind on what you were doing with your hands and on your car. Okay, that's an indication.
Okay.
I'm not telling you that, you know, the fact that you're not, you know, used to talk and drive is
No,
you know,
not what you mean.
but it is an indication that often you are lagging behind of where you should be because you are thinking, what did I did there? Maybe I should have done something different. We saw the same thing with, who was it? Matrox, I think, okay? Or Quant, I don't remember. One of those guys. It's very, very important. Every time you finished a turn, to focus on the next one and go through your mind on what you are supposed to do. So you finished a turn, you just went out of the turn, you're over the apex and you're accelerating and you're almost at the exit. At that point, anything you have done on that turn is done. It's finished. You cannot improve it, you cannot fix it. It doesn't matter for you and for your car.
Okay.
So you need to instantly, mentally, switch to the next turn and try to focus on what you need to do as you approach the next turn. So the first thing is, okay, where do I have to stop? Okay. The more you give to your brain those things to deal with, the more your brain can free up space to do other things. Because, for example, we also have other things that we can improve here. For example, you tend to not use the whole width of the road, especially at breaking a turn in. You find yourself in the middle of the road and then turning in. And this is something this is something that you can improve. But if you are thinking of other things, or even worse, and usually this is, I believe, what is happening, you have missed your breaking point. For whatever reason, you weren't thinking of it, you weren't looking at it, so you have missed it, and you either start braking sooner or later, and you're trying to understand, okay, what happened now? I am arriving at the turn faster, or I am arriving at the turn slower. What should I do next? Because this is what your brain goes through at that point. Instinctively, but this is what's going on in your brain. Your brain says, okay, I'm going way too fast. What should I do to improve on that? It's a new situation for the brain that has to react. Okay. So instead of putting your brain into new situations every single lap, you must focus on the same reference points, lap after lap after lap. That will release your brain from one thing to do. Because okay, I am on the reference point and I'm braking. So let's think about other things. One thing is done, let's think about other things. So, number one thing. So let's do three things. Number one, think of the reference point and do it.
Okay.
Do it. And think of it and focus on it before arriving on the reference point. Not when you are over there, but before. Okay? Second, once you have done that, try to stay as wide as possible before going into the turn. And to do that properly, you also need to brake 100%, because often I see you modulating the brake without real necessity. I understand that you could brake even better if you modulate just a bit shy of 100%, but at the point you are right now, let's make the brake automatic and easy. And the easy way is you arrive at your reference point, you step into the brake pedal as hard as you can for the whole braking during the straight line. Okay? The straight line. Don't modulate before you start moving your steering wheel. As long as your steering wheel is straight, just brake 100%. Okay?
Okay.
So let's try and see if you can do a couple more laps focusing on those three things.
Let's try.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Black. Okay, let's go and see Otto. Okay, reference point, think already. move your car to where you're supposed to be for the braking, and then go straight. Reference point. Reference point, move your car. Very good. Move your car, go straight, reference point. You see how much space you have now and you can accelerate sooner. You see, I talk to you and you've lost your reference point. So, position the car and reference point. Position the car, reference point. Again, position the car, reference point.
Okay.
Perfect. That's it. Again, remember. Keep on doing what you're doing. Don't get distracted. All right, 45 speeds. Let's go. Position the car, reference point.
Yes, sir. Too much.
Yeah. Get back concentrated. So position the car, reference point. Think ahead. That's it. Position the car, reference point. Perfect. Again. Okay, so you see, it's not, I mean, it's easy to say, okay, you can do it, But it's harder to keep on focused and doing it lap after lap for every turn. So again, position the car, reference point.
No.
Okay. Okay, here you see every time you go up one gear in fourth, you miss your reference points and go down one gear in third. Stay in third, even if you go to the limiter, who cares? You have to brake as soon as you arrive on the limiter.
Okay.
Okay, position the car, reference point.